It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlog projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Oklahoma City in the first two games. They needed a big game. They got a tremendous game. They blew out Oklahoma City in game 3. Final score, the Timberwolves by 42, 143-101, and the Oklahoma City lead in the Western Finals cut to 2-1.
From Miami, Florida, to Dallas, Texas.
I'm ready.
How about them Cowboys?
To you. This is Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and on SiriusXM Channel 80.
And a very happy Memorial Day to everyone out there celebrating. We got you right here on Amber and Ian, ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80. He's Justin Tinsley. I'm Matt Fontana. We welcome you on in. You heard it there, the final call in Game 3. The Timberwolves taking that one down with great Mark Kestisher on the call. On ESPN Radio, we get ready to go. Game 4 tonight, OKC up 2-1 in that series, and we'll get you ready for it. JT, happy Memorial Day. I know you were I was grilling today. The dogs, the burgers, they are flowing, man. We get playoff basketball tonight. What a day it is.
Going from grill to the radio to the game, man, it doesn't get any better than this on a holiday Monday, baby.
No, it is everything you could ask for, and certainly we'll all remember and know why today is such an important day, remembering all the men and women that made the ultimate sacrifice for us to be able to grill out, enjoy playoff basketball, and sit here and listen to the radio. Tonight, we got a Game 4, and obviously, Justin, a Game 4 certainly can be win or go home when you talk about a potential sweep, but this has that feeling, certainly for me tonight, when we talk about just what we've seen in this series where Minnesota came out certainly in Game 1, and you thought, okay, maybe they can steal one here, and maybe they're going to get this one and make this a real series. And then it just almost seemed like when the Thunder turned it on, they turned it on. There was no question to be had. Game 2, a lot of the same, and then you all of a sudden have what? You come out, Minnesota puts up 143 points in Game 3. You have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander talking about some of the drop, pick, and roll coverage and some of the different changes, and the Thunder just get completely blown out. So that's where, like, Game 4 tonight is so interesting to me to say, is it the Thunder kind of playing around here? Has Minnesota maybe found something that they're going to be able to exploit? I mean, we talk about this chess match in any 7-game series, but that's certainly my intrigue getting ready to go for tonight. It's like, what version of which of these teams is real and who's going to show up tonight?
Yeah, you got to wonder, when you look at Game 3, Oklahoma City just got punched in the mouth early and often. It's almost like they felt, okay, we beat these guys in the first 2 games. Everybody's talking about like how we're great on both sides of the ball. The red carpet is being rolled out for us to get to the NBA Finals. So maybe this team that's led by the most perhaps the most confident athlete in all the sports in Anthony Edwards, maybe they'll just roll over and die for
That's a
us.
great way to put
that.
Confidence.
Absolutely
Like
did not happen.
He is.
Yeah, he did. I mean, the dude's confidence is through the roof, of course. We all know that. So when I look at Game 4, obviously I don't expect another 40-point blowout, right? But you have to wonder, like, you can't give a team any sort of momentum in a 7-game series because you're not guaranteed to get it back. Now, I'm not saying that Oklahoma City is going to lose this. I don't know if they are, but I do expect this to be a closer game tonight because I think we're going to see an Oklahoma City team that we're accustomed to seeing in terms of, not playing with their food.
Yeah, and that's where, the one quote that I remember after the game was the fastball that they talked about that they got from Minnesota on the defense. And that was what Chris Finch was talking about. And he says, we just got to go out there and throw our best pitch. And to use the baseball analogy, he said, we're trying to do too much other stuff. We're trying to throw junk and all this stuff. He goes, we got to go with what we go. Well, what got us to this point. And I think that is, frankly, when I heard that, I thought about Shea. Because I was like, that is the ultimate sign of respect where they go, this guy is that good that we got to try some different stuff. Because if not, but then it's like throwing a fastball to Aaron Judge. Sometimes they still hit that out of the park. And that's where tonight, if Chris Finch in Minnesota want to stick with that, what does Shea bring back to this now? What does he come back and say, all right, run the same thing and watch what I'm going to do tonight? Because I believe that he could see it coming and still hit it out of the park.
Yeah, it's one. When we look at playoff series are basically an adjustment to an adjustment to an adjustment to an adjustment. So, we saw Minnesota make the necessary adjustments in Game 3 to give them the opportunity to tie the series up tonight. But now, if you're Oklahoma City, you're looking at SGA, you're looking at Jalen Williams, and they're like, okay, well, Minnesota crowded the lane in Game 3. They made things a little bit more difficult on them. What are you going to do to make that adjustment to their adjustment? And I think we will see it tonight because this is a well-coached team. This is a disciplined team. But the problem could be this is a very confident Minnesota team as well. Even when they aren't shooting the ball well, which obviously they didn't do, especially in Game 1, if they see the ball go through the basket a couple of times, and that arena in Minnesota, once it gets rocking, it is hard to turn the decibel level down. So, and if you remember, Matt, in Game 3, they got the crowd into it early and often, and the crowd just got more and more feverish as the game went along. So if I'm Minnesota, I'm looking to do the exact same thing in Game 4. You have to use that crowd to your advantage because that's exactly what Oklahoma City does when they're at home.
It's crazy. You mentioned that, too. You're talking about Minnesota with a quote-unquote must-win game, backs against the wall. They're at home. They're dogs because the Thunder are 3.5-point favorites. Oh, wait, Oklahoma City went 32-8 on the road in the regular season. So they're a team that does not mind winning on the road. This is Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. But you got Justin Tinsley, Matt Fontana with you tonight as we get ready to go for Game 4 between the Thunder and the Wolves. Get some insight on both of these teams. We will start with that visiting team in the Oklahoma City Thunder. Here's Tim McMahon, ESPN NBA reporter on SportsCenter, giving his preview for OKC.
The Thunder were embarrassed by their Game 3 effort. Chet Holmgren was asked about the execution defense. He was like, execution wasn't even a factor. We didn't play with enough force or physicality to get to the execution stage of things. But, as Jalen Williams said this morning, they just weren't themselves. They didn't do any of the little things or, frankly, the big things that put them in this position this season. They're determined to, get back to being the team that they've been all season. And look, they've been on the winning side of blowouts. They understand that it's still one win, in this case, one loss. But as Alex Caruso said, it does hurt the pride a little bit when you have that sort of performance. So they will have some pride on the line tonight. We'll see how that affects their performance.
That was Tim McMahon, ESPN NBA reporter, giving the preview for Oklahoma City. And, Justin, that's a good point I thought Tim brought up, where when you're a dominant team like the Thunder have been for most of the season, number one seed and all that, humbling can happen at any point, and they obviously have lost games before. But at this point, to have that, to still kind of have that pride, I guess, kind of as he relayed what Alex Caruso said, I guess the Thunder could do one of two things. Wish it away and just say, hey, one game that's it, we're moving forward, or say, no, we take offense to that. And we don't want to lose by 40 points. That's not who we are. and they come out with a vengeance tonight. I'd rather have, the latter in that. It sounds like that's what they're going to shoot for tonight.
Sometimes when teams get blown out, especially in the playoffs, it's like, all right, do we watch game film on this? Do we dwell on this game? Or do we, like they said, do we use that as motivation? I think they're going to use that Game 3 performance as motivation. I think we're going to see a much more disciplined and, well-executing team in Oklahoma City. Now, the problem is they gave Minnesota that confidence. So what is Minnesota going to do to make sure that, if they can send this back to Oklahoma City tied 2-2, then it's a completely different series. We talk about this Oklahoma City team that hasn't lost. Obviously, they won 68 games, so they didn't lose a lot during the regular season. But now you have a best-of-3 series. And, yes, you are the best team in the league, but this is when things get crunchy. This is when things get tight. So if you're Oklahoma City, this isn't a must-win game, but this is a game you absolutely don't want to lose, because if you lose this game, then the series basically starts all over. It's a best-of-3 to the finish, and you've given this Minnesota team confidence. Anthony Edwards had a great game in Game 3. He led the charge. Julius Randle had a great game. A lot of those points came when the game was pretty much already decided, but you gave him confidence going into this game. So it's a must-win for Minnesota, but you damn sure should win if you're Oklahoma City.
Well, I agree with you. It's a must-win for Minnesota. How are they going to do that? Here's Dave McMenamin, ESPN NBA reporter on SportsCenter, giving the preview for the T-Wolves.
There's two areas of the game certainly they'd love to have the same type of success in. Defending without fouling. And when you think about that, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 29 free throw attempts in games 1 and 2 combined, just 4 in Game 3. And a lot of that had to do with Jaden McDaniels being the primary defender on the MVP. And he says, man, my arms are so long, sometimes they get caught in places I don't even intend them to be. But him being smart enough to keep his hands away from the refs being able to call him for fouls. 0 fouls called against McDaniels against SGA in Game 2. And then it comes to their offense hitting their three-point shots. They went 20 for 40 from deep in Game 3. That was after going just 26 for 90 in Games 1 and 2. Dante DiVincenzo said this morning that a lot of that three-point making was coming down to quick decision-making on many times on behalf of Anthony Edwards, and then everybody else shooting with rhythm and confidence.
That was Dave McMenamin giving the preview tonight for Minnesota as they are facing Oklahoma City, trying to avoid going down 3-1. And what he talked about there, Justin, as well, was that defense, certainly talking about Jaden McDaniels, but even what Mike Conley had to say, too, about physicality. And he said we have to bring that physical nature. And I think what Dave was talking about there with Jaden McDaniels, it is kind of that feeling out process of, listen, we know it's the playoffs, we know refs kind of let things go, but that sometimes can be like on hard body checks, and you're like, okay, that. I always watch, are they going to call the hand fouls? Are they going to call that, reaching in, I want to say ticky-tack, because they can be fouls, but that's where I think maybe Jaden McDaniels kind of figured this out. Now I'm waiting to see what that adjustment's going to be on how Shai is going to be maybe more aggressive now to try to take advantage of that as much as Jaden McDaniels is.
That's the beautiful thing about this, because it's all one big chess match, right? How refs were calling the game in Game 2 or Game 3 may not be how they're going to call it in Game 4. So both teams are going to come out with an intensity, and we'll see how the actual referees respond to this, because I think they're just as important as both teams in this game. So, again, this is Oklahoma City. They got punched in the mouth. The intensity levels were night and day in terms of both teams. And Minnesota understands that this is a prideful team. This is a team that doesn't lose 2 games in a row. They've only lost 2 games in a row twice all year, and once was in November. So they're getting Oklahoma City's best effort tonight.
Yeah, and it's going to be that counter as well, because even if Minnesota, I think it's hard to sit there and just say, listen, we're going to go back to what we're going to do, because you've allowed what? SGA and Chet Holmgren, all the rest of these guys to have some time to think about it as well. Well, we've seen billion-dollar athletes before, but a different type of billion-dollar superstar. We'll tell you who it is. It's next, right here on Game Night.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
I'm Matt Wade of the Able Law Firm. If you or a loved one have been injured in an auto accident, we're here to help. For over 50 years, our team at Able Law Firm has been helping injured Oklahomans, and our attorneys have recovered nearly $1 billion in settlements for our clients. We're ready to fight for you and make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Don't wait to get the help you need. Visit ablelawfirm.com for a free consultation. We're ready, we're willing, we're able.
When you need us, call the firm. We are able. Craving seafood? Come hungry to Catfish Cove with locations in Norman and Yukon. Pile your plate high with hot hand-breaded catfish, fresh seafood, and a full salad and hot bar loaded with made-from-scratch sides, sauces, and dressings. Plus, Catfish Cove is now serving up all-you-can-eat crab legs every day, not just weekends. Every meal feels like a family gathering, and no visit's complete without the homemade ice cream, cobblers, and cakes. Whether you're a seafood lover, a salad fan, or just want the dessert, there's something for everyone, and it's all you can eat. Catfish Cove, where fresh Southern comfort meets all-you-can-eat indulgence. Make sure to be on time to thesportsanimal.com Friday at 8:20 a.m. to purchase a $50 gift certificate to Catfish Cove for half price. There's only a limited number available, so be on time. It's the sweet deal of the week with Catfish Cove and thesportsanimal.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Come raise a beer. The playoffs are here. Both Twin Peaks OKC locations encourage you to wear your team colors and join the liveliest watch parties in our awesome lodge setting. Wall-to-wall screens, great menu shareables. It's Twin Peaks for the win.
Hello, folks. Mad Max right here with my buddy Greg Herndon. We go back since 1983 together. We have buyers all over the country bringing back fresh repos. Summertime is here. Black on black, leathered up Mustang, a 2020 Mustang. $10 down, only $239 a month with a premium package, $239 a month. Don't ever prejudge your credit, folks. If you've been told you're upside down and you can't trade your car in, these cars will get you right side up and sometimes cash back and lower your payments.
Stock number AP 1042, 84 months at 6.99% WAC.
The deals are automatic at Automax. OKC Parks has the cool getaway you need from the hot summer sun. Enjoy the slides and diving boards at our 2 family aquatic centers or cool off at any of our 16 spray grounds. Swim lessons also available or book the pool for a party. okc.gov/aquatics for more info.
Family Leisure Memorial Day sale going on now. Dive into summer with pools starting at $78 a month. Patio furniture up to 70% off. Deep discounts on in-ground pools, spas, game tables, massage chairs, and outdoor play gyms. Create the perfect outdoor oasis for your family.
Well, family and fun come together.
98.1 FM WWLS, the Sports Animal. Home of the dominant duo with Jim and Al. Ultimate. Weekday afternoons at 4. 98.1 FM WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Broadcasting sponsored by Broadcasting sponsored by Personal Injury Lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit Oklahoma City, the Sports Animal, a Cumulus station. This is the Oklahoma City Thunder Forecast pregame show.
Built by the Metal Store, Oklahoma's premier manufacturer of metal roofing and metal buildings in Oklahoma. Now on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
The Oklahoma City Thunder hope to take a commanding 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Finals tonight in Minnesota. Welcome into the Mental Store Thunder forecast. I'm Gideon Hamilton, about an hour and a half away from tip-off, and here to help get us ready for tonight's game, we've got Matt Ravis, who is hanging over at Social Capital. That'll be a great place to check out the game if you need a spot, and we're going to talk about Game 4. But before we do that, Matt, it's now a 2-1 series lead for Oklahoma City, and so much of what happened in the Game 3 blowout win for Minnesota was dictated on Minnesota's terms. So we're going to set that aside for just a moment before we talk about the Wolves, and I'll ask you, in Game 3, what was different for OKC in terms of the things that they could control? What looked different from Games 1 and 2?
Yeah, and of course, because someone's going to listen and be like, well, that was the cause of Minnesota. That was their fault. That was the reason why this X happened. And, yeah, that's the case in every game. Basketball's not played in a vacuum. But as far as what Oklahoma City controlled in that game, or what they could have controlled better, was their urgency. And that is both talking about, on offense, not holding the ball, not sitting on it, making quick decisions, either dribbling or passing or shooting it, just making better decisions and quicker decisions, playing at a faster pace in the half court, not managing Minnesota zone as well, in matching the level of physicality and really bringing the level of physicality from the beginning of the game that Minnesota needs to respond to, and not the other way around.
Yeah, it's one thing to be out-rebounded the way that Oklahoma City was in that game, and maybe that's part of this bonsai attack from Minnesota, where their energy was just substantially above everything that Oklahoma City did across the board. But it's another thing to be out-offensive rebounded by more than 2 times by a team that shoots almost 20 percentage points better than you. I thought that was kind of indicative of the way that this thing played out in terms of the effort for both of these teams. And some of that is kind of happenstance. Some things, you get some long rebounds, things bounce your way, but that's something that can't happen when you miss 51 shots. You can't give up more than twice as many offensive rebounds to the other team.
And there's an element of shot making too. I don't think Minnesota's going to shoot as well from 3, but when you're looking at that, I think that's about 10 spots down the list in reasons as why the Thunder lost that game. Yeah. It looked ugly at the end, but I thought it all started from the beginning. And so typically we don't see this Thunder team way behind the 8 ball after just one quarter, but when you're down by 20 after one quarter, it's really difficult. And so they did make a little bit of a run after halftime. That was quickly answered by Minnesota. I do think that you're going to see some runs by both teams continuing in this series. So I think it's about when that opposing run does come, accepting that punch and then countering with one of your own.
Let me ask you this again before we dive back in to the Wolves, who were certainly the aggressor in Game 3. We know it is at stake for Minnesota because it would be historically improbable for them to come back not only from a 3-1 deficit, but a 3-1 deficit against a team that won almost 70 games and also has 2 out of the remaining 3 games on their home floor. So we know how massive this game is for Minnesota in terms of the discrepancy of their chances of winning the series. And you can downplay this because I feel like it's kind of in that middle range for Oklahoma City in this one. They've done the work necessary to get to the point where it doesn't crush them if they lose this game. But in terms of the stakes of this one, I don't think it's one that you can just play off if you lose of, now it's tied and they still have home court advantage. You get what I mean?
No, I do get what you mean, and I would agree with you. There's a mental aspect to that as well, and then there's the aspect of just in Game 3. I mean, you could have accepted, I think, a close loss. Would it have been disappointing? Yeah, it would have been disappointing. A 10-point loss would have been disappointing, but I feel like the one thing you could not have happen was what happened in Game 3. So, I know that this is a must-win for Minnesota, and they're going to have a big level of desperation. Even if the Thunder lose this one, they're still in the driver's seat. They're still going to be favored to win this series, but there's a big difference mentally, optically, spiritually, however you want to say it, between 3-1 and 2-2.
Let's go and get to our injury report. This is brought to you by Able Law Firm.
This is the Thunder Injury Report, sponsored by the Able Law Firm. The the personal injury lawyers you can trust to take care of you. Now on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
And everybody's good to go for this one. Matt, did you see the replay where Chet turned his ankle in Game 3? It went sideways a little bit. I was kind of concerned when it happened, but he was able to come back in there and play. But that was really the only thing that I noticed for either team in Game 3.
Yep, and a little concerned about that, but everybody's playing through something. Good news.
Okay, well, let's talk about Minnesota. And, of course, this is a speculative business. We have no idea how things are going to play out in this game in the fourth quarter. But from their perspective in Game 3, let's see what side the dial is more on, because there's a little bit of both. It's a combination of factors, but where do you think the dial leans more to? Was Game 3 for Minnesota and the way they played more of an aberration, or do you think it was more of a return to form?
I think we will find out what happens this game, certainly in the next couple. I don't think Minnesota is going to play differently. They are going to play like it was a return to form for them and not an aberration. Like they are going to guard the Oklahoma City Thunder probably the rest of the series the way that they guarded them. So, yeah, of course there's some middle ground there. But I will tell you, there's not many teams in the NBA this year that has a bigger difference between their floor and their ceiling. Like when they're not clicking, it can be ugly. But, man, when they are gunning and they're running at full speed, it's something to watch. And there's a big variance with this Minnesota team, and so they're looking at it definitely as a return to form.
We heard Tim McMahon on ESPN before we came on the show, and I had looked at some numbers into this, and we're going to talk about Minnesota's overall defensive approach. But one of the interesting things about that, Matt, is it was guard out high anybody. Isaiah Hartenstein was picked up 5 feet beyond the three-point line. Lou Dort was taken off the ball, and that can be very disruptive. Even if it's not a primary ball handler, all of a sudden your motion and everything that you do is kind of derailed. But this wasn't the two-out trap that we saw in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the regular season. That button can still be pushed at some point, but why I think that they played off of him a little bit more is, even though SGA only played 28 minutes, he had 4 free throw attempts in the game. Oklahoma City lost 2 of their last 3 regular season games. In those 2 of their last regular season games that the SGA played in. In those 2, SGA had a combined 2 free throw attempts. Those were the games against the Rockets and the Lakers that they lost. Outside of that, he had 8 or more free throw attempts, 29 of the last 37 games. And in the 8 where he didn't, several of those he had 6 or 7. Double digits, he had 21 out of the 29. And this is really when Oklahoma City is surging late in the year, when they put together that long winning streak. And so Oklahoma City's offense is not solely dependent on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander getting to the free throw line a lot, but you can align games where he doesn't get there too much and some of the lack of success. And I think that lower pickup point, Matt, is there's no side saddle. That's Shai's thing, where he'll have somebody on his hip. It's on the right side of the lane. He always gets a foul called on that. And then there's no right or left underhook. And that's somebody where they pick him out high. He gets the first step. And then when they're recovering alongside of him, he goes straight up under their arm, whether they're on the right or left side of him. And if they're not out front with him, he can't do either of those.
I think that's extraordinarily well broken down. The only thing I'll add is they're picking up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 35 feet out, as opposed to in Game 1 and Game 2 where it was 46 feet and 48 feet. And as soon as he gets that defender on his hip, it's game over. Either you're giving him an easy look, or you're having to do something, or he can hook you, and it's just a disadvantageous spot to be in. You've already lost that possession. You're putting your defense in rotation at that point. And so I think what that is happening and why Minnesota is going to continue to play this way is when they play close, it negates their length, and it makes it easier to foul Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and J-Dub whenever you give more space on their drives. And Jaden McDaniels is very good at anticipating and can kind of hang back and remain on the balls of his feet. And then Rudy Gobert was in that super deep drop coverage in game one, in game two. That went away, and now he's pushing up a little bit, and so he's able to get in on them. And so what they're doing is they're mixing up the pickup points and they're mixing up the coverages. And every once in a while, you will see that trap out front. You even saw that with Rudy Gobert in the first quarter of that game. So Minnesota's just done a really, really good job of mixing it up, because if you do the same thing every time, it becomes very, very predictable. And they've negated the Thunder's ability to get to the free throw line, and that's where Shai, J-Dub, and others have to make their own adjustment.
All right, Matt, tell us what's going on at Social Capital tonight.
Yeah, Gideon, we always hang out here before pre-games or before away games, rather. Our home away from home, 517 South Hudson Avenue, right across from Scissortail Park. And there's a ton of Thunder fans in here, which we'd love to see that. One of the designated watch zones. You might be heading over to the Paycom Center for the Loud City Live event. Be a great spot before or after the game tonight. Great food, great drinks here at Social Capital, 517 South Hudson.
All right, when we return, we'll talk about things from Minnesota's point of view and what they hope to continue from Game 3, and also a key adjustment to the adjustment that Matt and I talked about in the aftermath of that game that we anticipate for Oklahoma City to counteract what Minnesota is doing defensively. That's when we return. You're listening to the Metal Store Thunder Forecast.
The Repo Depot is going on strong right here at Automax Used Cars, right here on I-40 in Sunny Lane in Dell City. $10 down. Take over payments on anything on the lot. And remember, folks, we have one of the greatest service departments around for the least amount of money. If you've bought a car anywhere else and you need some service work done or just your oil change, come check us out. The Automax Super Service Center, right here at I-40 in Sunny Lane in Dell City. We've been here for years, folks. Call 405-606-4000 or go to automaxok.com.
The deals are automatic at Automax. OKC Parks and Recreation's registration for competitive and recreation soccer leagues is now open to individuals and adults ages 4 and up. Tryouts for 405 FC Youth Competitive Leagues is June 3rd and 4th. For more info, visit okc.gov/parks.
The Frontmen. 3 dynamic voices, 30 #1 hits, 30 million records sold. The Frontmen are coming to Newkirk Friday, June 27th. Country's hottest supergroup, the voices of Lone Star, Restless Heart, and Little Texas come together one night at Seven Clans First Council Casino in Newkirk. Tickets are on sale now at the Players Club, sevenclans.com, or ticketstorm.com. Don't miss the Frontmen at Seven Clans First Council Casino in Newkirk.
Spring quarter horse racing at Remington Park rolls into May, with the biggest races of the season still on the schedule. The weekly racing schedule is Thursday through Saturday at 6 p.m., Sundays at 4 p.m. An extra night of racing takes place Wednesday, May 28th. The final night of the month is the biggest night of the season, Champions Night on Saturday, May 31st. The grand finale features Oklahoma's richest race, the $1 million Heritage Place Futurity. Add to your racing fun with never-ending Remington Park Casino jackpot play. Parking and admission are always free. See RemingtonPark.com for all post times. Let your heart race through May at Remington Park.
OKC, let's cheer for a championship. And Academy Sports and Outdoors has all the basketball gear you need to rep your team on its epic run. Swing by your local Academy store today or shop online at academy.com to find officially licensed jerseys, tees, caps, and accessories. Plus, get more athletic looks from top brands like Nike and 47 brand for game-changing style. So get ready to show who has the best team and fans today with official gear from Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Who's gonna win big?
Rainbow that comes down with a pot of gold at the bottom of it, baby.
Sponsored by Lucky Star Casino, home of the most winners and the biggest payouts. Now on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Metal Store Thunder Forecast. Gideon Hamilton here inside our Sports Animal Studios. Matt Ravis is over at Social Capital. Who's going to win big? The odds makers think the Thunder are going to win big tonight. They're a 3.5-point favorite in this game. Oklahoma City was a 2.5-point favorite in Game 3. So odds makers think that Game 3 was a little bit of an aberration for OKC, and they're going to bounce back and take a 3-1 series lead tonight. Well, let's talk about Minnesota and some of the things that are potentially sustainable or that you're at least able to revisit, both from a planning and performance standpoint. And Matt, I want to start off with Chris Finch's comments after the game. If we want to compete with them, we have to extend our bench a little bit. And not only did their typical reserves play better and shoot better, along with most of the rest of the team, but they also gave some earlier minutes to Terrence Shannon Jr., who Thunder fans might be familiar with from playing against Oklahoma City a couple of different times in February, where he actually played quite well against Oklahoma City. And I heard on NBA radio, their television analyst, echo our thoughts on Terrence, and that is he is just on the edge of being out of control every time he has, and then he will end up pulling off, some really efficient play when you think there's no way that play is going to end up like that. And Terrence scored early and often during his minutes for the Wolves. Now, is this a Julian Strother situation where, hey, it was just one game? Or do you think that he can replicate at least a solid performance in a handful of minutes off the bench tonight?
I think it's difficult for young players to be consistent in general in the NBA playoffs. It's easier at home, as we've seen with Strother's situation, and it just takes one big moment. But, he's an older rookie. He's 24. I think he's got lots of experience, and he does play on that knife's edge. But what I like about him is the effort and some of the other things that he gives you, the ability to play in transition, the ability to create off of the bounce. And then I think you can live with some of the misses in the three-point shooting with him because – your other choices are Dante DiVincenzo. I mean, it's not like he's been shooting the lights out either. Nikhil Alexander-Walker, so he can provide them something. And so he said himself that you're going to continue to see Terrence Shannon Jr. in this series, and it's tough to trust a guy like that. We'll see if that trust gets paid off. Conventional wisdom would tell you to bet against that, though.
And not necessarily to the degree of how well Anthony Edwards shot the ball in Game 3, but also those 2 steals that led to dunks early. It continues to rebound the ball well for them. Just his assertiveness. Is this something that is Anthony might be able to replicate in this game? Again, we're not talking about 12 of 17, but just a little bit more of what we've seen from him over the last couple of games.
I think that's replicable for sure. Now, he's also young, and there can be some inconsistent moments there, but he is he's a lifter whenever he's out there. When he's playing well, he raises their ceiling, and he's when you talk about all-time Minnesota Timberwolves in the playoffs, I mean, he surpassed Kevin Garnett in terms of his production. So that would be something that you do bet on, is him continuing his good play. Now, does it look more like Games 2 or Game 3? Because I thought he played well in Game 2. Mm-hmm. It just didn't really resonate on the scoreboard or necessarily on the box score as well. But from a shot-making perspective, he was obviously better and just about led the game for either team in just about every statistical category, every major one.
Now, this one, I don't. This one might be on the other edge of the dial, the other edge of the meter, because one of the things that I was shocked by or surprised by, I guess, in Game 3 was Rudy Gobert was kind of allowed by Oklahoma City to hold the ball, whether it was in just quick stuff on reversals or where he's got the ball waiting for a dribble handoff. That can't happen. Rudy will give you the ball if you blitz him the way that Minnesota's defense did to non-ball handlers against Oklahoma City. And I think that enabled Rudy to stay in the game where he was more effective defensively. And we talked about that after Game 3 as well. So I might anticipate a little bit more pressure. People will say, why in the world would you pick him up that high? But I would pick him up that high because I think he might give you the ball.
Well, he's an elite screener, too. So if you give them an opportunity, Ant-Man an opportunity to get downhill or one of their ball handlers to get downhill, major advantage for Minnesota. So I wonder, Gideon, if that's where you could see some smaller lineups. I don't know if the starting lineup would change. Mark Daigneault, I know, has done that at times this year. Typically, when you're up 2-1, you don't see that. Maybe that's a next game thing. But I'm just talking about lineups within the game. Like maybe you see more Case and Wallace as opposed to Chet and Hartenstein out there together, and then that way you can get handsy and create some more of those turnovers because it was just it was too easy for Rudy Gobert to remain on the floor in that game.
And the reason why he's so far out, despite the fact that he's not even an offensive threat at all in this game, is two-pronged, Matt, and that's you set that screen high up, and if it's effective enough, you're going to give some freedom to the ball handler there. And then the second prong of that is it keeps him out of the lane to where those guys can then go operate or find a cutter.
No, it's whenever he is able to make that impact on offense, it's extremely advantageous for Minnesota because in games 1 and 2 he was completely ignored basically by Oklahoma City, even off of the roll. They weren't even really treating him as much of a lob threat. So.
Let's talk about Minnesota's bench shooting, and this was a point of frustration. And we heard, coming from Minnesota, that they weren't lacking in confidence, these guys that were shooting the ball poorly, but it was more of just frustration knowing that this is not their kind of game. Missing a lot of open three-point shots, and it's not going to be to the degree that it was in Game 3. Probably not, anyway, where Reed, DiVincenzo, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker were a combined 6 of 9, but still Naz Reid knocks down his first 2 3-point shots of the entire series. Dante had really, really struggled there, and now guys are starting to see some shots go down. So whether that is the familiarity or comfort of home floor, or it's just the flip side of what we talked about, prior to the game where, hey, eventually these guys are good enough where they will make a shot or two.
What's so frustrating about watching Oklahoma City and their shooting really all playoffs long is because you've had some good opportunities, you just cannot pay it off. And Minnesota had struggled through the first couple games with that, but it's multifaceted. It has the scoreboard effect, obviously, of putting pressure on the other team, and if you can pay off the possession with a 3, obviously that's the best result. Outside of getting fouled and in converting the free throw on that, but it has an effect beyond that of bringing Oklahoma City outside of the paint and making them not be able to pack the paint so effectively, and then everything is a little bit scattered from there. Now this Thunder team can scramble, and I think that's part of why I'm advocating for maybe a little more single big minutes and even some smaller lineups, more minutes there this series. But when Minnesota is hitting threes, it has an effect, obviously, beyond just the scoreboard.
And you want to talk about, maybe for me anyway, and I'll gladly be proven wrong here, but the maybe ultimate unsustainable thing for Minnesota, and that is having far fewer turnovers than Oklahoma City in a game. It's difficult to see that happening again in this series. And Matt, the Wolves playing with a lot more offensive freedom there and playing with more pace and still had more ball control than Oklahoma City. So it was easy to see with Minnesota's defensive pressure amping up that the Thunder might give the ball away more. I thought the Wolves still would, but they were relatively clean in that game.
No, they executed well offensively. They are not a good passing team. Like they're just not. Mike Conley, he leads the Timberwolves in on off this series. He's a plus 31. I think a lot of that is just because there's nobody else who can really do what he does in terms of organizing the offense. Ant-Man is obviously incredibly dynamic off the dribble, but can be turnover prone. Julius Randle is turnover prone, and when Thunder aren't getting those turnovers and able to turn that defense into offense, that's the formula we've seen whenever these teams get avalanched, and you saw that in the previous couple games in this series. So, and I thought a lot of that started early. We talk about complacency and lack of urgency. That wasn't just on defense, like pressuring the ball and getting up into guys. It's not making decisive decisions. Not holding on to the ball, not passing it. And that a lot of that starts with Shea, and there's a little bit of carelessness there.
All right, Matt, tell us what's going on at Social Capital. I know that'll be a fun place to watch the game tonight, right?
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of Thunder fans in here getting ready. I know the weather is kind of iffy today, but maybe just bookmark this for another day in this playoff run. The rooftop patio here, I tell you this every time, Gideon, I would put it up with any patio in Oklahoma City. Great views of the skyline and of Scissortail Park, and it's right across from Scissortail Park on Hudson Avenue, social capital.
All right, and coming up next, we're going to give you some breaking news on our state teams in baseball, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma, and where they're headed in the postseason. We'll also discuss an incredible series going on in the Eastern Conference, where it's been a long time since there have been 3 games to start a conference finals that have been this close, and we had more magic in Game 3. We'll get to that when we come back. You're listening to the Meadow Store Thunder Forecast.
Golf USA. The game you love is back. So this season, why not lower your handicap and elevate your game by visiting Golf USA? With the biggest brands in the game, paired with the team that's helped Oklahoma golfers some 30-plus years, Golf USA is Oklahoma's golf store. A top 100 club fitter by Golf Digest, Ping, Mizuno, and Callaway. It's Golf USA at 14040 Joel McDonald Drive, just west of Quail Springs Mall, where fitting is still free. Golf USA.
Before you go to play, come to Golf USA.
It's summertime in Oklahoma, and now it's time to set your goals to better yourself.
And what better way to better yourself than taking care of your eyes?
There are a lot of places that say they can improve your vision.
But only one place that gets it right the first time: Advanced Laser and Cataract Center.
If you're in your 40s or older and you've been diagnosed with cataracts,
or you're thinking about improving your vision, then there's only one person you need to go see.
That's our friend Dr. Bilardo at Advanced Laser and Cataract Center. Sure, you can go anywhere for basic cataract surgery.
Or if you're like me and you just need a permanent solution to your vision needs, then do like I did and go see Dr. B.
Like we've been telling you, it's not just about seeing clearly again.
That's right. It's about a life change, or at least it was for me. And Dr. Bilardo is here to transform your vision.
So give Dr. B a call at 405-755-7700 or visit alcok.com today.
And like we always say, if you want to see far
and you want to see near, you have to come here
to Advanced Laser and Cataract Center.
That's it. This room is cursed. Everyone, basement.
Dad's superstitions have kind of been on point since we became gagillionaires with AT&T.
That's a foul. All right, to the attic.
Good thing our connection reaches everywhere.
These refs! Come on, kids. Backyard. We're building a shed.
Oh, not again.
Live like a gagillionaire. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi and stream the game in any room. AT&T Extended Wi-Fi coverage service plan required. Limited availability. Visit att.com/all-fi to check eligibility.
Family Leisure Memorial Day sale going on now. Dive into summer with pools starting at $78 a month. Patio furniture up to 70% off. Deep discounts on semi-in-ground pools, spas, game tables, massage chairs, and outdoor play gyms. Create the perfect outdoor oasis for your family.
Family and fun come together.
It's time to go inside the paint for tonight's game.
Don't get caught watching a paint dry.
Sponsored by Boomerang Diner. It all starts here. Visit boomerangdiner.com for a location near you.
Hey, welcome back to the Metal Store Thunder Forecast. Gideon Hamilton and Matt Ravis getting you set for Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. This one in Minnesota. Tip-off just a little more than an hour away. And quickly, before we dive back into the NBA, Matt wanted to give a shout-out to the OU Sooners and the Oklahoma State Cowboys for both qualifying for the NCAA tournament in baseball this year. For Oklahoma, it's a trip to the Chapel Hill Regional, where they'll be the number 2 seed. They'll take on Nebraska in their opening game. So the Cornhuskers are the number 3 seed there. And then there was a question as to whether Oklahoma State would get in. They do get in. They'll be headed to Athens. Georgia will be the host team there. Oklahoma State will play number 2 seeded Duke in their opener. So we'll see how these guys do. Kind of a tale of 2 ends to the season and a tale of 2 starts, as Oklahoma was one of the best teams in the country midway through the year. By the record, Oklahoma State got off to that slow start. Then Oklahoma, rough ride in conference play. Oklahoma State, a strong finish. And now they're going to see what they can do in what I think will be 2 very difficult regionals.
Great time of year, though. I mean, you're talking about all postseason sports. Everything just has such high stakes, and watching all this softball as well as the baseball. And congrats to both the state teams for getting into the postseason.
All right, let's go ahead and talk about the Eastern Conference Finals, and we had more magic in this one in Game 3. What a fantastic series this has been, and the New York Knicks get a victory on the road. So if you're keeping score at home, so far in this year's postseason, the Pacers are 6-0 in Games 1 and 2. They're 0-3 in Game 3, and the good sign for them is they're 4-0 so far in Games 4 and 5. But the Knicks hope to even this thing up in Indiana tomorrow night. They have the opportunity to do so, Matt, because they came back from 20 points down in the second half. Karl Anthony Towns scores 20 points by himself in the fourth quarter. They outscore the Pacers by 16 and get a big, big victory.
If it used to be, like, I don't know, Gideon, 20 years ago, that a 20-point comeback in the NBA was like an 8, at least out of 10, stunning to you, what is a 20-point comeback now? Because that is almost routine, these 20-point comebacks. I mean, I think it's probably like, I don't know, 4 or a 5 out of 10. It is still pretty monumental, especially in the postseason, but we've just seen that so many times. And how many times have the New York Knicks been involved on one side or the other? But the Knicks dug into their bench a little bit more. They did have the starting rotation changed a little bit. I don't know how big of an effect that had on the game. And then I guess if you're the Pacers, you're a little bit worried about the injury, the ankle for Aaron Nesmith. He hobbled off with maybe 6 minutes left to go in the third quarter. He returned a little bit later, but this will be it'll be a big time Game 4, no doubt about it.
They're listing him as a game-time decision for Game 4, so hopefully he'll be able to go. And the one thing that was missing for the Indiana Pacers, who have had at least to the point where Game 3 began, one of the best shooting postseasons that any team has had in the history of this league. Things dropped off for them, especially in the second half, Matt, where they finished 44% for the game and only 5 of 25 from three-point range.
Yikes. That can happen to some of these teams that are really, really hot shooting in the postseason. That can only last for so long, and it's such a funny thing because, like, what can you pinpoint? Because a lot of times it doesn't have a whole lot to do with shot difficulty. Like, sometimes you can get wide open looks and miss them. Sometimes you can have difficult looks and make them. I know that in terms of the shot quality metrics, the Pacers have been down there somewhat. So I guess you could look at that regression as not all that surprising, but we'll find out. Also, they have not won a Game 3 this entire postseason. That's kind of strange. But they're 4-0 in Games 4 and 5.
What do you think about the change with Josh Hart going to the bench? Josh still played a majority of the game. He was the key reserve for them. But Mitchell Robinson got the start at the beginning of the game. Plus minus were negligible. They're both completely different players. But if there was somebody in the league that you would say is probably not going to change up their lineup, it would be somebody like Tom Thibodeau. But he went there in Game 3, and it ended up, in terms of the result, paying off.
I love it, man. I love it, because especially when Josh Hart comes out and says, that was my idea, actually. You know, he's asked about, like, how does that make you feel? Because some guys, of course, Carmelo Anthony's reaction here in Oklahoma City on Media Day will resonate forever. They think I'm coming off a bench. Like, some guys won't even entertain it. But he said, I've been the 15th man, I've been the 3rd man, the 6th man, like, whatever. And I think the starting lineup is one of those things that looks really good if you're a starter. But what matters is what you do when you come into the game and who the coach trusts in big-time moments in the game. So, yeah, by the numbers, it was kind of negligible. But at the same time, I just think that is and it's one of those cliche sports things, but I really believe in it. That sets the tone. And when a guy like him is sacrificing in that way, you can't underscore it, because not everybody would have the same idea or reaction to that idea that he did.
This series continues to be fantastic, very highly rated for the league. The Knicks continue to be kind of a cardiac team, Matt. You wonder how long this is going to last, where they've now played 15 games in this postseason, and 10 of those have been within 2 points in the final minute of action, and they've been able to win their fair share. And it's not always gonna go your way. So if you get tripped up at the wrong time, and who knows, that could be Game 4, then this thing could be close to ending.
I give them more credit for going out and taking that game than really giving the Pacers any kind of, casting any kind of aspersions on them. But it's amazing because both teams feel like probably they've left some on the table. So Jalen Brunson's got to be better, but he's been so good for them for the entire postseason. But that is, I think, one of the more entertaining series that I can remember in a while, which is this series there's a lot of storylines, but there's not been a competitive finish through 3 games. It's really been a lot of home teams winning big.
Yep. For this Knicks Pacers series, first time in several years in the NBA that a conference finals, each of the first 3 games decided within 6 points or fewer. All right, coming up next, we will take you to Minnesota. We'll be joined by the voice of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Matt Pinto, to discuss what changed for Minnesota in Game 3 and what the Thunder hope to do better in Game 4 to take a commanding 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. Gideon Hamilton here. Insider Sports Animal Studios. Matt Ravis is hanging out at Social Capital tonight, which would be a great place to watch the game. And you're listening to the Metal Store Thunder Forecast.
Spring is rainy season here in Oklahoma. And if you're like me and you have dogs, they are tracking red dirt in and out of the house, and in some cases mud. Thank you, Zero Res, for the insanely clean carpets. It's what you're looking for. No one can clean like Zero Res because only Zero Res cleans with ZR water. No soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals. Zero Res's ZR water technology cleans and sanitizes your surfaces without the use of detergents or harsh chemicals, which means your carpet stays cleaner longer, unlike other carpet cleaning companies. Check their Google reviews. They got a 4.9 rating with over 2,500 reviews. And they've got a great offer going on right now. 2 rooms of carpet clean for $109 plus a free hallway. 25% off area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Call now at 405-606-7030 or you can book online at ZeroResOKC.com. Zero Res. Spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident? Unsure of where to turn for help? Call our friend J.R. Holmesy. He specializes in personal injury cases, fighting for the compensation you deserve. He will fight for you from start to finish. Right, Jim? You put your money where your mouth is. And you and Julie hired J.R. Holmesy when you had your accident.
Yeah, that's right, Al. And you know what? Julie and I just got our settlement the other day, and he did an incredible job. JR is the best. He basically makes you a friend. JR Holmesy, if you have a car accident, no matter how bad it is, that's the man you need. JR Holmesy. I love the guy, and you will too. He's a great friend for Al, me, Julie, and he'll be yours as well. JR Holmesy. Don't wait. If you've been injured in an accident, call J.R. Holmesy at 405-524-1011. J.R. Holmesy and Associates. Justice, recovery, hope. JRHolmesy.com.
It's time to hear from the voice of the Thunder. Now, Matt Pinto joins Gideon Hamilton on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
Hey, we're back here on the Metal Store Thunder Forecast, just about an hour away from the Thunder taking on the Timberwolves in Game 4 of the conference finals. I'm Gideon Hamilton, and we're about to be joined by Matt Pinto. Before that, let's hear from Matt Ravis, who's hanging out at Social Capital. Matt?
Yeah, this is one of the designated Thunder watch zones. It'd be a great place for you to catch the Thunder game tonight. Great events here at Social Capital as well. Bunko, bingo, karaoke, live DJ, brunch. These are all things just happening throughout the rest of the week. So check out their social media, Social Capital OKC on socials. For more details on that, we'll be here for away games here at 517 South Hudson Avenue, Social Capital.
All right, let's head up to Minnesota, and let's bring him in right now. The voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto, joins us. Matt, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good, guys. Anticipating this one big time.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, I think, between these two. And so, Matt, Oklahoma City scores the first 4, and then Minnesota outscores them 39-10 from there. And just identifying what was going on early and throughout the game, obviously there's a combination of factors that lead to that. But what earned the biggest slice of the pie for Minnesota in terms of how things were going in their favor?
I think it's surely the force with which they played. They played with pace. They brought physicality. They were not going to be denied Game 3 in their building, and you give them all the credit because the Thunder, for whatever reason, did not answer the bell in the same fashion and found themselves in a drastic hole at the end of one and never recovered. Wound up losing the game by 42, which is the worst ever playoff loss. So I know it got this team's attention. This team has been outstanding, coming off of losses during the regular season, 12-2, in the postseason, 3-0. Two of those wins off of losses, by the way, against Denver came by 30 or more points. I'm not suggesting that in Game 4 tonight, but it's simply this team, when it gets locked in, is really good, and they feel locked into me right now and recognize they can't come with regular season intensity in the Western Conference Finals and expect to survive. I think they'll bring the ratcheted, elevated level up and go for this game, recognizing nothing's going to be given to them from here, even being 2 wins away from the NBA Finals.
Yeah, Matt, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, because you're right. I mean, the Thunder have not lost consecutive games this postseason, and not only did they respond really well after losses this season, they usually responded emphatically. Of course, there's no guarantees in this league, but what goes into that mentality of being able to reset that way?
I just think it's human nature, Matt. Human nature sets in. As bizarre as it might sound to hear, when you're up 2-0 and when the first 2 wins at home have come, I'm not going to say easily, because the Thunder played, I thought, relatively well in both games, but I think they recognize maybe we're the better team here. And if we come and just, kind of do what we do in Minneapolis, maybe we'll have an opportunity to go up 3-0 instead of saying we're 2 wins away. We got to go grab this game, seize it in their building, land the first punch, put them on their heels, make them feel the pressure of going down 3-0. That never happened in Game 3 on Saturday. So I think, as I said, this team really learns well. They're in the lessons that they're absorbing, and they apply the learning from those lessons quickly, which is a big result that shows in their 15-2 record off of losses, regular and postseason.
Was there anything that you saw from Minnesota in Game 3 that you set aside outside of just the buzzsaw effect of that, where it was something that either a player or the team did well as a whole, and you thought, I actually thought that was going to happen, before this, that it wasn't just a byproduct of the nature of Game 3?
Yeah, they played with more force than they have at any point in this series in Game 3, and it really was from the outset. They did a better job extending their defensive pressure without allowing easy stuff inside. So their defense was connected. You saw Rudy Gobert chasing down guards on double teams out front, came up with 2 steals on the perimeter that triggered easy opportunities on the break. The Thunder did not protect the ball well, were not firm in recognizing they had to protect it, given the way the Wolves were looking to generate a feeding frenzy. And I credit Minnesota. They did adapt and adjust, and they made some changes in their schematic against the Thunder in Game 3, and it seemed like everything they rolled out there worked at a really high level.
This Minnesota team, if they win tonight, the series is still tied. The best of 3 at the Thunder with home court advantage. So I'm assuming they're not going to be any less desperate. They want to tie this up tonight. So what are a couple things, you mentioned the force and physicality and tone. What are a couple things that if we see early in this game will be a good sign for the Thunder?
Well, I think just that, the physicality. If they are beating Minnesota to the punch, if they're forcing Minnesota to make extra passes because they're beating them to spots defensively, which didn't happen in Game 3. If the Thunder close out and contest shots, mid-range and long-range, to not allow this team really shooting practice, 20 of 40 from three-point range. And the other thing to me that's going to be essential in this game is their defensive rebounding. It was the first game in this series, guys. The boards got completely away from the Thunder. They were down 50-31 at night's end and 20-7 in second chance points. They all kind of connect everything we're talking about, and it begins with a will to win the mini skirmishes that unfold in a Western Conference Finals Game 4. And the Thunder, I think, will address that with the tangible approach they bring. Then it's about the execution of getting to spots more quickly defensively, making certain you're connected offensively. You've seen what Minnesota did to you in Game 3, extending the defensive pressure while trying to keep the lane intact. Move it quickly, be assertive, be aggressive in attacking what they're doing to you, and make them pay for the gamble they're taking by extending their pressure out 40 feet from the basket.
Was Minnesota's shooting vastly improved? A lot of this was around the basket, Matt, where they had 50-some-odd points. They had 56 points in the paint to 42 for Oklahoma City, but they also made 23-point shots. Some of this was in the fourth quarter when reserves were playing. Was that, do you chalk that up to kind of a hot night for Minnesota, or was this kind of a return to form for some of the players that had been shooting poorly?
No, I don't see it as a return to form at all. I see it as the Thunder not bringing what they needed to bring. Again, they were behind the ball all night. what that does is it leaves you in rotation, and if your rotation's not crisp, it's really hard to recover against teams that space the floor effectively, and we're a really good three-point shooting team during the regular season, so they got clean looks at home. More of those tend to fall for role players, and when you're behind the ball the way the Thunder were in that first quarter, and when Anthony Edwards is in attack mode as he was, he outscores you 16-14. I think it ignites everybody. Terrence Shannon off the bench never played under duress in Game 3, and as a result of that, he's earned a rotational spot moving forward in the series. If the Thunder can apply pressure and put this team behind the 8 ball, which is what they did the first 2 games, I think the total dynamic of Game 4 shifts and changes dramatically tonight. We'll see. It's on the Thunder. Now, they've done it effectively all season, as we've said, and in the postseason, but it's on them to recognize they've got to go seize this moment and grab this game, not lay back and not allow the game to come to them tonight in Minneapolis.
Did you see anything in the way of Minnesota not allowing Shea to get in his spots, or rather maybe just defending him without fouling? Did you see them adjust anything there?
I think, he got to spots that he normally is successful at, but it came late in the shot clock. The Thunder did not play with great pace. They were taking the ball out of the net too often in Game 3, so they really didn't have the defense scrambling. It was locked in. They did a better job crowding the elbow areas where Shea likes to generate shots off the dribble, off high screens with ball movement. So I credit Minnesota again, but I don't think it was a case for the Thunder of not getting Shea the shots he normally takes and makes. I think he was out of rhythm. He was physically being attacked on the defensive end, which took some of the starch out of his offense. And again, I think everything Minnesota intended to get accomplished in Game 3, they pretty much did.
Last one, and I think you could probably put this in that same pocket of what happened in Game 4, but it still surprised me that you're playing guys that, like Terrence Shannon, for instance, that aren't customary. You've got some different lineups out there, and you're playing with an increased tempo, and they still only turn the ball over 10 times in that game. Did that surprise you, Matt, at all from Minnesota's standpoint, the way that they had performed so far in this series?
Well, if it were standard operating practice from the Thunder defense, yeah, it would have been a huge surprise, but it wasn't. And, I continue to reflect on that same thing. The Thunder did not bring what they needed to bring in Game 3 in terms of the intensity level, the physicality. That's got to be different in Game 4. If it is, you won't see Minnesota with 10 turnovers in this game. I guarantee that.
And, Matt, finally wanted to get your thoughts on the Eastern Conference Finals. And we had another dramatic game came down to the wire, and this was another big comeback. This time it was the Knicks who make a comeback from down 20 in this game. They were down double digits in the second half and made every play that they needed to down the stretch. You told us about the potential that the Knicks have been a better road team, and they were able to get that win in Game 3 and maybe turn this series on its head, but they're going to have to sustain here, and I don't think they can find themselves in too many more of these situations.
Yeah, the road court advantage in that series, right? Indiana twice comes back on the Knicks at MSG, and then the Knicks return the favor. I think Tom Thibodeau, based on desperation, went deeper into his bench. He's without Cameron Payne, so he calls on DeLon Wright in Game 3, dusting him off, and Landry Shamet. And both guys did, I thought, representative jobs in their minutes. I think the one thing that's revealed itself, guys, is that the Knicks can't thrive with Brunson and Towns on the floor at the same time because they're such defensive liabilities. They've got to, sort of alter their time on the floor rather than having them out there in tandem. I think it also allows both more space to work on the offensive end when they're not out there together. So I think that's going to be a dynamic to watch in this series. I think it's far from over. I do think the Knicks, especially if Nesmith is out of Game 4, have a great shot to even this thing up at 2-2 tomorrow night.
Matt, we appreciate the time as always. We'll catch up with you again coming up here in just a few minutes.
All right.
That's the voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto, in Minnesota, ready to bring us the call of Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. We're just a little under an hour away from tip-off. When we return, we'll head back out to Social Capital and get Matt Ravis's final thoughts of this game. A couple of things to pay attention to in the broadcast as well. That's when we return. You're listening to the Metal Store Thunder Forecast.
Dive into the excitement where the spirit of Thunder basketball meets classic diner delights at Boomerang Diner. On Mondays, start off the week with a winning deal. Grab a mouth-watering burger for half the price. On Fridays, feast on all-you-can-eat fish and make your Fridays truly memorable. And no matter the quarter, it's always breakfast time at Boomerang. Pancakes, eggs, and more, served all day, every day. Fuel up like a champ today. Boomerang Diner. It all starts here.
If you've been injured in a car accident and need the concierge medical care you deserve, then you need Impact MD Accident Care. We'll get you back to the life you had before the accident with no out-of-pocket expense to you. And with 6 locations across OKC and statewide, there's bound to be an Impact MD near you. Call us anytime 24/7 at 405-483-3075 or visit ImpactMD.com. Impact MD is a proud partner of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
May means hotter temps and even hotter deals at Lander Chevrolet of Norman. Take up to $10,250 off MSRP and get 0.9% for 60 months on select new 2025 Silverado Crew Cab LTs equipped with the 2.7 Turbo Max motor in stock. Or how about $9,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 2500 HDs in stock. Always the hottest deals in town at Lander Chevrolet Norman. Always straightforward internet pricing with no special add-ons or addendums. LanderChevroletNorman.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Silverado 1500 stock number 137833R. MSRP 5597. Silverado 2500 stock number S11025554. MSRP 88755. Must finance with GM Financial for well-qualified buyers. OKC, let's cheer for a championship. And Academy Sports and Outdoors has all the basketball gear you need to rep your team on its epic run. Swing by your local Academy store today or shop online at academy.com to find officially licensed jerseys, tees, caps, and accessories. Plus, get more athletic looks from top brands like Nike and 47 brand for game-changing style. So get ready to show who has the best team and fans today with official gear from Academy Sports and Outdoors.
When your car's acting crazy, your destination's clear. The Top Auto Shop for total car care.
Hi, this is Wade Carter with a question about your vehicle. Do you have an extended warranty? Amco Transmissions will not contact you about your extended warranty, but if you have one and need repairs on your vehicle, you should contact us at one of the 10 Amco locations in Oklahoma, 3 in Tulsa, and 7 in the Oklahoma City metro. Amco can help with contacting and facilitating repairs through your warranty company. Plus, the 10 Amcos in Oklahoma are veteran owned by Jay Gerald's. Call to set up an appointment. Plus, with all services at Amco, you get the vehicle courtesy check. It's valued at $99 and it's free. Contact one of the 7 locations in Edmond, Midwest City, Norman, Southwestern, Rockwell at Northwest Expressway, 39th I-44 Service Road behind Lowe's, and in Yukon.
Don't let car problems ruin your fun. For total car care, Amco's #1. AAMCO.
Amco.
Tuning up for tonight's game. Sponsored by Amco Transmission and Total Car Care.
Okay, come on, here we go, come on.
AAMCO. Amco.
Welcome back to the Metal Store Thunder Forecast. Gideon Hamilton here inside our Sports Animal Studios, and we're joined one last time by Matt Ravis. I know always has a great time over at Social Capital. Matt?
Absolutely. It's a wonderful beer garden. It's also got a rooftop terrace, skyline views here, great views of Scissortail Park as well. Social Capital, hundreds of options for you in terms of drinks. So what if you're one of those choosy people who can't decide? Might take you a little bit, but you're going to find something here at Social Capital, 517 South Hudson.
All right, and let's go ahead and get you tuned up for tonight's game. That's courtesy of Amco. That's AA. MCO, and this was really game 3, Matt, along with the combination of other things. It was really the first time that I can remember recently where the Thunder were under turnover duress, and it was the first time, and the gap wasn't huge at the end of the night. The points off certainly weren't huge at the end of the night, but early, and it was just kind of interesting to see how the team responded to that and how Minnesota fed off that. You really haven't seen that happen in hardly any of the nearly 100 games that have been played this year.
No, you really haven't, and you haven't seen them lose the turnover differential like that. I think it's been almost 2 months' time. I mean, it's just been just ridiculous. So, the turnovers at half, you were getting doubled up at that point. Through 3 quarters, you were getting beat as well. So, yeah, we've just seen that so many times go the complete opposite direction. And so it was really, really strange to see the Thunder, the ones that were indecisive, the Thunder were the ones who couldn't even execute a simple pass. I mean, it was really strange.
And the other thing that was interesting is, you brought this up, and it was a great point. Minnesota is not a good ball movement team. They're not a team that's really predicated on that. They have some players that is completely fine, that they feel comfortable and confident in isolation situations or off of really strong ball screens that are set for them. That can be good basketball too. But in this game, it felt like the ball had more energy. Almost everybody that played in the game had an assist, and I think everybody felt a part of what was going on for them. And that's something that can't happen again for Oklahoma City tonight.
No, rhythmically, I mean, it was kind of crazy to see just how much flow they had offensively versus what you would see in the prior two games. That's why it was so hard to wrap your head around. But they figured out that the pace offensively. Minnesota typically doesn't do that for 48 minutes at a time. Typically, you see runs and stretches. Still a series, I think you're going to see a ton of runs. But the fact that Minnesota was able to do that consistently, obviously, was spurred on by the defense. But there was some good offensive execution there as well, no doubt.
All right, let's go ahead and find out who's going to secure the victory in this game tonight.
Who's going to secure the win? Sponsored by Secure Pavement, paving since the 1900s. Visit securepavement.com to learn more.
So we'll talk about some broader range of things to look for in the game tonight. But, Matt, from the outset of this game, and that's not always the most important thing, but you're going to be watching the game, obviously. What are you going to be paying the most attention to toward the beginning of tonight's game?
Just how quickly the Thunder can get in and out of offensive possessions. If they're holding on to the ball, if they're being flummoxed by Minnesota, being pushed back, some of the business decisions that happen when you drive in and you drive back out. If you're seeing that as opposed to the Thunder whipping the ball around, playing at a faster pace, really playing right into Minnesota's trap whenever you're playing slowly on offense. So I just think getting good looks earlier in the shot clock will be a great sign. And we talked about something to anticipate. You and I both thought the same thing after Game 3, and that is when the ball is in the hands of the he don't want that type of guys out front, Hartenstein, Dort, and they're being pressured at that point, probably make a readily available escape valve at some part of that zone, if there is a zone that's on the back side of that, to where then the ball can be swung, and then you kind of operate with numbers from that point forward, right, Matt? No, absolutely. I mean, Minnesota is really, really trying to pressure ball handlers, playing passing lanes, and I think that one thing that Shea can do is maybe whenever you are playing off the ball, get the ball to him in more favorable areas to create from. And if they are going to move up on Dort or Hartenstein, then that should advantage you as long as you can recognize that quickly enough. Yeah, and then the other thing that you talk about is, can the Thunder get into good sets and pay those off with some perimeter shooting, which has evaded them since Game 1. For Minnesota, finally get some looks to go down. Is that something that can continue? Not to the degree, certainly, that it happened in Game 3, but enough to where they're able to be competitive in this game. I mean, you have to knock down the opportunities when they avail themselves to you. Minnesota was able to do that at a very, very high pace, but that was all downstream of what they were able to do offensively. So you have to create rhythmically good looks for you, but you also need to pay them off when available. Okay, so I'm envisioning how our post-game show goes, and I think it's somewhere in the realm of, man, how did Game 3 happen? Oh, well, So I think the Thunder win this game comfortably to where that's kind of forgotten about a little bit. What do you envision happening here tonight? The Thunder do so well and have all season long of resetting themselves, and they always talk about that 0-0 thing, which would be a total cliche if they didn't do such a good job of getting back to that baseline. So not only do they respond to losses, they typically do so emphatically. So I don't anticipate a blowout because I think Minnesota's going to play a lot of the same defensive principles, but I think the Thunder are going to be able to execute a lot more comfortably in this game. But Minnesota's going to be desperate. All right, Matt, we'll talk to you at halftime. All right, thanks. All right, coming up next, the Thunder Radio Network pregame show. I'm Gideon Hamilton. You've been listening to the Metal Store Thunder Forecast right here, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
KWPN, more WWLS, The Village, Oklahoma City, proudly serving the great state of Oklahoma. A Cumulus media station.
Okay. Craving seafood? Head to Catfish Cove with locations in Norman and Yukon. Enjoy all-you-can-eat crab legs all day, every day, plus hot, ready catfish, home-style sides, and homemade ice cream cobblers and cakes. Catfish Cove, where fresh, scratch-made goodness meets Southern comfort.
How about below employee pricing on every new Ram, Dodge, and Jeep we have at Seth Wiley Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Pauls Valley? Now this is a sale. It gets even better, Oklahoma. For the rest of the month, we're having Jeep Month, where you can take an extra discount off every new 2025 Jeep. That includes new Jeep Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, and even the Grand Wagoneer. And still, get below employee pricing plus on new Ram 1500s, 2500s, and even 3500s. Now that's something only an all-American brand from an Oklahoma-owned dealership can do. But hurry, the sale ends soon. Oh, and if you're having any challenges, just ask for me, Joseph Dabrowski, General Manager, to help your visit be one of the best you'll have anywhere. And there's nothing better than the value Seth brings with spending over $23 million and counting on a promise. Tell him, Seth.
That's my promise of oil changes and engines for life on new or used gas or diesel at no additional cost to you.
So get below employee pricing plus and experience the difference at Seth Wadley Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram on I-35 exit 72 in Pauls Valley, or click SethWadleyDodge.com.
Craving seafood? Come hungry to Catfish Cove with locations in Norman and Yukon. Pile your plate high with hot hand-breaded catfish, fresh seafood, and a full salad and hot bar loaded with made-from-scratch sides, sauces, and dressings. Plus, Catfish Cove is now serving up all-you-can-eat crab legs every day, not just weekends. Every meal feels like a family gathering, and no visit's complete without the homemade ice cream, cobblers, and cakes. Whether you're a seafood lover, a salad fan, or just want the dessert, there's something for everyone, and it's all you can eat. Catfish Cove, where fresh Southern comfort meets all-you-can-eat indulgence. Make sure to be on time to thesportsanimal.com Friday at 8:20 a.m. to purchase a $50 gift certificate to Catfish Cove for half price. There's only a limited number available, so be on time. It's the sweet deal of the week with Catfish Cove and thesportsanimal.com.
This is the Oklahoma City Thunder pregame show, sponsored by Mazio's. Now on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
The Oklahoma City Thunder hope to take a commanding 3-1 series lead tonight in the Western Conference Finals in Minnesota. It's Thunder versus Timberwolves Game 4, and it's right here on the Thunder Radio Network. Welcome to Thunder Basketball, everyone. I'm Gideon Hamilton, and before we get you set for the game, check in with the voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto, to find out what's coming up on tonight's pregame show. Matt?
Key reserve Aaron Wiggins will share the Thunder's approach to Game 4, given the result of Game 3 on Saturday with Nick Gallo one-on-one. And in my conversation with head coach Mark Daigneault, he is calling on his team to breathe fire from the start of Game 4 and be relentless in pursuit of their third win in this Western Conference Final Series tonight. He'll share more on that.
Matt, we appreciate that. We'll preview the game with you coming up here in just a few minutes.
All right.
And right now we're going to hear from some Thunder players, including J-Dub, Jalen Williams. We'll also hear from Alex Caruso. But first up, we're going to hear from the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Mark Daigneault, after his team's Game 3 loss to Minnesota. 143-101 was the final score. Oklahoma City got off to a nice start, scoring the first 4 points of this game, but you looked up early in the second quarter, it was 39-14. That's right, the Wolves went on a 39-10 run after that encompassed about the equivalent of a quarter of action and never really relented. Oklahoma City got off to a nice start at the beginning of the third quarter, an 11-2 run that brought the lead down substantially for the Thunder, down to the 22-point mark, but from that point forward, Minnesota was able to stretch the lead back out, and Oklahoma City could never get that close again. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 14 points for the Thunder. He was joined for team high honors by A.J. Mitchell, the talented rookie, who also had 14 points in 19 minutes off the bench on 6 of 11 shooting. Mark Daigneault on his team's reaction after Game 3.
Yeah, they were great today. They always are. We do a great job of that day to day, not overreacting to the emotion of the outcome. Certainly want to react to what we can learn from it, but we're in good spirits, and we're like they always are.
And let's hear from Mark Daigneault talk one more time about moving on to Game 4 from what happened in the previous game.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think it's every game's different, and Minnesota outplayed us thoroughly last night in every area of the game, and deserved to win clearly, and that's why they won in the fashion that they did. But we're not going to label it anything. We need to learn from it, and then move into game 4 and work to be a better team in that game. But, we're not trying to label it one thing or another. We're just trying to take the lessons from it and apply them forward.
Minnesota was able to shoot the ball extremely well as a team, 57% for the entire game. They were 20 out of 40 from three-point distance. That's obviously 50%, and one of their highest totals in franchise history in terms of playoff scoring. And Alex Caruso was asked about the team's attitude after Game 3.
Just a concentrated effort of establishing, what went wrong and what we need to do to fix it. Obviously, that hasn't been the character or display of the team, through the season and playoffs, and, give them credit. They, established from jump how they were going to play, and we didn't do a good enough job responding to it. But looking forward to going back and having a chance to do that in Game 4.
And one of the things that happened that was quite unusual in that game is Oklahoma City ended up with more turnovers than their opponent. 15-10 was the overall count. Oklahoma City only 1 point worse than Minnesota in terms of points conceded off of turnovers, but typically Oklahoma City has had a big advantage against their opposition, and certainly that's been the case so far in this series with Minnesota, Game 3 aside. Let's hear from J-Dub, Jalen Williams, who played the second most minutes of anybody on the Thunder squad with 25. He was 3 of 9 shooting. 2 of those were 3-point hits. J-Dub also had the most free throw attempts of anybody on the Thunder team, going 5 of 6 from the charity stripe, finished with 13 points in those 25 minutes, and he talked about the team regrouping after the defeat.
Just fleshing the game, taking what we can from it and learning from it. You're not ready to play. That's kind of what happened. So just trying to get back to, like you said, that 0-0 mentality and coming out here understanding it's a new game, and they're still down in the series, so they're going to come out how they did, hungry, and we have to match that.
And let's hear from Dub one more time as he speaks about bringing more energy in Game 4 than they did in the previous game.
We're a team that don't make excuses either, so when you lose by that much, it makes you kind of want to learn more about yourself than it does, like, if you think you play a really good game and you lose by 1. So I feel like they both have, like, their benefits of ups and downs. But, yeah, it's easy to kind of flush that one and just be like, all right, that wasn't us. And obviously we got to come with it because they're a really good team and go from there.
All right, should be an interesting one tonight as the Thunder take on the Wolves. We're just about 30 minutes away from tip-off here on the Thunder Radio Network. Coming up next, I'll be joined by Matt Pinto. You're listening to Thunder Basketball.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Fridays don't start till Taco Mayo says so. Meet the new steak fajita empanada, loaded with tender sirloin steak, grilled onions and bell peppers, cheddar jack cheese, and signature chipotle ranch, handmade and cooked fresh to order. And every Friday, make an item fajita style and crank up the flavor like never before. It's Fajita Fridays, only at Taco Mayo. Oklahoma owned, Oklahoma proud. Eat local.
Beats and Bites Festival is back again at Riverwind Casino, where good grooves and great food are on tap all summer long. Kicking off on June 14th with Josh Turner.
Would you go with me?
And Edwin McCain. Along with crave-worthy eats from local food trucks, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets online or at the box office for just $10. Only at Riverwind Casino.
Why don't we just dance?
With just seconds on the clock, I'm chomping at the bit here, Frank.
I'm telling you, this is a moment in basketball history to really relish in.
Back at the offensive end, Ken Chupp musters up all his strength and squeezes down into the paint.
He breaks through the screen, posts up with buns out, catches the ball, and
he's called for the double drizzle.
Dude, just get your hot dog and let's get back to our seats. Eat Schwab, the official hot dog of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Welcome back to the Thunder Radio Network pregame show. Gideon Hamilton here inside our network studios as we get you set for the Thunder and the Wolves Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. And joining us now from Minnesota is the voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto. And Matt, in game number 3, Minnesota was able to jump on Oklahoma City early, weathered a brief flurry at the beginning of the third quarter, and then reasserted what they had done throughout the game en route to a 143-101 victory. And listeners might hear some of the commentary from the players there, in the aftermath of the game and say, how are you not ready to play or prepared to play? And I don't think it's necessarily that, Matt. It's just a mindset that was different between that the Thunder approached the game with versus the Timberwolves approached the game with.
Yeah, look, I think that human nature is that you're up 2-0 and you've gotten there navigating through the Timberwolves relatively easily in terms of maybe what was anticipated coming off the heels of a grinder, a survival 7-game series against Denver. And so was there a letdown? Was there complacency? I think you can surmise that. The Thunder acknowledged they did not bring the energy, the physicality, the force, the connectivity defensively, the will to fight for loose balls that they normally do. And so that opened the door for the Timberwolves to maximize the moment. They did exactly that. They won Game 3 resoundingly. It's one victory. And now the Thunder know the Timberwolves got a taste of success, and they know they've got to really stand their ground tonight in Game 4 to go get this one. This is a massive swing game in this series. Get in. If the Thunder can find a way to win in Minneapolis, they're up 3-1 going home with a chance to close this out Wednesday. If the Wolves win again, it's a best of 3. And now Minnesota's got momentum on back-to-back wins, something the Thunder have not seen an opponent do to them at any point in this postseason run.
So Minnesota amped up their defensive intensity, but they also changed where they were picking players up, and nobody was really immune from that. Isaiah Hartenstein, Luguentz Dort, whoever had the ball was pressured in that game, and it proved to be quite disruptive for Oklahoma City's offense. I wondered if you could tell us about that change for Minnesota.
They extended their pressure out near midcourt against certain players on the Thunder roster. They felt like they could make money doing it, and they did. OKC was not focused enough to deal with the pressure. They made some lazy passes. They made some unfocused passes, and it triggered opportunities for the Wolves, especially Anthony Edwards, to get out in transition, get himself feeling good. He outscored the Thunder by himself in the first quarter, 16-14. It's uncharacteristic. The Thunder were number 1 in the league protecting the ball in the regular season. They've been number 1 in the postseason. They can't cough it up 6 times for 11 points in the opening quarter tonight without anticipating a somewhat similar outcome.
Our listeners who were tuning in February might remember a couple of games in which Terrence Shannon Jr. played well against Oklahoma City in the midst of a stretch where the Wolves defeated Oklahoma City in 2 out of 3 games. Chris Finch acknowledged after the game that he thought he would need to extend his team's bench in order to compete with Oklahoma City. In your mind, is Terrence Shannon a guy that could have further moments in the postseason, or was this probably confined to one magical run during one game?
He's going to have an opportunity. He's athletic, he's big, he's offensive-minded. I think that when his team is thriving, he is a guy that will enjoy and thrive himself in those moments. I think if his team is being pressured down on the scoreboard, he may force some things just based on lack of experience. He's a rookie. He played only 32 games in his first campaign in the NBA, and it was pretty marginal in what he contributed, about 4 points a game. But if the team is in full force the way they were in Game 3, then that's the kind of game that he can absolutely have put up big numbers in, because he's not going to be the primary guy between the Thunder defensive crosshairs, and he can thrive off of passes. He can thrive off of soft spots in the defense, which he did on Saturday night.
And sometimes we assume going into scenarios where a series shifts venue that role players will play better in their home venue and feed off of the atmosphere and environment. And it felt like that also happened in Game 3. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, it did, Gideon. But again, I think that if you give the team that you're playing an allowance to jump on you, to really pound you into submission physically, and you're not fighting for spots on the floor, you're not bringing what the Thunder have brought all season as the best defense in the NBA, the door's wide open for everybody. There's no pressure. There's nothing the home team was challenged with. in virtual terms, in terms of Game 3. So I think we draw very few conclusions that might impact Game 4 from Game 3 along those lines. If the Thunder bring the bounce-back strength we've seen from them all season, 12-2 in the regular season off of a loss, 3-0 thus far in the playoffs, and 2 of those 3 wins against Denver came by 30-plus points.
There was also something that was a little bit more strategically different, and it's actually something that we talked about in the prior to Game 3, and that was Rudy Gobert's spot in his team's zone in Game 2, way too far removed from really anything that was going on the floor where he could make any kind of an impact. They moved him a little bit further out, Matt. What were the benefits of that for Minnesota, and then also what could be some consequences of that if they're able to draw him too far away from the basket?
Yeah, they moved him out to the foul line when the Thunder were that close. And then when the Thunder weren't that close and the ball was not moving with energy around midcourt, he came out with double teams and forced 2 steals that generated offensive opportunities quickly in transition for the T-Wolves. If he steps 40 feet out on the floor, you got to make this Wolves defense pay. You got to get the ball out quickly, move it to one of the sidelines, and then cut a guy in the middle to attack the basket. And I suspect the Thunder, with the extensive film study they've done off of Game 3, will go with that attack approach and be decisive in it.
Outside of that adjustment, Matt, what do our listeners need to pay attention to in Game 4 tonight?
I think the start of this game is mammoth in the sense of, do the Thunder come with the requisite physicality it's going to take to compete for the full 48 to get Game 4? Minnesota's still down in this series, so the hunger, the urgency from them should be no different. I think it might be if you hit them in the mouth early, and the Thunder's objective is to do that. But the other thing I'll mention is the Thunder are shooting 27% from three-point range on the road in the playoffs. That's got to pick up, and I think if they can get into some flow, if they can generate stops, if they can force turnovers, I suspect there'll be a better rhythm on those shots for them, and that will be a turning point on the positive side for them in Game 4 as well.
Matt, thank you as always. Enjoy the game tonight.
You too.
Thank you. Coming up next, Nick Gallo will have our Thunder player exclusive interview. Tonight we'll hear from Aaron Wiggins. You're listening to Thunder Basketball.
Fridays don't start till Taco Mayo says so. Meet the new steak fajita empanada, loaded with tender sirloin steak, grilled onions and bell peppers, cheddar jack cheese, and signature Chipotle Ranch, handmade and cooked fresh to order. And every Friday, make an item fajita style and crank up the flavor like never before.
Only Taco Mayo.
It's Fajita Fridays, only at Taco Mayo. Oklahoma owned, Oklahoma proud. Eat local.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/smarthours.
Concert information.
I got stolen by the grave.
Crowder, Grace and Glory Tour. Featuring Crowder. Sunday night, October 26th in Oklahoma City at Paycom Center.
Looks like somebody prayed.
With special guest Passion Music, Louis Giglio, plus Carrie Job Carnes and Cody Carnes. Tickets and info available at awakeningfoundation.com. Crowder, Grace and Glory Tour. Presented by the Awakening Foundation, a nonprofit organization.
With just seconds on the clock, I'm chomping at the bit here, Frank. I'm telling you, this is a moment in basketball history to really relish in. Back at the offensive end, Ken Chupp musters up all his strength and squeezes.
With the series sitting at 2-2 and you guys getting ready to play Game 5 on the road, how do you like your chances of winning this series?
Going for the double drizzle.
Dude, just get your hot dog and let's get back to our seats. Eat Schwab, the official hot dog of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
It's not going to be easy.
If you've been injured in a car accident and need the
I think this team
concierge
can
medical
do it.
care you deserve,
We got to start with a strong performance in Game 5. If we can play the way we're capable of there moving forward, then there's no reason this series still can't be ours for the taking. We've got a hard road ahead, but I live for this stuff, man. Game 5 can't come soon enough.
24/7 at 405-483-3075 or visit Impact ImpactMD.com. ImpactMD is a proud partner of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/smart hours.
Now, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder player exclusive. Here's Nick Gallo on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
It's Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder here in Minneapolis to take on the Timberwolves. I've got Aaron Wiggins alongside me. And Aaron, you guys have an opportunity here on the road. You've won 3 road games in the playoffs so far. A chance here to continue to add to that tally. How do you feel coming into this game? And obviously, you guys have been able to bounce back from losses all season long.
Yeah, I feel good. Making sure we're prepared. Obviously, understand that they're going to try to tie the series and come out and be aggressive from the jump. So we got to make sure that we're ready to punch back and come out to a good start from the jump.
Yeah, so many of your teammates have just talked about that force, that intensity, tenacity that's going to be required here on the road. Not just the first 2 minutes of the game, but in waves over the course of the first half of the game. What are some keys for you all from even just like a technique, tactical standpoint?
Yeah, like you said, in waves, there's, a game of runs. We're not going to shut them out, but we got to make sure that we're playing on our terms. We got to make sure that we're being physical, being aggressive, and not allowing them to be comfortable. So we do that on the defensive end. It'll allow us opportunities to get going on offense.
You guys, for years, have done an incredible job of getting to neutral, getting that 0-0 mindset, and winning the days in between games. Tell me about the last 48 hours or so, and how you guys have attacked your work and done what you always do, which is do it together as a team.
Yeah, smart guys. Obviously, a lot of film and a lot of individual prep just to make sure that we're ready for the next game. After every game, you got to get ready for the next one. So next game mentality, getting prepped and ready to go.
There are a couple of tactical things that Minnesota has changed up a little bit over the course of the series. One of them is playing Anthony Edwards a little bit off the ball and trying to get him into different situations. How are you guys, maybe approaching some of the ways offensively that they're going to try to get Randall and Edwards the ball in advantageous situations?
Yeah, just making adjustments as a team, making sure we're all kind of on the same page when those guys have the ball keyed in, and doing what we're supposed to do to make sure that we can get stops and not allow them to be so comfortable.
And then on the other end, they're really trying to pack the paint in some ways, but then also extend out and pressure catches all the way to half court when they're sort of flowing in and out like that. What are some keys for you all just in terms of establishing positioning, being physical with force at the point of attack?
Yeah, I think just playing our brand of basketball, knowing we're at our best offensively and defensively when we're playing to our standards and the way that we've played all season, and we get back to doing that, we'll be fine.
You have a unique role in terms of your ability to impact the game with your shooting, with your creating off the bounce, and then also just your activity defensively. As you went through some of your individual work leading into this game, what are some keys in your mind?
A little bit of everything. Like you said, just trying to go out there and help the team in whatever way I can. So that means making sure I'm prepped in every way, feeling good with shots, feeling good physically so that I can be physical and aggressive defensively. And just a little bit, just understanding what's going on in the game. So when I get in and my number's called, I'm ready to go.
I know this is intense. It's a chess match here, but you're in the Western Conference Finals. I mean, how much fun is this as a competitor, as someone who's dreamed of being in some of these places? Just what's the fun factor of getting these opportunities like the one tonight?
Yeah, man, it's awesome. You can't take it for granted. A lot of guys don't get here in their career, so to be here, we're excited, but it's a lot more fun when you're winning, so we got to make sure we take care of business.
That's right. That's the goal here tonight. Good luck out there, Aaron.
Thank you.
All right, that's Aaron Wiggins. I'm Nick Gallo, and this is Thunder Basketball.
Big wins are blooming across Riverwind Casino.
And the jackpots have never been sweeter.
Go all in on your favorite table games.
Hedge your bets on the biggest wins and unbeatable entertainment.
Use your wild card for the best perks and the top rewards.
And play for your share of the $100,000 Lucky May Days giveaway. Win with the best.
And we'll see you at Riverwind.
With Mazzio's Mix and Maz, it's easy to get the things you love for the price you like. Choose from medium one-topping pizzas, 8-piece boneless chicken wings, loaded cheese dippers, fresh chef salad, and the delicious brookie dessert. Pay just $7.99 each when you buy 2 or more. Pizza, chicken wings, salad, cheese dippers, and dessert. Mix and Maz your way to your favorite flavor combo today. Just $7.99 each at participating locations and for a limited time only. Order now at Mazzios.com.
Whether watching your favorite team play or getting through the day, clear vision is important. For 50 years, the doctors at the nationally ranked Dean McGee Eye Institute have been committed to helping Oklahomans achieve their best possible vision. From regular eye exams to LASIK to cataract surgery, Dean McGee is the one source for all your eye care needs. So let the professional eye care provider of the OKC Thunder help you see more clearly. For an appointment at one of Dean McGee's 5 locations, visit dmei.org. Dean McGee Eye Institute. Vision for life.
Fridays don't start till Taco Mayo says so. Meet the new steak fajita empanada, loaded with tender sirloin steak, grilled onions and bell peppers, cheddar jack cheese, and signature chipotle ranch, handmade and cooked fresh to order. And every Friday, make an item fajita style and crank up the flavor like never before. It's Fajita Fridays, only at Taco Mayo. Oklahoma owned, Oklahoma proud. Eat local.
This is the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network pregame show.
What time is it?
Now live from the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here's the voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto. Now on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals tonight will be pivotal to the outcome of this best-of-7 fight for a ticket to the NBA Finals between the Thunder and Timberwolves. Given Minnesota's Game 3 uprising and historic 42-point rout, the series stands 2-1 in favor of Oklahoma City. But T-Wolves' confidence is up, and Minnesota hosts Game 4 tonight. Another victory, and it would even the series at 2 games apiece and become a straight best-of-3 the rest of the way for the West Crown. Should OKC show its bounce-back strength, it would take a commanding 3-1 lead with a chance to close this series out Wednesday in Oklahoma City. Much at stake in this one. Good evening, welcome to Oklahoma City Thunder Western Conference Finals playoff basketball. I'm Matt Pinto, above courtside at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota with the play-by-play call. Round 3, Game 4. Glad you're along. Happy Memorial Day. Will this be a memorable Memorial Day for the Thunder or a late May Manic Monday? That's in the offing as to the result. Saturday's, by its own admission, OKC did not bring the needed focus, physicality, or execution into the Target Center for the Game 3 in this series and got walloped 143-101, suffering its worst loss ever in postseason play. The Timberwolves, down 0-2 in the best-of-7 series, brought extraordinary energy and will, dominating every facet of that game in the 42-point rout. The Thunder were attacked early, turning the ball over 6 times in the opening quarter, as Anthony Edwards actually outscored them as a team 16-14 in the first. The Thunder losing the first quarter 34-14. The 14 points they generated, an all-time low for a postseason quarter. It got no better from there for the Thunder as they saw the Wolves knock down 20 of 43-point shots, 57% of their overall shots on the night. The rebounding battle was lopsided, as was the final scoreboard, 50-31 in favor of Minnesota, and the T-Wolves had 7 scoring double figures on the night, including Terrence Shannon, who had played no role in this series prior to Saturday night, but he had 15 points off the bench. He's earned more playing time entering Game 4 tonight, and that total, by the way, 15, exceeded Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's paltry 14 points in Game 3. The Thunder were a league-best 68-14 in the regular season, in large part because of an ability to bounce back off of losses with a vengeance. In fact, the consistency they brought off of setbacks at 12-2 was incredibly impressive, and it's been even better in the playoffs. They're 3-0, dating back to that Western Conference semifinal series against Denver. When being beaten, they've yet to lose a second consecutive game, and they'll lean into that and bring a force that they did not in Game 3. That's the intention anyway, entering Game number 4. So I think the early stages of this game will be pivotal to the Thunder's ability to get back in command in the series and win this game and head home up 3-1. Head coach Mark Daigneault wants to see better shooting in this game. This team is 27% efficient on threes on the road in postseason. He'll show that along with some other keys to this matchup for us up next on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
Beats and Bites Festival is back again at Riverwind Casino. where good grooves and great food are on tap all summer long. Kicking off on June 14th with Josh Turner and Edwin McCain. Along with crave-worthy eats from local food trucks, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets online or at the box office for just $10. Only at Riverwind Casino.
Taco Bueno is the official taco of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've got a win for your taste buds. We're celebrating every Thunder playoff game with a free taco the day after. That's right, a free taco. Just mention your Thunder taco and enjoy a crispy beef or soft taco on us. No coupon necessary. It's our way of saying thanks for cheering loudly. Celebrate the playoffs the Bueno way. Only at Taco Bueno.
With just seconds on the clock, I'm chomping at the bit here, Frank. I'm telling you, this is a moment in basketball history to really relish in. Back at the offensive end, Ketchup musterds up all his strength and squeezes down into the paint. He breaks through the screen, posts up with buns out, catches the ball, and order up. And he's called for the double drizzle.
Dude, just get your hot dog and let's get back to our seats. Eat Schwab, the official hot dog of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
It's time to find out what's on the mind of the Thunder head coach. Here's the voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto, on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
The Timberwolves in Game 4 of the Western Finals tonight. OKC falling to Minnesota here at the Target Center in Game 3 by 42. We're joined by head coach Mark Daigneault inside the Target Center. And Mark, that was an unusual game in that there are instances where a team has hit you first, but you've always had a massive response when that's occurred. On that night, there was no significant response that came for the 48 minutes. What do you feel like you guys learned from that experience 2 nights ago?
Just the level that we have to start at coming on the road against a team that's down in the series and the level we have to reach, if we're not there. And so credit Minnesota, they kept punching throughout the course of the night and they beat us up for 48 minutes. They deserved to win the way they did. It's a good lesson for us. They're going to come out swinging again tonight, and if we want to give ourselves a chance to win the game, we have to be a lot better.
Your guys and you have both said that, yes, you've responded really well coming off of losses all season. In the playoffs, you're 3-0, but that really means nothing given this environment, brand new opportunity, brand new challenge tonight. What do you look for from your guys given what's gone on in the series to this point and what happened in Game 3?
A lot of it's just betting on the guys, betting on who we are. I have a lot of confidence in our players and their competitiveness and their ability to stand up in situations like this. It's competition. It's not linear. You're going to have nights where you get bloodied up, but you got to learn from them, let them go, and get into the next opportunity, and the next opportunity is tonight.
How much of it was, as you reflected back on watching film of the game, intensity, beating them to spots, which happened through the first 2 games of the series, but not in Game 3? So how much of it was strategic versus will and that intensity level?
It was a little bit of everything. A lopsided game like that, it's not one thing. In fact, it's everything. So they were definitely the more forceful team, definitely the more physical team, but they also executed really well. They had a good plan. They made some adjustments that we were late adjusting to ourselves, and you add all that together on a night where they shot the ball very well, and that's what you get.
Your team on the road in the playoffs has not shot at the same level that we were accustomed to in the regular season. I guess that's somewhat expected, Mark, given the elevation in intensity, and it's the playoffs, and teams zero in on one another. Do you like the shots you're getting, especially from three-point distance, 27% so far on the road in the playoffs?
It's shot to shot. I think generally over the course of the entire playoffs, we've reached a certain threshold of three-point quality that's been pretty good, and we haven't converted on those at that level. Last game, it wasn't a very good offensive night all the way around, so that wasn't as strong. But generally, we have to be a team that controls what we can control, and use defense and transition and offensive rebounding and execution to manufacture points when shots aren't falling. We've had games where shots have fallen, and that puts the wind at our back. But when they're not, we can still win. We have still won many times, both in the playoffs and in the regular season. on nights where we haven't shot it great, and we got to focus on what we can control and then step into those shots with confidence.
I'm guessing most teams would prefer coming off of a stop to accelerate the pace and the tempo. That wasn't as accessible to you in Game 3 because of the level of shots they made in the end, the percentage they knocked down. So how much of your effectiveness offensively comes from a higher level of quality defensively tonight?
I think it's everybody. You look at anybody in the league when they're kicking the ball in the basket or after a free throw or a dead ball, it's harder to score. You're going against set defense more often than not in those situations. And so we've been a team that's gotten a lot of stops this season and in this series until last game. And that puts us at advantages, in terms of tempo and pace. So certainly the game's connected. We need to be much better defensively tonight than we were last game. And if we do that, I think we'll be better offensively as well.
Anthony Edwards had flow. He seemed to get to spots he wanted to with more ease in Game 3 than the first 2 games in this series. What needs to change there from your perspective?
A little bit of it's just getting back to, beating him to spots when he's got the ball, like getting the help set when he's got the ball and forcing him to play in a crowd and against a wall of defenders. That's what was effective in the first 2 games. Even Game 2, where he had 32 points, he shot 26 shots. He had to really work for a lot of points. So last game was by far his most rhythmic game. But as we learned in the Denver series, you can have a really good series against a great player, but they're still going to get their shots in on you. And so he got his shots in on us last game. We got to make the adjustments and be a little bit better. But generally, I think we're on the right track with him. We just got to execute better.
I know your objective is the full 48 minutes, full force for the entirety of the night, but how important is the early stages of Game 4, Mark, to establish a physicality in this building against this team?
Yeah, pretty important, especially coming off last game. We got to stand up a little bit and show that it's going to be a different game, and I think that'll set a nice tone for us if that's the case. But every game we try to start well, we try to start physically. Sometimes it doesn't work out like that. If that's the case, you got to play through the 48. So we just got to be as good of a team as we can on the most possessions we can.
As a final question, as you lay out the anticipation of Game 4, we know every game takes on its own life form in the playoffs. What do you feel like will be important for your team to be successful tonight?
Certainly punching first with the physicality on the defensive end of the floor and on the glass, and then offensively creating some tempo and some flow, which I think is connected to the defense. But even if not, if it's on makes or dead balls, just sharper execution, more pace than we had last game. We got pretty stagnant last game. Some of that was how they defended us. They did a great job. But now that we know what to expect, we got to get that on track.
Opportunity to go up 3-1 in the series. Good luck in this one, Coach.
Thanks, Matt.
It's Mark Daignault, the Thunder and the Wolves in Game 4 of this best of 7. Coming up with the starting lineups next. This is Thunder basketball.
With just seconds on the clock, I'm chomping at the bit here, Frank. I'm telling you, this is a moment in basketball history to really relish in. Back at the offensive end, Ken Chupp musters up all his strength and squeezes down into the paint. He breaks through the screen, posts up with buns out, catches the ball, and order up. And he's called for the double drizzle.
Dude, just get your hot dog and let's get back to our seats. Eat Schwab, the official hot dog of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Stevie Nicks. One special night, October 15th, Paycom Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Stevie Nicks. Live at Paycom Center.
With Mazzio's Mix and Maz, it's easy to get the things you love for the price you like. Choose from medium one-topping pizzas, 8-piece boneless chicken wings, loaded cheese dippers, fresh chef salad, and the delicious brookie dessert. Pay just $7.99 each when you buy 2 or more. Pizza, chicken wings, salad, cheese dippers, and dessert. Mix and Maz your way to your favorite flavor combo today. Just $7.99 each at participating locations and for a limited time only. Order now at Mazzios.com.
If you've been injured in a car accident and need the concierge medical care you deserve, then you need Impact MD Accident Care. We'll get you back to the life you had before the accident with no out-of-pocket expense to you. And with 6 locations across OKC and statewide, there's bound to be an Impact MD near you. Call us anytime 24/7 at 405-483-3075 or visit ImpactMD.com. Impact MD is a proud partner of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Thunder fans, the Thunder are playing excellent basketball, and MidFirst Bank has a great way for you to show our All-Stars your support. Score $200 and a Thunder or Rumble debit card when you open a new MidFirst checking account. Use your $200 to buy fan gear or MVP-worthy apparel. Bank like a champion with the official bank of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Learn more today at midfirst.com/thunderup. Member FDIC.
Taco Bueno is the official taco of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've got a win for your taste buds. We're celebrating every Thunder playoff game with a free taco the day after. That's right, a free taco. Just mention your Thunder taco and enjoy a crispy beef or soft taco on us. No coupon necessary. It's our way of saying thanks for cheering loudly. Celebrate the playoffs the Bueno way. Only at Taco Bueno.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Thunder Basketball is sponsored by Devon Energy. Commitment runs deep. And MidFirst Bank, the official bank of the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's game time. Now the voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto, brings you the starting lineups. Sponsored by Kia, movement that inspires. This is Oklahoma City Thunder Basketball on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
Consecutive dominant double-digit wins by the Thunder the first 2 games in this Western Conference Final Series gave way with a change in scenery to a 42-point loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves in Minneapolis on Saturday. Can the Thunder rebound and bounce back tonight? We shall see. In the offing, a 3-1 series lead with Game 5 coming Wednesday at home. Should the Wolves find a way on their home floor to make it happen again, the series is dead even at 2-2 and will become a best-of-3 with the Thunder still holding home court advantage. Chris Finch is the Wolves head coach now in his 5th overall season, guiding this Timberwolves team to 4 consecutive postseason berths. He's pushed them to a 29-21 record in those 4 playoff appearances. This squad is 5-1 at home. The lone blemish came in Game 1 of the Western semifinals against Golden State. Mike Conley is the starting point guard for the Timberwolves, a one-time All-Star in his 18th year from Ohio State. 6 feet 175, averaging only 6.5 points. 3.5 assists in the playoffs, but in this series, he's the #1 plus-minus player at plus 31, believe it or not. Starting shooting guard is 3-time All-Star Anthony Edwards at an electrifying first quarter in Game 3, setting the tone. 16 of his 30 came in that first. Edwards at 6'4", 225, a second-team All-NBA selection for a second straight year. 5th-year pro from Georgia, averaging 26.5 points a game, which is 8th high among playoff scorers league-wide. Jaden McDaniels at the small forward, 6'9", 185, a defensive-minded player, an all-defensive selection a year ago. In his 5th year from Washington, averaging 15 points, nearly 6 rebounds in this postseason. 3-time All-Star Julius Randle got his touch back in Game 3. After only 6 in Game 2 in Oklahoma City, scored 24 in 30 minutes on Saturday. 6'9", 250, an 11th-year man from Kentucky, averaging 22.6 rebounds in the playoff run. And Rudy Gobert mans the middle at 7'1", 258, a 12th-year pro from France. First game in this series is on the plus side in the raw plus-minus. He was plus 23 in Game 3 with 7.7 rebounds and 2 assists. He blocked 1 shot. Now it's time for you to meet the Thunder starting 5 for Game 4 in Minneapolis.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, #2, point guard, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Shai, grinding left now. Steps away, fires, off balance, one-legged 13-foot jumper. Oh, and his back to the Gilgeous-Alexander played the role of Houdini.
Jalen Williams, #8, small forward for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Dub has it.
Down the lane in transition, blows by Randall, thumps the two-hand send down.
Dort, number 5, guard, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Dort tees up a rainbow three that's up, and in! Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball! Ooh, comes through.
Isaiah Hartenstein, 55, center, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Hasten lobbing, Hartenstein gathers, thumps! A two-hand rim rocker, OKC from 8 down to within 2.
Holmgren, number 7, athlete, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Sends it to the rim and misses, but Holmgren's there to bat in that follow. As Shea set him up, drawing 2 defenders.
This is Mark Daignault, and we are the Oklahoma City Thunder.
This Thunder team in back-to-back postseason appearances, a perfect 4-0 in Game 4s, including 2 victories by the Thunder, both on the road in Game 4s. In this postseason spurt, they won by 2 to close out the Memphis Grizzlies in round 1, 117-115 in Game 4, and knocked off the Nuggets, trailing 2-1 entering Game 4 in Denver, 92-87 in the Western semifinals. Kind of unusual, the Timberwolves have white T-shirts adorning all their fans, and the Thunder are in white on the road tonight. A little bizarre. Thunder have Oklahoma blue numerals and letters trimmed in orange, yellow, and navy blue. The Wolves are in the same uniform they wore in Game 3 Saturday. Navy blue background, white numerals and letters trimmed in a lighter shade of blue. Thunder moving right to left across your radio dial this opening half. Minnesota left to right. Whistleblowers for Game 4 are Zach Zarba, James Williams, and Bill Kennedy. Gediminas Petritis on hand in case his services are needed. Thunder led 4-0 in Game 3, but that was it. Falling by a playoff record 42 points. We'll see what they have in store in Game 4, recognizing the stakes tonight. Holmgren and Gobert in the center circle. Ball is in the air, and Chet double tips, but Anthony Edwards has it for the Timberwolves. Wolves ball to begin tonight. They begin in possession in the 4th by rule as Hartenstein's on Gobert, stepping left wing. Rudy looking to get it to Edwards, can't. Now Edwards has it at midcourt, hounded by Dort. Gobert fed down the lane to the rim, challenging Holmgren, misses the dunk. Shea's got the loose ball, spurting back down the lane on Conley. Busting kicks, right wing Dub up with a three-pointer that's online. Cha-ching a Thunder money ball. OKC 3, Minnesota nothing. Got the stop on the Chet swat, and they take the 3-0 advantage in Game 4. Conley sneaking to the top of the key, played by Dub on a switch. Randall fed the ball left wing on Shea. Barrows baseline, pulls up, arcs an 18-foot jumper that he hits. Quick, decisive mid-range hit by Randall makes it 3-2, 45 seconds into Game 4. Jordan, played by Conley, crossing the timeline. Gives to Dub out front. He's guarded by Edwards. Slicing right, swooping and pulling up. The 18-foot rainbow right of the paint, nothing but net. So Dub comes out hot, nailing his first 2 shots. Thunder scoring on their first 2 possessions to lead 5-2. McDaniels up the left side, guarded by Holmgren. Spins, steps away, fires an open 16-foot fling that he hits. That's an easy shot for McDaniels. Very poorly played defensive sequence by Oklahoma City. It's 5-4. Dub works to the top of the key on the handle. Sifts right wing, slashes left on McDaniels. Across his body floats an awkward runner that only caught backboard, no rim, and the loose ball's tipped out of bounds by Hartenstein. Well, I don't know about that shot. Came early in the shot clock. Jalen Williams across his body off balance, flung one that allowed the Timberwolves a possession, trailing 5-4 as they seek their first lead of Game 4. Conley out front, played by SGA, swiped at, gets an Edwards pick, swooping left. Ducks by a pick by Gobert for an open 3 straight away. It's online, in and out, no good. Hartenstein has the miss, outletting in the backcourt to SGA. Shea scoreless in Game 4 thus far, 2 minutes in. Widens out right wing, McDaniels fouls him. Grinds baseline, Gobert on him on a switch. Shea maintains the bounce, sizing it up. From the corner, lost a 3 that's not close. Rebound, Holmgren. Knifes back inside, to the rim, lays it up on the run, lays it home on the follow. So the Thunder were outscored on second chance points, 20-7 in Game 3. They lead early tonight, 2-0, and are on top on the scoreboard, 7-4. On the left wing, Randall is doubled. Last top of the key, doubled again. Nearly lost the dribble, doubled again, squeezed. Hartenstein rakes it away off the body. It looked like of Randall out of bounds. No, they call it off Leihart. He's knocked down by Randall in frustration. 9 to shoot. 9:42 left. Quarter number 1. Thunder have come out ferociously defensively, but allowed Minnesota a 2 of 4 shooting start in a 7-4 overall start. Thunder up 3. Conley to trigger underneath, right of his own bucket. Looking, holding. Still holding. Squeezes it, wide left to Gobert, back to Conley, swooping to the wing for an open 3 that's up and in. Gobert set a moving pick, not called, it's tied at 7. Mike Conley sprays the 3. Minnesota made 20 of 40 of those in the last game. Blasting back Holmgren. Across his body floats a 5-foot runner, no good. Tipped rebound Hartenstein to Chet. Raps trying to feed inside to Hartenstein. Slot right to Shea to the trailing Dub. Left wing Dort. Open. Snaps off a rainbow three that's off. Long rebound. Hartenstein runs it down. Dishing to Dub. Pump faking. Driving and kicking left wing to Dort. Closed out by McDaniels. Drives to paint. Pump fakes. And his foul going up hard by McDaniels. Attempting a 13-footer in the lane. 7 apiece. Thunder are attacking opportunities, out rebounding Minnesota 5-0 to begin game 4. They have 2 second chance points already, and Dort can make it 4 if he knocks down these 2 free throws. Minnesota 3 of 5 shooting. Thunder have knocked down 3 of 7, getting off 2 more early on than Minnesota. Dort from the line in the playoffs, converting 68%. Lou readies with the first, bends his knees, dips, shoots, and swishes. Thunder did a good job knocking down foul shots in game 3, but that was very, very little consolation. They were 17 of 19 on the road. 3-3 their record on the road in the playoffs, but they're minus 8.5 points a game. That due in large part to that blowout loss 2 nights ago. Dort's second, no good. He back rims it. McDaniels clears as the Wolves seek their first lead. Jaden gives it in the backcourt to Edwards, his first touch. Edwards. As Randall knocks Dort down with a moving screen, the possession's going back to the Thunder. Lou is all over Anthony Edwards early, and that time Randall tried to extricate his teammates from the vice grip of Lou, the first-team all-defensive player. Thunder lead at 8-7, despite Shea going scoreless early on. Shea wanted to be sharper. He had 4 turnovers, 6 assists, and only 14 points. A season low for him as Minnesota's in his zone. A pass intended inside for Holmgren, knocked away, stolen by McDaniels. He's out in front, fed by Edwards for the dunk. And Minnesota leads 9-8. And a foul coming on Holmgren. Very late whistle blown by James Williams. 8:53 left in the quarter. That was a lazy pass by Shea, a lob attempt cross court, and the Timberwolves gobbled it up. Thunder cannot afford live ball giveaways like they surrendered in game 1 early. McDaniels, like Edwards, an outstanding athlete and a very good foul shooter. In fact, he's 12th in the NBA among playoff participants, a notch under 89%. 9-8 T-Wolves, 8:53 left in the first. McDaniels' free throw is good. Timberwolves have their first lead by 2. Shea scoreless, played by McDaniels, crossing the timeline. Working straight away. Kicks right wing Dub open. Snaps off a rainbow three that looks good. It is. Cha-ching, a J-Dub authored money ball, his second of the night. He's got 8 for the Thunder of their 11 points. OKC up by 1 on the dribble weave. Conley swooping. Contained by Shea. Right wing McDaniels. Slashing left on Holmgren. Can't get a shot up. Lobs it near midcourt to Randall with 10 to shoot. Randall trying to bully Dort. Slashing right. Contained. Spinning left. Top of the key. 5 to shoot. Randall spins. Jump passes right corner to Conley. Catch and shoot rainbow three is up. No good. Dort the rebound after outstanding defense. Giving it the backcourt to Dub. Log leading Shea. Shea guarded by Conley. Swoops on the dribble drive. Lost it. It's contained by Dort. Back to Shea up top. 4 minutes in. Thunder lead by 1. Right wing Dort open. Snaps off a rainbow three-pointer that's barely grazing the rim. Holmgren knocked off the ball by McDaniels. No whistle. And they call the ball off of Jaden McDaniels. So the Wolves have yet to commit a foul. Actually, they've committed 1 on the McDaniels knocking down of Shea in the lane, and they had a turnover on a moving screen by Randall. Both sides 1 turnover 4 minutes in. 11-10 Thunder in game 4. Dub to trigger against Edwards on ball pressure. Jalen looks, feeds on the baseline to Hartenstein, back to Dub, swirling right into the paint. Shovel feeds Hartenstein. In traffic, stripped to the ball as Edwards took it away. That's not a good passing play by Dub. Second Thunder turnover. Randall right wing steps away, fires a 3 over Holmgren. That's a brick. Long rebound. Gobert has it. Straight away to Edwards. Slot left Conley. Open. Jump passes left corner to McDaniels. Wide open. His three-pointer in and out and back in again. Minnesota 13, OKC 11. Timberwolves get their first second chance opportunity. Shea right in the paint. Ducking left, spinning between defenders. Shovels right corner of Dort. Open again. The rainbow three-pointer looks good. It is. Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball. Thunder have knocked down 4 threes in the quarter and go back on top on the teeter-totter, 14-13. It becomes our 4th lead change of game 4. Conley swooping right to left on the perimeter. Leans in, floats a right-hand runner, not guarded. No good. Gobert grabs a rebound and lays it in as Hartenstein's knocked down without repercussion. Wow. 15-14 Minnesota, 5 minutes in. Gilgeous-Alexander on the handle. The league's MVP to the top of the key. Randall on him. Shea elevates and fires an angle right fadeaway from 17 feet. Tumbling good. He got the side rim roll, and OKC is up 16-15. SJ not clean, but his first bucket. Dort across the timeline, guarding Edwards. Back of a pick by Gobert. Stutter steps down the lane. Kicks right corner. McDaniels wide open again for 3. Misses that one. Holmgren high for the rebound. In the backcourt to Dub. Reached in out by McDaniel. Swooping right. 1-on-3. Waits for some friends. Now sets up the half-court attack. To the trailing Hartenstein. Finds Shea at the logo. Shea with 10 to shoot. Swooping left. Down the lane on Gobert to the rim. Lays it up left-handed and lays it in. A burrowing bucket by the MVP. Thunder 18. The Timberwolves 15. OKC's made 7 of 12 shots. Shea back-to-back successes. Randall on the handle. Challenged by Dub. 6:10 left in the first. Dub reaches in. Randall blows by him. Kicks on the baseline to Edwards off his body out of bounds as Dort has it. Giving to Dub in the backcourt to Shea. Shea up the right side. Dribbling head up. Guarded by Conley. Whips it inside to Hartenstein. Holding. Looking to facilitate. Does to Dub. Left wing. Jalen to the wing. Dancing on Randall. 10 to shoot. Crossing over. Snaking right between defenders. Kicks on the wing to Holmgren. Slashing left on Gobert to the rim. Lays it up and Gobert blocks his shot. McDaniels has the loose ball. Surging back between defenders. Lays it up on the run and lays it home. It's tied it's 18-17 Thunder. Thunder never stopped the ball. Jaden McDaniels has 10 points. 5:38 left in the opening quarter. A timeout call that will take. Thunder 18, the Timberwolves 17. A ferocious start both ways in a one-point game in Game 4. This is Thunder basketball.
At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience, so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
Stevie Nicks. One special night, October 15th, Paycom Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Stevie Nicks. Live at Paycom Center.
Whether watching your favorite team play or getting through the day, clear vision is important. For 50 years, the doctors at the nationally ranked Dean McGee Eye Institute have been committed to helping Oklahomans achieve their best possible vision. From regular eye exams to LASIK to cataract surgery, Dean McGee is the one source for all your eye care needs. So let the professional eye care provider of the OKC Thunder help you see more clearly. For an appointment at one of Dean McGee's 5 locations, visit dmei.org. Dean McGee Eye Institute. Vision for life.
Big wins are blooming across Riverwind Casino. And the jackpots have never been sweeter.
Go all in on your favorite table games.
Hedge your bets on the biggest wins and unbeatable entertainment.
Use your wild card for the best perks and the top rewards.
And play for your share of the $100,000 Lucky May Days giveaway. Win with the best.
And we'll see you at Riverwind.
KWPN, more WWLS, The Village, Oklahoma City, proudly serving the great state of Oklahoma. A Cumulus media station.
Welcome back to Game 4 of the conference finals, where the Thunder have an early 1-point lead. Turnovers even at 2 apiece. Minnesota has cashed in on both of their turnovers, though, hitting threes off of both of those. Oklahoma City leading in rebounding early in this game, though. To offset that, let's send you back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
Gideon, thanks. Looking for a place to watch Thunder playoff games with even more opportunities to watch with us. The game's always on at Thunder Watch Zones, presented by Michelob Ultra. Find a watch zone near you at okcthunder.com/bar network. Well, the Thunder brought physicality, they brought force, but they've not brought solid transition defense to begin Game 4, allowing 5 fast break points to the Wolves, and Jaden McDaniels has all of those. He has 10 of the Timberwolves' 17 points. The counter for the Thunder has been J-Dub, who's knocked down 2 3-pointers. He's got 8. Thunder making 3 of their first 6 threes in Game 4 and 7 of their first 13 shots. Edwards has yet to attempt a shot in 6.5 minutes, as Dort has velcroed him and straitjacketed him thus far in Game 4. Alex Caruso checks in for the Thunder. Twice in all defensive selection in his stellar NBA career, joined by Dub, Holmgren, SJ, and Dort against Dante DiVincenzo off the Wolves bench, Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid off the bench, Anthony Edwards, and Julius Randle. Dub pestered in the backcourt by DiVincenzo, greeted crossing the timeline by Edwards. J-Dub, Shea runs off the ball, slashes left, down the lane, lays it half the window, left-handed and scores it on Reed. What a swooping scoop to the hoop. It was a beauty by J-Dub. He's got 10. 2017 Thunder. DiVincenzo on the handle, checked by Shea. Gets it back for McDaniels, comes between the rings looking right. Kicks on the wing to McDaniels. Edwards wants it and now has it out front, dancing on Dort. Splits defenders down the lane, loses the ball. Caruso knocked it away, but it's gathered now by Dub. Dub in the open court, but we have a foul called which way? McDaniels and Dort are down. They call it on the Thunder. Are you kidding me? Replay showed on the Gobert block on Holmgren, he had grabbed the jersey before the timeout, and here a loose ball that the Thunder had after Edwards traveled is denied because they called Dort for a loose ball foul. Diving to get the ball. I guess he knocked down McDaniels. High post left, Randall gives to Reed. Slashing right. Strip to the ball, Holmgren on it. Chet, one-on-one on McDaniels, needs to slow it up and does. Works it out front. Chet up the right sideline. Shovel feeds in the corner to Shea against DiVincenzo. Shea backing down on the baseline. Spinning. Splits defenders. Pump fakes. Lays it up and lays it in. A big bullying bucket by Shea. He's got 6. Thunder by 5. 22-17. McDaniels back quickly. Thunder are as well. Giving to Randall wide left. Randall stripped to the ball by Caruso. Alex with numbers. Long leading Dub down the lane on Randall. Now sealed on the wing by Reed, who knocked his dribble away out of bounds. It's Thunder basketball with 4:23 left in the opening quarter. J-Dub has come out a house of fire with 10, and Shea finding his spots, 3 of 4 for 6. Thunder making 60% of their shots. Wolves are 7 of 13. Thunder getting off 2 more than Minnesota as Chris Finch calls a timeout as he challenges possession here. We'll see. 22-17 Thunder, 4:23 left in the quarter. And apparently there's a challenge of possession. I'll tell you what, they're going to review here based on the challenge. This may be approximate foul on a reach-in by Reed. Here's Zach Zarba.
City basketball out of bounds. Minnesota's challenging the ruling.
So there could be approximate foul here, even if the Thunder lose possession. Reed reached in and got a lot of the arm of J-Dub. Thanks to our fans and a generous donation from OG&E, the playoffs raffle raised over $65,000 for the Thunder Community Foundation. Deborah L. won 4 club-level tickets to Game 2. Thank you, OG&E, for energizing the Foundation's mission to positively impact youth in the communities where they live and play. Learn more at okcthunder.com/community foundation. Let you know the verdict on the other side. Thunder up 5 early in Game 4. This is Thunder basketball.
MidFirst Bank is proud to be the official bank of the Oklahoma City Thunder and the exclusive provider of the Thunder and Rumble debit cards. As the largest privately owned bank in the nation, MidFirst Bank has the strength, stability, and expertise to help you prepare for the now and the future. So, no matter where your financial journey takes you, MidFirst Bank is the partner to help you get there. MidFirst Bank, true to you. Member FDIC.
Casino, where good grooves and great food are on tap all summer long. Kicking off on June 14th with Josh Turner.
Would you go with me?
And Edwin McCain. Along with crave-worthy eats from local food trucks, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets online or at the box office for just $10.
Only at Riverwind Casino.
Why don't we just dance?
Whether watching your favorite team play or getting through the day, clear vision is important. For 50 years, the doctors at the nationally ranked Dean McGee Eye Institute have been committed to helping Oklahomans achieve their best possible vision. From regular eye exams to LASIK to cataract surgery, Dean McGee is the one source for all your eye care needs. So let the professional eye care provider of the OKC Thunder help you see more clearly. For an appointment at one of Dean McGee's 5 locations, visit dmei.org. Dean McGee Eye Institute. Vision for life.
At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
I mentioned the Gobert grab of the jersey on Holmgren on what wasn't called on a block, which negated the Thunder having an opportunity at the foul line. Now Chris Finch has won this challenge. A clear reach-in on the arm of Dub, dislodging the ball by Naz Reid. No proximate foul called on review. The ball latch touched Dub, so the Wolves get it back. So we don't know where the foul is yet in Game 4. Kenrich Williams enters Game 4 along with Lou Dort, Alex Caruso, J-Dub. SGA, who has 6 points and 3 assists thus far, playing brilliantly. And the fifth for the Thunder is Dort. The Thunder goes small. Dub is in essence their center. Thunder made 60% of their shots, 3 of 6 on threes for a lead of 5. Edwards yet to get a shot up. Reid, near sideline backcourt, looks to get it in. Does. Cross-court left to DiVincenzo. Shadowed by SGA, crossing the timeline on the handle. DiVincenzo wearing fluorescent orange sneakers, giving to Edwards. And screening for him. Out of a double. DiVincenzo found, jump passing, throwing it away. Shea the steal. That's the Wolves' 5th turnover. Shea blasting back. Streaming right, contained, drifts back out. DiVincenzo grabbing his jersey, holding him, no call. Shea weaving right, spinning left. Indeed. Contorts and fades, 16-foot jumper on the way, rips the cord. So it doesn't matter what the Wolves do to him tonight. He's 4 of 5 shooting, and OKC extends on now an 8-2 run. A 6-0 run to a 24-17 lead. Reid pestered out front by Caruso. Lifts it to DiVincenzo. Single. High post right to Randall. 10 to shoot. Up top to Reid for a long 28-foot three-point try. It goes. 8-2 threes on Saturday. That's his first success tonight. 24-20. The T-Wolves have knocked down 3 of 7 threes. Dub on the handle. Challenged by DiVincenzo. Gets a screen high right for Caruso. Barrels that way. Dancing, steps to the wing, cranks another 3. Got another! My goodness, what a show he's putting on. J-Dub on target at the target center. 3 of 3 on threes. He has 13 points. Thunder back up 7. DiVincenzo a long right wing three-pointer. Short. Kenrich Williams the miss. 3:10 left in the first. Dub fed the outlet. A smoldering right hand. Left corner Caruso fed. Chased down by Reid up the sideline to Shea. Crowded by DiVincenzo. Slashing and kicking to Dub for another open angle right three-pointer. That one is up no good. Dort back taps the miss out of bounds. And it goes to the Timberwolves. But that was a heat check try by Dub. Maybe hurried that shot a little bit as he'll sit down with 13 first quarter points. 2:55 left in the opening quarter. Kayson Wallace checks in. Thunder stay small. Kenrich Williams. Alex Caruso with Queso. SGA and Lou Dort. Rudy Gobert is going to step on the floor for the Wolves along with Naz Reid. So Timberwolves go jumbo. Kill Alexander Walker fed the inbound pass off the bench. Harris by Wallace gets a Gobert pick that's moving twice. Nikhil out front of DiVincenzo. Working the right sideline, spinning into traffic. Caruso jabs at him. The ball comes between the rings to Alexander Walker. Slashing baseline on Kenrich Williams. Crosses over and open to Ability. Kicks to Reid. Slashing right, kicks out to DiVincenzo. Angle right 3 is up and good. Well done by Reid on the penetration kick. Minnesota shooting well, 56% and 4 of 9 on threes, within 4 at 27-23. SGA straightaway on Edwards. Knifing right. Wraps on to feed Kenrich Williams. Slashing down the lane, pulls up, pops. 13-foot jumper drop. So Kenrich Williams, a big force in Game 1, cashing in his first bucket of Game 4. 29-23 Thunder. Right corner Alexander Walker. Catch your rainbow 3, looks good and is. So the Timberwolves remain smoldering hot from 3. They're 5 of 10. OKC getting there late on attempts. 29-26. 3-point game. OKC led by as many as 7. Shea wide right. Shadowed by Edwards. Angles left. Guarded by Gobert. Retreats. Cranks it 3 straight away. Looks good. It is. Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball. SGA now has 11. OKC 32. Minnesota 26. Thunder made 5 of 9 trays. DiVincenzo off the stutter step. Right baseline sealed. Whips it in traffic. Gobert knocked away by Wallace, and then Gobert called for a loose ball foul, fending Wallace off. So the Thunder's small ball, which they have lived and feasted with, certainly thriving in Game 4 thus far tonight. That's Gobert's first foul, and Minnesota's first in the game's last 2 minutes, but they're at the foul limit now with 1:36 left in the quarter. Thunder still have 1 to give. Caruso gets it into SGA, who has 11 points and 4 assists in Game 4's first quarter. Shea, played by Alexander Walker, his cousin. Working between the rings. Angles right. Loses the ball. Reached in on a foul by either DiVincenzo or Alexander Walker. Free throws coming for SGA. Thunder by 6 can expand to their largest lead of Game 4 if Gildas Alexander good on both of these. A clear reach and foul on the arm as Shea picked the ball up by DiVincenzo. Dante picking up his first. Gildas Alexander from the foul line in the playoffs, 18th best at 85%. 5 percentage points lower than he was during the regular season. Shea won the scoring title at 32.7 in the playoffs, averaging 28.9. He strokes the first and knocks it down. Thunder incredibly efficient offensively, 65% from shooting from the field, 5 of 9 on threes, winning the rebounding battle 8-4 with 4 assists and forcing 6 turnovers. Dort and Kenrich Williams out. Isaiah Joe checks in with Isaiah Hartenstein. Thunder by 7, 33-26, 1:27 left in the opening quarter. Shea with the second, looks good and is. So Gilgeous Alexander has 13, J-Dub 13. The pair of all-stars for the Thunder accounting for 26 of their 34. Edwards yet to strike. He's guarded by Wallace, crossing the timeout left, low crouching left-hand bounce. Swooping left draws 2. Out front to Reed. Challenged by Caruso, retreats. The big man smothered. Cross-court right, DiVincenzo on the perimeter, 8 to shoot. DiVincenzo dancing, slashing left. Sidesteps defenders, floats a runner, up and in from 7. Tough shot. DiVincenzo 5 off the bench. Minnesota within 6. A minute left in the opening quarter. Minnesota making 61% of its shots. SGA to Booz between the rings. Stutter steps on the dribble, crossing over. Stationary, top of the key, 10 to shoot. Backing off the elbow. Kicks on the wing right. Wallace sets his feet, squares his shoulders, misses the 3 badly. Hartenstein's got the miss though. Left wing, Joe, he wants 3. It's online and in there. Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball, the 6th of the quarter for the Thunder. OKC 37, Minnesota 28. Largest lead for the visitor. DiVincenzo on the dribble weave, top of the key to Gobert, giving to Edwards. Down the lane, spurts. Lays it up on the run, counts if it goes, and it goes. Reach in foul coming. Apparently Edwards can pick the ball up at the top of the key, take 4 steps, and get an and 1, which just happened. Hartenstein called for the reach-in foul, his first. 37-30 Thunder. A wild first quarter at the Target Center in Minneapolis. Edwards has his first bucket of this game. He had 30 points in 30 minutes in Game 3, 16 of those in the opening frame. Edwards' free throw is up. No good. He's making only 68% of his foul shots in the playoffs, and Gobert tips the rebound out of bounds. 37-30 Thunder. 33.5 left in the quarter. Both sides out of fouls now. The Thunder go with a quick shot and a 2-for-1. It doesn't look so. Shea rolled the ball at midcourt, crossing the timeline on Gobert. Right wing to Joe, steps out on Edwards, back straight away to Shea, to the foul line. Right corner Caruso, fires a rainbow 3 that looks good, but it's short. Loose ball tipped up by Hartenstein, won't go. Wallace fights for it, grapples and gets it. To Shea, sliding left. Up the sideline left to Wallace, crossing over on Edwards. Grabbed by Edwards, no whistle, 6 to shoot. Joe fed, swirls left, fires an angle left 3-pointer that's short. Long rebound run down by Edwards, 7 seconds left. Anthony, up the sideline, got away with a double dribble. And it's called. He cupped the dribble. 3 seconds left in the quarter. That's the Timberwolves' 7th turnover of the quarter. They had only 10 the entire game Saturday. Thunder get it back up 7. 3 seconds left. Holmgren will check in for offense. Sitting down Hartenstein. Thunder have made 6 of 13 threes, 46%. That's huge. They've trumped the Wolves by 1 made tray. Dub is back in as well, blistering the nets here for 13 first quarter points. Wallace steps off the floor. Caruso to trigger, 3-quarter court, near sideline. 3 seconds left in the first, Thunder up 7, 37-30, a wild, high-scoring first quarter in Game 4. Caruso given the ball, here we go. Shea fights to it. Dub knocked down, no whistle, gets it at 3-quarter court against Edwards. Wedging his way for a 60-foot, one end to the other shot that's deflected going up by Edwards. Got away with a foul on the inbounds pass. Thunder 37, the Timberwolves 30 after 1 in Game 4. OKC led by as many as 9. The quarter featured 6 lead changes, 1 tie, Minnesota's largest edge 2, and despite making 63% of their shots at home and 5 of 10 threes, the Thunder are trumping that from the Wolves' standpoint as they've made 56%, getting up 6 more shots in Minnesota thanks to 7 turnovers. 13 for Shea, 13 for Dub. Thunder by 7 at the end of 1 in Game 4. We're going to the second quarter next from Minneapolis. This is Thunder basketball.
Taco Bueno is the official taco of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've got a win for your taste buds. We're celebrating every Thunder playoff game with a free taco the day after. That's right, a free taco. Just mention your Thunder taco and enjoy a crispy beef or soft taco on us. No coupon necessary. It's our way of saying thanks for cheering loudly. Celebrate the playoffs the Bueno way. Only at Taco Bueno.
If you've been injured in a car accident and need the concierge medical care you deserve, then you need Impact MD Accident Care. We'll get you back to the life you had before the accident with no out-of-pocket expense to you. And with 6 locations across OKC and statewide, there's bound to be an Impact MD near you. Call us anytime, 24/7 at 405-483-3075 or visit ImpactMD.com. Impact MD is a proud partner of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Big wins are blooming across Riverwind Casino.
And the jackpots have never been sweeter.
Go all in on your favorite table games.
Hedge your bets on the biggest wins and unbeatable entertainment.
Use your wild card for the best perks and the top rewards.
And play for your share of the $100,000 Lucky May Days giveaway. Win with the best.
And we'll see you at Riverwind.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/Smart Hours.
Thunder Basketball is sponsored by Devon Energy. Commitment runs deep. And MidFirst Bank, the official bank of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Welcome back. The Minnesota Timberwolves with a better shooting percentage in the first quarter than Oklahoma City, but they trail by 7 due to the fact they've hit 1 fewer 3. They've also hit 2 fewer free throws. They've turned the ball over 4 more times, and Oklahoma City is a +3 in terms of the offensive board. Let's send it back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
Gideon, thanks. You'll never miss a thing with playoffs text alerts. You'll get game day updates, exclusive giveaways, and everything you need to know to thunder up for the postseason. Text playoffs to 405-877-5558 to join now. Well, a strong first quarter from the Thunder, disrupting Edwards to the tune of a 1-of-1 shooting effort. He has only 1 assist and 1 rebound, so they've really been good on him. Randall the same, 1 of 2 for 2 points. McDaniels got away for 10, and the Wolves have made 5 of 10 threes. But OKC with a series high for the first quarter, 37 points, leads by 7 after 1 in possession with Caruso, J-Dub, Chet Holmgren, Cason Wallace, and Isaiah Joe. Terrence Shannon is in, the rookie out of Illinois for the Wolves for the first time. Joe fed slot right, slides right on Conley, kicks it right corner Caruso. Catch and shoot rainbow threes on the way, no good, he back rimmed it. Excellent look. Shannon has the miss. Feeding Conley is joined by Randall, Naz Reid, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Conley swooping right to left on the perimeter, chased down by Joe, throws it away, Dub the steal, intercepting the pass, glides the other way for the two-hand finesse will flush. He's got 15 off the 8th takeaway by the Thunder. And that's tonight's Boomerang Diners boom of the game. J-Dub lighting it up in Minneapolis. Left baseline, Reed streaks. Up and under, spins a right-hand layup, then he hits it. It's a circus shot he'll never make again in his life. It's 39-32 Thunder. Dub, blasting right wing, pulls up, leans in, launched the long 2 that's in and out, no good. Reed clears. A minute gone by in the second. Speed dribbling back, Alexander Walker. Grinding right of the lane, and Wallace tips his layup try out of bounds as Nickeil begs for a foul. Keep begging. 17 to shoot, 11:02 left in the second quarter. Thunder started strong, up 39-32 in game 4. Alexander Walker will trigger. Nickeil off of back-to-back double-figure scoring efforts, averaging 14.5 a game the last 2. Caruso and Randall pushing each other in the center of the lane. And right now, Zach Zarba trying to calm that situation down. 11:02 left in the second. Alex will give no ground, and Randall continues to push him. Alexander Walker, left corner to Shannon, drifting to the wing. The rookie bounce speeds to Randall off the elbow, squeezed by Caruso. The battering ram backing down, triple, spins, left corner Shannon. Fumbles the ball, catches, now fires the 3 on Holmgren. That's no good. Offside rebound dug out by Wallace, and a loose ball foul coming on Randall. He's out of control right now. Thunder really gotten under his skin early in game 4. It's his second personal, and the Timberwolves' first team foul. So the Thunder defense has shown itself being disruptive in game 4 with 8 takeaways. Dub guarded by Terrence Shannon, crossing the timeline, gets a Holmgren pick, rubs off it right, kicks the ball to Chet, wide open, drives to lane, comes to the rim, and thunders down a big right-hand sledgehammer. Chet with a sinister slam with the right hand. Welcome home, Holmgren. 2 of 4 for 4 points, 3 rebounds in this one. Thunder by 9, their largest lead. Reed on the right wing, giving to Shannon. Guarded by Holmgren, comes out front, handing to Randall. Corner right, Alexander Walker. Tough catch and shoot 3 is on the way, good. He wasn't even squared up. He's made 2 threes on the night and has 6 points. 41-35, Thunder up only 6. Dub wide right on Conley. Towers over the top of him. Works a low crouching left hand bounce to the mid-range. In the lane, jump stops, spins, pump fakes. Sends it up, Conley blocked the shot, Dub got it back. Wrestling into the lane, whips it left corner to Wallace. Pump fakes free, fires, the wing 3 is on the way, no good. Holmgren tips a rebound, but Shannon has it. Crowd loved that effort by Conley. Shannon back quickly, slashing left, lays it up on Holmgren and spins it in with the left hand. That's horrific Thunder transition defense. It's 41-37, the crowd ignited. Dub driving right, whips it on the wing to Holmgren, pump faking, drives away from Randall. Into traffic, lost it, gets it back, spins, comes to the rim, scoops, scores it, and no whistle, knocked down by Reed. Are you kidding me, Bill Kennedy? Up the left side, Randall. Corner left, Shannon. To the baseline, up and under, lays it up, blocked by Joe, but a foul coming on Caruso. Call the foul the other way, are you kidding me? Holmgren knocked down twice. 43-37 Thunder. Chet has 6 points. You just want consistency. My goodness, what does it take to have a foul called on the Timberwolves in this game? Shannon goes to the foul line. He's made all 4 of his free throws in the playoffs, playing his 8th game. Lobs the first one up and sinks it. He had 15 points in game 3 Saturday in 13 minutes. He was a revelation that sort of piled on for the Wolves in the 42-point rout. And he's lit a spark off the bench here. 3 points in 3 minutes, has 2 rebounds as well. An athletic, big-bodied swingman, 9:21 left in the second. The Wolves bench is coming up big here. As Shannon awaits a second. His team within 5 after being down 9. He strokes it, and he sticks it. DiVincenzo 5 off the bench, Reed 5, Alexander Walker 6, and Shannon now with 4 himself. Thunder lead down to 4. Dub, shadowed by Shannon, straight away. Kicks to Joe. He gives it up, high post up to Hartenstein, gets it back, grinding baseline, splits defenders, lays it up on the run, and lays it home with a nice sifting scoop that he scores, and he's knocked down, and finally they blow the whistle for an and one. It's either on Shannon or DiVincenzo. Big time finish at the cup by Isaiah Joe, a slithering right-hand scoop that he scores. Foul is on DiVincenzo, his second. That's a Timberwolves second team foul. As Isaiah Joe off the Thunder bench has contributed 5 for OKC. Kenrich Williams back in, sitting down Alex Caruso, 9:07 left, and a wild first half at the Target Center. Thunder by 6, 45-39, converting on 54.5% of their shots, but the Wolves have made 62.5% of theirs. Zay readies with the free throw, bends his knees, dips, shoots, and it rolls out. Hartenstein back taps a miss, Joe has it. To Wallace up top, pump fakes, swooping right. Kicks in the corner, Kenrich Williams tees up a 3 that's online, and in there, cha-ching, a Thunder money ball, number 7.5. Kenrich quiets the crowd. Thunder 49, the Wolves 48-39, Thunder by 9, making 7 threes and 17 tries. Conley on the dribble, bounce feeds inside to Reed. Corner right, Shannon left alone, fires a 3-pointer that he hits. Tell you what, the rookie is showing some moxie. He's got 7. 48-42 Thunder. Dub back quickly to the top of the key. Had Hartenstein free inside, lobs in there to Ihart, and he grabs it, and thunders down a big 2-hand rim rocker. So the Thunder quieting the crowd with offense, up 8. Ihart has his first bucket. Alexander Walker can't grind by Joe, kicks in the corner to Shannon. Shannon to the wing, slashes left, kicks in the corner, thrown away. Intended for Conley, knocked away by Kenrich Williams. Wallace back to Dub, stripped from behind by Alexander Walker, lobbed the ball, challenging Joe to the rim, lays it up left-handed and lays it in. Thunder transition defense just non-existent. They've given up 9 fast break points in a half. It's 50-44. Alexander Walker has it. Dub straight away on Shannon. Angles right on the dribble. Slashes. Pulls up. Fades and leaves a 12-footer short. Hartenstein the miss. Wraps around a bounce feed inside. They call Ihart for a loose ball foul, does Bill Kennedy. Wow. Hartenstein has his second. Thunder surrender possession, and they've had a rough time stopping the Timberwolves in this game, allowing 65% shooting and 7 threes in 13 tries. Timberwolves also trumping the Thunder in assists at 11-9. 50-44 Oklahoma City. 7:53 left in quarter number 2. Thunder led by 7 after 1. The edge of 6 right now as Gobert filters back in for the Timberwolves. Joining Reed, double jumbo for the T-Wolves, along with Shannon. Or they're going to pull Reed now as Anthony Edwards returns. Lou Dort has been his escort tonight, and Edwards has been held to 2 points. So it's DiVincenzo, Alexander Walker, Edwards, Gobert, and Shannon for the Wolves. Edwards in the backcourt. Skates across timeline on Dort. Blast left. Into traffic. Contained. Drifts back and gives to DiVincenzo. Slashing right with a step. Corner right kicking to Shannon. Slicing right to left on Shea. Popped the ball free to Shea. Shea's got it back with numbers. 3-on-2. Left wing Dort. Tees up a 3. No, throws it away inside. It's knocked away and taken by DiVincenzo. Well, that was a busted 3-on-2. DiVincenzo back. Played by Shea. Working out front. Scans the scene on the handle. Hits the trailing Shannon up the right side. Alexander Walker whips it inside to Gobert, catching on Wallace. Foul by Wallace going up. 7:19 left in the second quarter. That's the Thunder's second team foul. Cason Wallace guilty of his first off the bench. And by the numbers, not a bad foul. You don't want Gobert dunking. You want him to earn these at the line, hitting 53% from the stripe in the playoffs. During the regular season, 67%. Rudy has 1 bucket, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists in game 4. 7:19 left in a hotly contested fourth game in this series. Gobert bends his knees and eyes the rim. Strokes the foul shot, leaves it short. Off the front of the rim, no good. Minnesota 3 of 5 at the line. Thunder 3 of 5 as well. OKC in rebounds is up 12-8. Both sides shooting well. Thunder 56%, getting off 10 more than the Wolves as a result of taking it away 10 times. Minnesota, though, has been smoldering, 65% efficient, 7 of 13 on threes. Gobert exhales before the second free throw. Same routine. In front of his face, he snaps it off and misses that. Henrich Williams good box out on DiVincenzo, grabs the second miss, so the Wolves are 3 of 6 at the line. Gildas Alexander back on the handle. The Wolves in a 2-3 zone. Shea swooping and kicking. Right wing Wallace steps into an open three-pointer and buries it. Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball, number 8 of the half. Shea sifting out his 5th assist. Thunder 53, the Wolves 44. Largest lead matched. McDaniels is back dancing on the dribble, trying to shake Kenrich Williams as Gobert knocks Kenrich Williams down with a screen. Gobert fed the ball up top, angles left. Hands to Edwards, swooping right, through traffic. Down the lane, lays it up, and he's fouled going up by Dort. Lou called for a second personal. That came with 7 on the shot clock, 6:45 left in the second. A timeout call that will take. That's the Thunder's 3rd team foul. Can't extend the lead any more than the 9 where it stands right now, but OKC is playing with ferocity in game 4, which is great to see. Up 53-44 as we step into a timeout. 6:45 left in a wild first half in Minneapolis. This is Thunder basketball.
Dive into the excitement where the spirit of Thunder basketball meets classic diner delights at Boomerang Diner. On Mondays, start off the week with a winning deal. Grab a mouth-watering burger for half the price. On Fridays, feast on all-you-can-eat fish and make your Fridays truly memorable. And no matter the quarter, it's always breakfast time at Boomerang. Pancakes, eggs, and more, served all day, every day. Fuel up like a champ today. Boomerang Diner. It all starts here.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/smarthours.
With Mazzio's Mix and Maz, it's easy to get the things you love for the price you like. Choose from medium one-topping pizzas, 8-piece boneless chicken wings, loaded cheese dippers, fresh chef salad, and the delicious brookie dessert. Pay just $7.99 each when you buy 2 or more. Pizza, chicken wings, salad, cheese dippers, and dessert. Mix and Maz your way to your favorite flavor combo today. Just $7.99 each at participating locations and for a limited time only. Order now at Mazzios.com.
Whether watching your favorite team play or getting through the day, clear vision is important. For 50 years, the doctors at the nationally ranked Dean McGee Eye Institute have been committed to helping Oklahomans achieve their best possible vision. From regular eye exams to LASIK to cataract surgery, Dean McGee is the one source for all your eye care needs. So let the professional eye care provider of the OKC Thunder help you see more clearly. For an appointment at one of Dean McGee's 5 locations, visit dmei.org. Dean McGee Eye Institute. Vision for life.
Welcome back. The Thunder with a 9-point lead over the hot shooting Wolves. OKC now with 11 more field goal attempts than their opponent. Isaiah Hartenstein pitching in that regard. He's already got 3 offensive rebounds by himself, and 6 Thunder players already have at least 1 steal in this game. Let's send you back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
That Kenrich Williams has 2 swipes and 5 points, providing a big boost off the bench in the 5 minutes he's played. The tandem of Randall and Edwards a combined 4 points. Minnesota getting 25 off the bench. 8 of those from Alexander Walker, 7 from Terrence Shannon. But Shannon looked to have hurt his right shoulder in a sequence earlier this quarter and has gone to the bench since. Edwards has 2 free throws coming with 6:45 left in the second quarter. And Oklahoma City leading 53-44. With camps all summer long, there's something for every athlete looking to thunder up their skills. Stay in the game this summer with Thunder Youth Basketball Camps presented by Simple Modern. Find a camp that fits your schedule at okcthunder.com/summer camps. Strong response by the Thunder to, frankly, the embarrassment of Saturday, a 42-point loss. They have brought physicality and won the rebounding battle by 5 thus far. That's allowed them 9 second chance points, outscoring the Wolves inside 20-16 and weathering just extraordinarily hot Timberwolves shooting at 65.5%. What's been part of that is a 9 fast break point effort in this opening half by Minnesota as Edwards plugs the foul shot. He's 1 of 2 at the line. He's been held to 3 points. Thunder led by SGA with 13, J-Dub 15. McDaniels showing the way for the Wolves with 10. During the midway point of the second, Thunder by 8. Edwards sends a second free throw up and he nails that. Holmgren with SGA, Kenrich Williams, Kaysen Wallace, and Lou Dort for the Thunder. Edwards pressuring Shea full court. Shea spins across the timeline. Edwards all over him. Grinding left. Knocked off the by Edwards who fouls, and Anthony Edwards has his first. He begged for that one, fouled multiple times, and finally Zach Zarba said enough. That's the Timberwolves' 3rd team foul. Side out OKC with 14 to shoot. Finch won a challenge on a possession call earlier. He has one more should he opt to use it, but he won't win that one. Kenrich Williams will inbound near sideline. Thunder up 7. Shea fights to it. Gives the ball to Holmgren out front. Shea now comes to it. Wrestling free, angling right, ducking left. Tripped up by Alexander Walker or McDaniels, and he loses the ball out of bounds. I'm sure he just tripped on his own. 6:28 left in the half. Thunder retreat up 7. Alexander Walker back of a Gobert pick. Kicks in the left corner. McDaniels up the sideline to Alexander Walker. Straight away Edwards. Swiped at by Dort. Swoops right. Down the lane. Hooks the ball up top. Alexander Walker open. Strokes a 3-pointer. That's good. Alexander Walker 3 of 3 on threes. Has 11 in 8 minutes. And Minnesota continues towards shooting 8 of 14 on threes. Pull back within 4. 53-49. Gildas Alexander kicks to Holmgren. Open left wing 3-pointers on the way. Right back at you between the eyes. Cha-ching. A Holmgren authored money ball in his homecoming. He's got 9. Thunder have knocked down 9 threes now and go back up by 7. Edwards falls down at midcourt and slips the ball across the timeline to Gobert. Challenged by Holmgren. Gives it up. It's free. Holmgren takes it away. Chet, long leading Kenrich to the rim on Edwards. Pump fakes. Whips the ball to a trailer that's not there. McDaniels takes it right back. What a horrible possession that is. DiVincenzo shovels inside to McDaniels, lays it up and lays it in. That's the Thunder's 7th turnover with 13 Minnesota points. They've got to find a way to stick a hole in that dike. 56-51. McDaniels has 12. Shea to Booz, 5:20 left in the half. Swooping right, pulls up, pops, leaning in. The angle right 3-pointer, not a good shot, not there. Dort fights for the rebound and tips it out of bounds, I believe. Or do they call it off of Edwards? They call it off of Edwards, so the Thunder get it back with 5:14 left in the quarter. And will Bill Kennedy be overruled on the possession call? He is, by James Williams. Well, the question becomes here, can the Thunder cool Minnesota's hot shooting? If they don't, they may be in trouble at night's end. Because the Timberwolves are hitting 68% of their shots and 8 of 14 3-pointers. 56-51 Thunder. Caruso's back in, joining Dub, Holmgren, SJ, and Dort. Dort's on Edwards. Alexander Walker guarded by Gildas Alexander. Been a big story in this first half with 11. Kicks left wing McDaniels. Pump fakes and fires a 3 on Holmgren. No good. Long rebound run down by Dort. Lugens corrals his second. Gives him the backcourt to SJ inside the 5-minute mark of the half. Thunder by 5. Shea, angle right on Alexander Walker. Down the lane, spurts, scoops, missed. Tip follow won't go. Shea got it back. Looks to get it to the rim, can't. McDaniels called for a foul on a reach-in. It will be side out Thunder on the Wolves' 4th team foul. McDaniels guilty of his 2nd. And does Shea get free throws here, or is it side out? He'll get free throws. He was hit in the act of attempting to follow a missed shot. He was swarmed by a pack of Wolves deep in the lane and goes to the stripe where he's 2 of 2. Misses the first. This is a game of attrition, folks. I'm laying that out right now. Can the Thunder continue to sustain offense? They've made 9 of 23 pointers, 45%. They're winning the hustle areas, but they've not gotten a handle on Minnesota's offense yet. 5-point game, 56-51. Thunder 3 of 6 foul shooting. Shea's second is up and good. Nestles home his 14th point. The Thunder seek stops. They're up only 6. Led by as many as 9 as McDaniels squirts free. Works the right wing. Holmgren on him. Jaden out front, looking inside for cutters. Whips it left wing. DiVincenzo. Catch, shoot, rainbow 3 is up. No good. Leaping rebound, Holmgren. Chet gathers his 4th. Gives in the backcourt to Alex Caruso. Caruso won it all with the Lakers in 2020. Shea fed up the right sideline. Working the angle right on Randall. Pulls up and fires an angle right 3-pointer that's right between the eyes. Cha-ching, his second money ball. 17 now for Shea. Thunder by 9 again, 60-51. Blistering from 3, 10 of 21. Edwards up the left side to McDaniels. Crossing over on Holmgren. Pulls up, fires. Left of the lane, 12-foot jumper, no good. Loose ball gathered by SGA, but a loose ball foul coming on Caruso, I think, for climbing the back of DiVincenzo. Mark Daigneault is begging for the same call the other way, which he's not getting. And that's the penalty situation for Oklahoma City. DiVincenzo goes to the line for the first time in the series. 4:11 after they get somebody fouling Gobert here. Rudy Gobert 0 of 2 at the line, has 2 points in game 4. 4:11 left in the half. Thunder by 9. They played a brilliant overall first half. There have been some creaks in the armor a little bit, or chinks rather. They've allowed 11 fast break points and had 7 turnovers, 13 points. It is DiVincenzo shooting the foul shots, as I said initially. Gobert went to the line. Why he'd do that, I have no idea, other than being a selfish player. DiVincenzo arcs the first and nails it. Dante DiVincenzo, a far better foul shooter, 9 of 12 in the playoffs, a 78% foul shooter during the season. He came over with Randall in that massive October trade for Karl Anthony Towns with the Knicks. DiVincenzo readies with his second. That one is good as well. Timberwolves are 7 of 10 at the line. Thunder 4 of 7. OKC by 7 in possession. 4:10 to play in the half. Holmgren left wing. Spinning on McDaniels in the paint. Shovel feeds Dub near midcourt. Pestered by DiVincenzo. A creaky possession here is Dub. Kicks it right wing to Shea. 8 to shoot. Sizing up Gobert. From the baseline, his foul going up by Rudy Gobert. Gobert got hung up in no man's land, and Shea went to work. His eyes got big. Rudy Gobert has 2. And both sides now over the foul limit with 3:53 left in the half. Shea has 17 with 6 assists and 3 rebounds as he shadow strokes before the first. A season low 14 for Shea in game 3. Right back on the beam here as his first stroke from the stripe is pure. 18 before halftime. Dub 15. The Wolves are led by McDaniels with 12 and Alexander Walker off the bench 11. Edwards held to 4, Randall 2 thus far in game 4. 61-53 the count. Kenrich Williams back in. Chet Holmgren out with 9 points, 4 rebounds thus far. He blocked the shot early on as well. Gilgeous Alexander, the MVP, awaits the second. That one is on the way. Looks good and easy. Got them both. And he's got 19 first half points. Thunder by 9 again. They have not yet led by double digits. Conley across the timeline, played by SGA out front. Randall screens. Conley can't free, dishes to Randall. On the dribble weave, Conley fed the ball again to Randall, high post right. 8 to shoot, banging, backing down Dubs, going to spin baseline, draws a double from Shea, picks up the dribble, shot clock at 4, whips it out front to Edwards, 2 to shoot, swooping left baseline, pulls up and fires a 20-footer at the buzzer, not there. Rebound, Gobert spins to the middle, and his foul going up by Dub. 3:26 left in the quarter. Thunder got the shot they wanted. Edwards with a prayer not answered. Shea is down holding his face and helped up by teammates Caruso and Dort. 62-53 Thunder. They've yet to lead by double digits, up by 9 a number of times in a game that's featured 6 lead changes, 1 tie. Gobert 0 of 2 foul shooting. Rudy, a 7-time All-Star. 4 times the Defensive Player of the Year, a second-team All-Defensive selection this season for the first time in his career. The big Frenchman readies for the first. Crowd quiets. Arcs it and misses that. He's 0 of 3. 62-53 remains the count. Either side shooting free throws well. Thunder 6 of 9 in game 4. The Wolves are now 7 of 11. As Gobert shadow strokes, awaiting the ball for the second free throw. Timberwolves 5-1 at home in the playoffs. The Thunder 3-3 on the road. Rudy exhales. Dribbles a couple of times, right foot slightly in front of the left. Sends a second foul shot up. That one's good. His first making 4 tries. Thunder up 8. 3:26 left till halftime. Thunder want to close the half strong. They played really well in game 4. Wolves in his zone. Shea angles right. Ducks left. Gobert on him. Drifting out front. Shea on the handle. Kicks out right wing Dort. Pump fakes. Drives. Back to Shea. Sets up a 3 that's on line. No good. He back rimmed it. Conley the long rebound. 3 minutes left in the half. Shea in a vacant lot. Edwards wants the ball fronted by Caruso on the right wing. Conley swoops out front. Angles right. Played by Dort. Dishes to Randall. Ball knocked away by Gildas Alexander, but he reaches in and commits a foul, his second, and that was not a good decision by SGA at all. Randall gets free throws as Thunder in the penalty. 62-54 Oklahoma City, 2:52 to play. And unlike Gobert, Randall is an outstanding foul shooting big man. 9th best in the playoffs, in fact, at 89.4%. A timeout called with 2:52 left till intermission that we'll take. This is Thunder basketball.
Postseason dunks, threes, buzzer beaters. There's so much NBA happening. I gotta keep up.
Whoa, take it easy there. There's a better way to NBA. All playoffs long.
Wait, really?
With the NBA app, you get real-time stats and scores for every playoff matchup. Witness playoff drama as it unfolds.
Seriously?
Catch every bucket all in one place, all for free.
Where have you been all my life?
There's a better way to NBA. Download the app today. Available on the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience, so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/smart hours.
Whether watching your favorite team play or getting through the day, clear vision is important. For 50 years, the doctors at the nationally ranked Dean McGee Eye Institute have been committed to helping Oklahomans achieve their best possible vision. From regular eye exams to LASIK to cataract surgery, Dean McGee is the one source for all your eye care needs. So let the professional eye care provider of the OKC Thunder help you see more clearly. For an appointment at one of Dean McGee's 5 locations, visit dmei.org. Dean McGee Eye Institute. Vision for life.
Welcome back. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the New York Knicks mounted another large playoff comeback, winning Game 3 at Indiana yesterday, 106-100, after trailing by 20 earlier in the game. Karl Anthony Towns scored 24 points and grabbed 15 rebounds. 20 of those 24 were in the fourth quarter alone. Game 4 is in Indiana tomorrow night. Back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
You could score free playoff tickets next home game day with the Thunder Ticket Challenge presented by Simple Modern. Just head to Thunder Up in the Park, scan the QR code, and start competing in challenges for your chance to win. Well, Randall's coming up to the free throw line for 2. That could shave the deficit for the Wolves to 2 possessions. Be a pretty simple game. One of the reasons the Thunder excelled this season as the top seed at 68-14. Most every night they get off more shots than their opponent, in large part due to their disruptibility defensively. Now, they've not disrupted the shot making of the Wolves in this first half. They've taken the ball away 11 times. They've also grappled for 9 offensive rebounds to get up 11 more shots than the Wolves thus far. Minnesota trying to mitigate against that disadvantage, attempting their 11th and 12th free throws of the quarter. Julius Randle readying to toe the line for 2. He's had a really rough go of it. Thunder paying he and Edwards big-time attention. They've combined for a total of 6 points in the opening half. Randle, 2 of those, 1 of 2 shooting. The lefty readies for the first. 2:52 left in the half. Thunder by 8. Strokes it and misses back rim. When a player's not in rhythm, that can at times show at the line, and that can have the reverse effect. Maybe get to the free throw line, knock down a couple, and you're in rhythm. Minnesota 8 of 13 fouls, shooting 61%. Thunder 6 of 9 thus far. Randall giving the ball for the second. Arcs it. That one's good. Good thing, because Gobert was going to pick that rebound up and flush it had it not gone in, as Holmgren didn't box him out. Thunder by 7. Shea on the handle, right wing to Dub. Slashing and kicking to Shea, straight away. Grinding right. Leaps and leans, scoops, can't score. Randall's got the miss. Shea was right there rim side but couldn't convert. Randall front court against Dort. Pushing off. Comes to the foul line, backing down. Dort holds his ground as Randall comes baseline, misses the bank shot. Holmgren tips rebound, tried to run it down, but Edwards has it. Back inside, corner right Conley. Chase down, finds McDaniels wide open for 3 straight away. It's up, no good. Long rebound McDaniels, nobody boxed him out. Swooping left, across his body, banks it, no good. Dort tips it up. It's free in the lane. Shea has it, but one of the Timberwolves attacking the glass is fouled before that ball spurted away. It's on Lou Dort, his third. 2:16 left in the second quarter. Both of these teams desperately want this game. The Wolves hold serve at home. It's 2-2 going back to Oklahoma City for Game 5 Wednesday. If the Thunder win, they're on the brink of closing out the Wolves in Game 5, up 3-1. Randall back to the line, Thunder by 7. Minnesota attempting its 15th and 16th free throws of the half. Randall's first is up and good. He's made his last 2. So Julius has 4, 2 of those at the stripe. Thunder lead down to 6. It's been no larger than 9 in a game that's featured 6 lead changes and 1 tie. Minnesota getting a massive boost from the bench. Reserves outscoring Thunder subs 30-13 in the opening half. Randall, deliberate. The crowd quiets in anticipation. His second free throw looks good and is. And Minnesota's within 5. We'll see if the Thunder can close this half strong. They played well this opening half, but the lead is only 2 possessions. Shea across the timeline, guarded by McDaniels straight away. Slashes right with a step, comes to the rim, lays it up and lays it home nicely. The middle opened wide as Holmgren vacated it, and there was no shot blocking force inside as Gobert followed Chet. SGA with 21 first half points. Thunder by 7 again. Seek a stop here. 1:54 left in the half. Wallace on Edwards. Anthony comes to it at midcourt. Gobert screens. High right. Edwards sneaking that way. Picks it up. Out front to Conley. 7 to shoot. Mike gets a screen from Gobert. Weaving left to the foul line. Ducking right. Leans and leans. His right-hand floater not there. Randall runs the rebound down. Shot clock violation, though. That ball never hit the rim. It's a turnover against the Wolves. They're 12th. Really well-defended sequence as Edwards is getting bottled up big time by the Thunder defense. 7-point Thunder lead, 1:35 left till intermission. Gobert out with 3 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 fouls. Naz Reid in, guarding Holmgren. Thunder coming with Dub, Caruso, Wallace, SGA, and Chet. Chet, screen tie right for Dub, gets it back. Arcs an angle left three-pointer that's on the way short. Wide open look. Randall clears. Back come the Wolves, down 7, 1:20 left in the half as Conley speed dribbles, giving behind him to Randall. Slashing and kicking left wing to Conley. Swooping out front, swiped out. Wide left, Reed, firing a long three-pointer in and out, no good. Holmgren gathers his 5th rebound, back come the Thunder. 1:05 left till halftime, OKC by 7. Shea straight away, McDaniels on it. Kicks the ball left wing to Dub, pump faking. Back to Shea out front, Shea covered up by McDaniels. Spins into traffic, whips the ball to Wallace. 6 to shoot, slashing left on Edwards, leaps, leans, and missed the left-hand layup. And a foul coming against the Wolves as Holmgren gets knocked down fighting for the loose ball. Do they call it on Oklahoma City? No, this is against Minnesota. Holmgren gets to the foul line. It's on Reed for a shove in the back off the missed driving layup by Cason Wallace. 52 seconds left till intermission. Holmgren can extend the Thunder lead to 9 with successes at the stripe. Hitting 77% in the playoffs. He has 9 first half points. Eyes the rim, bends his knees, dips, shoots, and hits. Oklahoma City from the stripe, a far less frequent visitor, 7 of 10 in the half. Minnesota's made 11 of 16, and yet the Thunder lead the rebounding battle 18-15, getting off 10 more shots in Minnesota as Holmgren arcs the second. That one's short. Rebound inside to Reed. Thunder not doing a great job at the line either. OKC by 8 defending, 45 seconds left till intermission. Conley on the handle between the rings. Shea plays off. Reed fed high post left. Whips the ball in the corner, 10 from McDaniels, deflected out of bounds by Caruso. Shot clock to 10 as Minnesota will trigger with 37.5 left till intermission. Trigger man will be Anthony Edwards. Far sideline in the corner. That's not an easy spot from which to inbound. Wallace on him. 10 to shoot. Ant giving the ball. Holding, still holds, up the sideline to Conley near midcourt, 8 to shoot. Feeding Edwards, grinding baseline, sidesteps Caruso, whips it inside to Randall. His layup blocked by Holmgren, and got it back and lays it in. And what do we have called?
The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative is making a difference in every corner of Oklahoma, working to prevent teen tobacco and vape use, fueling our minds and bodies through health education, and empowering the next generation of leaders. Why? Because we are the future of Oklahoma. The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative, investing in Oklahoma. Learn more at tsethealthyyouth.com. Brought to you by the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust.
Into the excitement where the spirit of Thunder basketball meets classic diner delights at Boomerang Diner. On Mondays, start off the week with a winning deal. Grab a mouth-watering burger for half the price. On Fridays, feast on all-you-can-eat fish and make your Fridays truly memorable. And no matter the quarter, it's always breakfast time at Boomerang. Pancakes, eggs, and more, served all day, every day. Fuel up like a champ today. Boomerang Diner. It all starts here.
Welcome back. Minnesota's reserve players playing well in Game 4. 39 points from the Timberwolves bench, including 9 3-point hits, and this game is tied. Let's send you back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
Faster Hall is now Thunder Hall, your official Thunder watch party destination for the playoffs. Watch the Thunder on the big screen all postseason long with giveaways, great food, and more. Head to OKCThunder.com/Thunder Hall for more information. Well, the Wolves have chased the Thunder down from 11 behind in this third quarter, dominating OKC with defense, limiting the Thunder to 6 of 17 shooting. OKC has only 1 assist in the third quarter, Minnesota with 5, and they've converted 9 of 13 shots, 4 of 7 threes, punctuating a 9-2 run on a DiVincenzo 3 from the corner. Thunder are not getting to three-point shooters. They've been caught in three-pointers made at 12. And when Minnesota makes 12 or more threes in the playoffs, they're 8-1. DiVincenzo, 13 off the bench is series high. Alexander Walker, 14 points. They're a combined 7 of 9 from 3 as Minnesota rallying behind its reserves to tie the game at 79 apiece. Well, we talked about off the top, you've got to go get a game like this. We'll see what the Thunder have in reserve as they've been hunted down and caught. This game has featured only 2 ties, and one of those is right now. 6 lead changes, OKC by as many as 11. Minnesota's led by no more than 2 very early. SGA, Alex Caruso, Chet Holmgren. Lou Dort back with 4 fouls, and Cason Wallace against Donte DiVincenzo, Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. 4:25 left in the third. Thunder have 2 team fouls to give the Wolves with 3 in a game that's tied at 79. Thunder have to find a way to begin moving the ball. They've been out-assisted tonight 19-13 by Minnesota. Gilgeous Alexander will activate the attack. He has 6 assists, all of those in the first half, 9 of 21 shooting. Shea slashes right, can't surge free, bucking left. Pump fakes, leans in and floats a 15-foot jumper. And a good long rebound tipped out. Holmgren has it at midcourt. Holds Alexander-Walker on him. Works the right wing dribble, gives to Caruso, swooping out front, slashing right. Stripped to the ball, it's out of bounds off of Alexander-Walker, who pumps his chest to the delight of the crowd with 4.2 left in the quarter. He's played brilliantly in this game. A massive X factor with 4:01 left on the game clock, 4.5 on the shot clock. The Wolves are stopping a score from going up from 11 down earlier this quarter. Caruso will trigger underneath, left of his own bucket. Holding. Shea's down, bounce feed comes to Wallace, elevating and firing, fade away right of the lane, knocks down a 12-footer. Big time shot by Cason. Got 2 buckets in the quarter, 7 points in the game. Thunder by 2, 81-79. Alexander-Walker on the handle, looking right. Edwards denied the ball by Dort. Nickeil to midcourt to Reid. Handing to DiVincenzo, swiped at by Wallace. Rips the ball in front of him, 5 to shoot, slices left. In the lane, stripped, ball free. At midcourt, Reid has it, 1 to shoot. Can't get a shot off in time. Shot clock violation. Thunder defense airtight. Extending the pressure and forcing the Wolves into their 17th turnover in Game 4. OKC has only 13 points off of those takeaways, though, and has been outrun 11-5 on the break, outscored 18-13 in points off turnovers. Thunder by 2. 3:25 left in the third. Shea slashes right, contained, ducks left, kicks out to Caruso, pump faking. Back to Shea top of the key, 10 to shoot. Played by Alexander-Walker. Caruso screens. Shea jab steps. 5 to shoot. Slashes left. Corner left to Caruso. Catch and shoot rainbow 3 is up. And in there. Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball. Caruso knows what the mountaintop looks like as an NBA champ. Nails a tray. Thunder by 5, scoring 5 straight. 84-79. OKC 13 threes tonight. Edwards pestered midcourt by Dort. Gives it up the left sideline to Alexander-Walker. Slashing right. Pulls up. Dort denies it. Feeding backdoor Edwards. Swooping, kicking. Right wing Reid. Up top to Alexander-Walker. Free again for 3. Lofts it. Misses it short. Rebound fought for. Tipped in the lane. Run down by Reid. Wolves get a second crack. 12 to shoot. Low right. Gobert. Stripped to the ball by Wallace. Oh, what a takeaway. Cason up the left side. Draws a double. Gives it up at midcourt to Dort, who's open. Lou plows the baseline. Whips the ball up the sideline to Wallace. Kicks out right wing to Caruso with 12 to shoot. Edwards denies Shea the ball. Caruso's got to go here. 7 to shoot. Handing to Shea now on the right wing. Sizing up Alexander-Walker. 3 to shoot. Dancing. Pulls up. Right wing three-pointer. Tumbles short. Rebound Reid. Not a good shot. 2:15 left in the third. The Wolves get it back, and they'll burn a timeout. Shea looks gassed. 84-79 Thunder, scoring 5 straight since they were caught at 79 apiece. This is drama in Minneapolis at the Target Center. We'll take time with OKC in front, 84-79. This is Thunder basketball.
Dive into the excitement where the spirit of Thunder basketball meets classic diner delights at Boomerang Diner. On Mondays, start off the week with a winning deal. Grab a mouth-watering burger for half the price. On Fridays, feast on all-you-can-eat fish and make your Fridays truly memorable. And no matter the quarter, it's always breakfast time at Boomerang. Pancakes, eggs, and more, served all day, every day. Fuel up like a champ today. Boomerang Diner. It all starts here.
Thunder's ability to offensive rebound is saving their bacon right now. They've gotten up 19 more shots than the Wolves in Game 4. Thanks to 16 offensive boards, they've scored 18 second-chance points. And in a quarter in which they've made only 8 of 21 shots, they're fighting to fend off the Wolves' advances up by 5, 84-79 with 2:12 left in the third quarter. Minnesota's hot. 4 of 8 from 3, 12 of 26 from distance, 46% in Game 4, and hitting 52% of its overall shots. Thunder have a foul to give as we near the 2-minute mark of the quarter. Minnesota has one as well. Timberwolves bring Julius Randle back along with Anthony Edwards, Dante DiVincenzo, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and Naz Reid. Thunder counter with Holmgren, Wallace, Caruso, SGA, and Lou Dort. 2:12 left third quarter, Thunder by 5 after leading by as many as 11. Alexander-Walker pedals across timeline on Holmgren. Comes to the right wing, hands to Randle and travels. That's an unforced turnover. That's the Wolves' 19th giveaway in Game 4. Thunder get it back. We'll see if they can take advantage in a quarter in which they have really sputtered offensively, held to 19 points. 84-79 OKC. Gildas Alexander guarded by his cousin Alexander Walker, top of the key. Angles right, kicks to Holmgren. Chased down by Reed, slashes right, spins down the lane, free dunks! Oh, big right-hand send down! Chet Holmgren, don't be so mean, and welcome home, baby! He's got a dozen. Thunder by 7 on a 7-0 rampage. It's 86-79 over the last 2:10. Alexander Walker on the handle, shadowed by Holmgren. Edwards screens, Alexander Walker behind it, guarded by Dort, spins in the lane. Comes back baseline, lays in a left-hand layup, he travels, and it's not called. Alexander Walker 16, the Wolves within 5, 1:30 left in the third. Minnesota will have the ball to begin the fourth. Shea, away to Holmgren pick, drives right, elevates and fires, 13-foot jumper, he nails it, thought he was fouled, no whistle, but he rips the cords, he has 27. 88-71 Thunder. Answering the call on the road thus far in Game 4, 1:15 left in the third. Edwards dancing out front on Caruso, crosses over, snakes right, gives it up in the corner. DiVincenzo back to Edwards, blasting down the lane, leans in, scores it easily with a left-hand effort. 88-83. Shea back quickly, Edwards behind the play. Look out from behind, Shea. Slashing, jump stop, spins, open. And he's called for an offensive foul as Alexander Walker takes a flop. All right. Nice call, Zach Zarba. Third personal foul on Shea. You got an elbow around the chin of Alexander Walker. The Thunder won't challenge this. 56.9 left in the quarter. Timberwolves not going away, and you knew they wouldn't. They gained their confidence in Game 3, and they're playing like it now. Dort out. Edwards guarded by Wallace. Alexander Walker slot left to Randle. Checked by Caruso on the dribble weave to Edwards. Jumped at by Caruso on a switch. Holding. Dubs on Randle. Left baseline Edwards. Plowing into a double. Splits it. And a reach-in foul coming on the Thunder before continuation, I think. But Edwards may get continuation here. Yeah, Bill Kennedy's going to give it to him. 42.7 left in the quarter. 88-83 the count. Thunder pushed to a 7-point lead after they were caught at 79, but now the Wolves are beating a path back. Down 5. Edwards, 2 of 3 at the line, has been held to 8 points in Game 4. Randle to 5. Ant's first free throw is perfect. Minnesota, a frequent visitor to the line in this game. 8 more tries than the Thunder, and this will be number 9. They've made 14 of 19, OKC 7 of 11. And it's a game in which the Thunder have outscored the Wolves in the paint. Kenrich Williams in, Chet Holmgren out with 12 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Last OKC free throw came with 32 seconds left in the second quarter. Are you kidding me? Edwards' second is good. 3-point game, 88-85. If you want it, you got to go get it. 42.7 left in the third quarter. Dub. Back of interference run by Caruso, picked up crossing the timeline by Edwards. Edwards popped the ball away, Dub went back to get it. Wallace screens high left, Dub can't shake Edwards. Jump past the right wing to Wallace, catch and shoot 3 is on the way, not close, and not a good shot. 27 seconds left in the quarter, Edwards the rebound. Drives by Caruso, splits defenders. Gives it up out front to Randle, tees up a 3 for the tie, not there. Rebound Kenrich Williams, lost it. But it's tipped to Shea with 14 seconds left. The Thunder the ball in a 3-point lead at 88-85. Gildas Alexander has 27 with 7 assists, 6 rebounds. Shea, 6 seconds left, 40 feet away, gets a screen from Kenrich Williams. Slices left, stutter steps, comes baseline, goes glass, bangs home a 12-footer. 1 second left in the quarter. Thunder by 5. Edwards flings the ball from 75 feet away, no good. Gildas Alexander looks exhausted, but he has 29 points. Hit a clutch bucket there, extending a 3-point lead to 5, going to the fourth. Well, batting it down now. OKC during the regular season, 61-2 when leading after 3. During the playoffs, they're 7-2. Minnesota, when down after 3 in postseason, is 2-4. OKC by 5 going to the fourth. bidding for a 3-1 lead in this best of 7, with Game 5 looming on their floor at Paycom Center on Wednesday. We'll see if they have a finishing kick, up 5 going to the 4th. We'll get there next. This is Thunder Basketball.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the NBA Finals.
In the NBA Finals, any moment can become unforgettable. Now is your chance to watch the next moment you'll remember forever.
Jordan, open. Chicago with the lead.
Unforgettable awaits.
Anything possible.
The 2025 NBA Finals presented by YouTube TV begin June 5th on ABC.
With just seconds on the clock, I'm chomping at the bit here, Frank. I'm telling you, this is a moment in basketball history to really relish in. Back at the offensive end, Ken Chupp mustereds up all his strength and squeezes down into the paint. He breaks through the screen, posts up with buns out, catches the ball, and order up. And he's called for the double drizzle.
Dude, just get your hot dog and let's get back to our seats. Eat Schwab, the official hot dog of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/Smart Hours.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Welcome back. After Minnesota was able to fight back and tie the game, Oklahoma City finishes the third quarter strong, outscoring the Wolves 11-6, headed into the fourth quarter with a 5-point lead. Back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
Despite being outshot in this game, 52-46% from the field, OKC's made one more three than the T-Wolves. They've also attempted 9 fewer free throws, converting 8 fewer. That's the reason it's tight at 90-85. Thunder getting up 19 more shots than the Wolves, thanks to 16 offensive rebounds and 19 turnovers forced. SJ with 8 of his game-high 29 in that third. Dub has 20 for the Thunder. The Wolves are led by 5 in double figures. Off the bench, Nickeil Alexander-Walker was 16, 13 from DiVincenzo. Edwards has only 10 on 3 of 7 shooting. Randall only 5. Gobert a series-high 11, and McDaniels has 12. Thunder will defend to begin the fourth, leading 90-85, 7-2 their record when leading after 3 in the playoffs. They deploy Kenrich Williams, Cason Wallace, Chet Holmgren, Alex Caruso, and J-Dub against Naz Reid. Terrence Shannon back off the bench. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Dante DiVincenzo, and Julius Randle for the Wolves. Edwards sits. Alexander-Walker jump passing into Reid, plowing the paint. Down the lane, unguarded dunks. Holmgren never stepped in to challenge him. 3-point game at 90-87. Minnesota continues to shoot the ball well, 53%. Reid off the bench has 7. Wallace on the handle, played by Alexander-Walker on the dribble weave to Dove. Swooping left back of pick by Holmgren, nearly lost the dribble. Lashes right on Shannon, corner right Holmgren, right wing Wallace. Driving on Reid, kicks out left wing to Kenrich Williams, shot clock to 5. Williams had the ball knocked away, Wallace has it, back left wing Kenrich. Bombs a 3 that's up, not close. Rebound fought for Dove, gets it back and lays it into the shot clock buzzer. Thunder back up 5, 92-87. They have 20 second chance points. Alexander-Walker shuttles mid-post left to Reid. Whips up top Alexander-Walker, slashing left on Holmgren. Driving, lays it up left-handed, no good. Rebound Randall. Bullies his way, pump faking. Sips the ball to Shannon, lays it up, no good, but he's fouled en route to the rim. Both teams playing with fierce intensity, and Terrence Shannon, the rookie, gets to the foul line with 11 minutes to play. Minnesota attempting its 21st and 22nd foul shots of Game 4. The Thunder have tried 11 and not attempted 1 since late in the second quarter. Shannon from the line off the bench, 2 of 2, has 7 points in 6 minutes. Had 15 in Game 3 Saturday. The lefty out of Illinois bends his knees, strokes it, and sticks it. T-Wolves are 16 of 21 free throwing. OKC 7 of 11 in a 4-point game at 92-88. Gilgeous-Alexander resting. Thunder calling on Kenrich Williams for big minutes in Game 4. He's played 10, has 5 points. Shannon looks to make it a one-possession difference, and does. 92-89 Thunder. Wallace in the backcourt, guarded by Alexander Walker, behind the back dribbles. Not yet across, now gets it across to Dub. Behind a Wallace pick, comes to the top of the key. Dancing. Shuttles and kicks, right wing Holmgren. He wants three. Give it to him. Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball as Holmgren makes himself right at home, knocking down his second three in Game 4. The Minneapolis native with 15, 95-89. Alexander Walker plowing left baseline. Cups the ball, got away with a travel and lays it in without a whistle. And it's right in front of Zach Sarber, who saw the whole thing. 95-91, Alexander Walker has 18. His series high, the previous 17. Dub on the handle, between the rings, 10-20 left. Jalen slashes right to the rim, lays it up on the run, no good, but he's fouled en route by either Shannon or DiVincenzo. Jalen Williams will attempt his first free throws of Game 4. That's a travesty, an absolute travesty. He came out guns a-blazing at 13 first quarter points, set the Thunder on their way to a 37-30 lead after one. They pushed that lead as wide as 11, but been unable to put away the Wolves in Game 4 yet. 10-18 left, under 95, the Timberwolves 91. Jalen Williams for free throws. Dub from the line in the playoffs at 76%. Right foot in front of the left. Eyes the rim, dips, shoots, swishes. That's the first foul shot for the Thunder in 14 minutes and 33 seconds of game time. They are now 8 of 12 from the line. They came in averaging 24.5 free throw attempts a game in the playoffs. Dub, deliberate, same routine. Arcs it and sticks it. OKC by 6, 97-91. Fending off Wolves' advances, but the Wolves are right at the doorstep. 10-15 left. Alexander Walker gives the ball the lead between the rings, shattered by Dub. On the dribble weave to DiVincenzo, crowded by Kenrich Williams, 10 to shoot. Arcs a long angle right three-pointer that is no good. Rebound Reed. Holds in the lane, steps away from Kenrich Williams. Between the rings, DiVincenzo, right wing Alexander Walker. Catch and shoot three is on the way, good. He's now made 5 threes. Very soft contest by Wallace. 21 for Alexander Walker, new career playoff high. It's 97-94. Dub blasting right on Shannon, crosses over, pulls up, fades. 13-footer right of the paint, rips the cords and quiets the crowd. Jalen Williams says, I'm here. We're good. He is 26, 99-94. DiVincenzo pushing off on Kenrich Williams without repercussion. Between the rings to Reed, slashing right. Kicks on the wing to Shannon, slicing left. Kicks right corner, Alexander Walker, pump faking free. Fires another rainbow three on Holmes. This is no good. Russo tips a rebound back to Kenrich Williams. Scaling Randall to do it. Exit play. Thunder get it back, up 5. 9:15 left, up on the handle. Steps to the wing on Reed. Sizes him up, isolated. Dancing. Crosses over and cranks a left wing three-pointer that's short. Holmgren back taps a miss. Wallace fights to get it, and he's knocked down by Reed, committing a loose ball foul. So the Thunder stay active on the backcourt. They have 18 offensive rebounds as Reed is guilty of the loose ball foul, his first. That's the Wolves' second team foul. 9:03 left. Edwards back. His team down by 5, 99-94. Oklahoma City, again, I can't harp on it enough. When you win the possession battle, you give yourself a great chance, whether it's home or road, to win the game. They're plus 18 in shot attempts. Dub fed the ball near midcourt, swiped at by Edwards. Hooks the ball to Holmgren, holding. Slashes right. Stripped to the ball by DiVincenzo. Dante with numbers. Out in front, Edwards to the rim, lays it up. Blows the bunny. Loose ball gathered by DiVincenzo. Flips it in on the foul. 99-96. Dub across the timeline. Holmgren's got to be careful on the dribble. Dub down the lane on Reed to the rim. Scoops it, leaves it short. Holmgren there with a ferocious flush on the follow. Look out below, baby. Shots got 17. 101-96. Thunder now with 22 second chance points. Wolves have 7 in the quarter, though. Deep right corner, DiVincenzo sizing up Holmgren. Dancing on the dribble, shuttles to the wing. Slashes left in the paint. Jump stops. Feeds left corner, Randall. Catch shoot three way off. Got his own miss. Nobody boxed him out. Lays it up on the run. Overshoots the rim, but he's fouled going up by Holmgren. 101-96. Fundamentals come into play in a big way. You allow a three-pointer from the corner, you've got to get a body on the guy that released it. That's a second-team foul in Oklahoma City. Holmgren with his second. 101-96 Thunder. Timeout OKC. 8:14 to play. A world of time, and in a game dripping with drama. So much at stake. If the Thunder can hang on, they go up 3-1 in this series and are one win away from the NBA Finals. If the Wolves can battle back and take
ruling
it
on the floor is a defensive foul on Holmgren. Oklahoma City is challenging the ruling.
It will be 2-2, and we'll see how this challenge goes for Mark Daigneault and the Thunder. Their first challenge tonight. 8:14 to play. We'll let you know the verdict. That was Zach Zarba, the crew chief, letting you know the call's been challenged on the Holmgren foul. This is Thunder basketball.
MidFirst Bank is proud to be the official bank of the Oklahoma City Thunder and the exclusive provider of the Thunder and Rumble debit cards. As the largest privately owned bank in the nation, MidFirst Bank has the strength, stability, and expertise to help you prepare for the now and the future. So no matter where your financial journey takes you, MidFirst Bank is the partner to help you get there. MidFirst Bank, true to you. Member FDIC.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/smart hours.
Taco Bueno is the official taco of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've got a win for your taste buds. We're celebrating every Thunder playoff game with a free taco the day after. That's right, a free taco. Just mention your Thunder taco and enjoy a crispy beef or soft taco on us. No coupon necessary. It's our way of saying thanks for cheering loudly. Celebrate the playoffs the Bueno way, only at Taco Bueno.
If you've been injured in a car accident and need the concierge medical care you deserve, then you need Impact MD Accident Care. We'll get you back to the life you had before the accident with no out-of-pocket expense to you. And with 6 locations across OKC and statewide, there's bound to be an Impact MD near you. Call us anytime 24/7 at 405-483-3075 or visit ImpactMD.com. Impact MD is a proud partner of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Welcome back. The Thunder up by 5 over the Wolves, and they're up to 18 offensive rebounds now. 3 different Thunder players with 4 apiece. Chet Holmgren, Isaiah Hartenstein, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Let's send you back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
Sean Wright at the replay center aiding Zach Zarba and James Williams on this Thunder challenge. We'll see the ruling here in a moment. Zach Zarba is going to approach the microphone downstairs. Looked to me like Holmgren stayed vertical the entire time challenging the shot, and Randall initiated contact. We'll see what the call is, though. Initially, it was a blocking foul on Chet.
After review, it's been deemed that Holmgren jumps legally vertically to contest this layup attempt. Therefore, the ruling on the floor is overturned. Due to the imminent possession and last touched basketball off of Holmgren's head, it's Minnesota basketball sideline out of bounds.
So the Thunder win the challenge. They've got another should they opt to use it. But it is Minnesota ball with 14 on the shot clock. So the good news is they win the challenge. The bad news is it's Minnesota ball. Thunder getting up 17 more shots in the T-Wolves in a 5-point game. 6. Both sides have 2 teams. Check that out. Wolves 2. And Holmgren has a foul erased from his docket. Wallace, Dubb, Dort, Caruso, and Shea. 5 smalls for the Thunder against Reed, DiVincenzo, Randall, Alexander Walker inbounding, and Anthony Edwards. Alexander Walker lobs up the right side to Randall, near midcourt to DiVincenzo to Edwards. Blasting left on Dort to the baseline. Fires a 3 that's way off. Loose ball offside, gathered by Reed, whose foul going up by Shea. When you go small, you got to find a way to get bodies on misses, and that time Shea got overpowered by Reed on the miss. It's SGA's 4th foul. 8:07 left. Reed goes immediately to the foul line, where the Wolves are 17 of 22 in the game. Naz Reid is yet to attempt free throws. That's the Wolves' 18th offensive rebound. Offensive rebounds even at 18. Reed's first foul shot is perfect. Naz from the line in the playoffs, not great, 71%. He has 8 off the bench in this game. 2 of the 5 Wolves in double figures have been reserves. DiVincenzo 15, Alexander Walker a career playoff high 21. Reed looks to make it a 1-possession difference. Given the ball for the second, bends his knee, snaps it off, and does just that. Thunder 101, the Wolves 98. Shea is back with 8:07 left. Both sides, 2 team fouls to give as Wallace navigates front court against Edwards. Pounding a dribble at the logo. Wide left to Dub, 12 to shoot. Hounded by DiVincenzo behind the back dribble. Slashes left, jump stops. Whips it inside, Caruso open! His layup goaltended by Reed. Credit Caruso with the back cut and Dub with his 5th assist. Alex Caruso has 8 points all in the half, and the Thunder go back up 5, 103-98, answering the call many times with 7:50 left in game 4. Do they have a finishing kick? We'll see. Alexander Walker navigates against Caruso, gives to Reed, to Edwards, cutting down the lane unguarded, lays it in. That's way too easy. Just a curl cut for an easy layup. The Wolves now 38 in the paint, Thunder 38 in the paint. The 3-point game as they rise as 1 at target center. Gildas Alexander played by McDaniels, gets the Dort pick. Reed on him on a switch. Shea wants Dort to clear. Gildas Alexander to the foul line. Steps away, fires. 17-foot stroke straight away. Pure. He's got 31. SGA rips the cords. Thunder 105. The Wolves 100. Beautiful execution there. As Shea answers his 14-point outing Saturday with 31 thus far tonight. Edwards. Back of a moving McDaniels pick. It's an offensive foul as Dort is knocked down for the 2nd time tonight. The best at that. And McDaniels, with a hip check, picks up his 3rd foul. That's the Wolves' 20th turnover in game 4. Thunder get it back up 5, 7-11 left in a 105-100 game. J-Dub, Kaysen Wallace, Lou Dort, SGA, and Chet Holmgren now for the Thunder as Caruso takes a seat with 8 big points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, and an assist in game 4. Shea walks in front court. The Wolves, without a team foul in that sequence, Shea sets up, jump passing to Holmgren. 3 for 3 straight away, lofts it and sticks it. It's a 2, but it's true as Chet's got 19. Timeout Wolves. He's coming up mammoth in Minneapolis. The pride and joy of Minnehaha Academy, where he guided them to multiple state titles. Chet feasting on home food with 20. Thunder have 3 at 20 plus. Holmgren 20 with 7 boards and 2 blocks. 26 from Dub and SGA with 31. Oklahoma City doing what's necessary thus far to lead 107-100. 6:58 to play. A timeout call that will take. This is Thunder basketball.
At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/smart hours.
Beats and Bites Festival is back again at Riverwind Casino, where good grooves and great food are on tap all summer long. Kicking off on June 14th with Josh Turner.
Would you go with me?
And Edwin McCain. Along with crave-worthy eats from local food trucks, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets online or at the box office for just $10. Only at Riverwind Casino.
Why don't we just dance?
Concert information.
I got stolen by the grave.
Crowder, Grace and Glory Tour. Featuring Crowder. Sunday night, October 26th in Oklahoma City at Paycom Center.
Looks like somebody prayed.
With special guest Passion Music, Louis Giglio, plus Carrie Job Carnes and Cody Carnes. Tickets and info available at awakeningfoundation.com. Crowder, Grace and Glory Tour. Presented by the Awakening Foundation, a nonprofit organization.
Welcome back. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the New York Knicks mounted another large playoff comeback, winning Game 3 at Indiana yesterday, 106-100 after trailing by as many as 20. Karl Anthony Towns scored 24 points in that game. 20 of those were in the fourth quarter alone. Game 4 is in Indiana tomorrow night. Back to Minnesota. Here's Matt Pinto.
Join the Thunder Reading Challenge presented by American Fidelity. The challenge tips off June 1st when kindergarten through 5th grade students are encouraged to read 20 minutes a day for the month of June for a chance to win a Thunder prize pack and be eligible to win a Thunder jersey. Register at okcthunder.com/reading challenge. Well, he is the pride and joy of the Twin Cities. Chet Holmgren is homegrown here, and man, he established himself big time through his ascent to be the second overall pick by the Thunder 3 years ago. And he's having a quarter in the fourth. 7 of his 19 have come in this fourth quarter. Thunder made 7 of 10 shots in the fourth, outscoring the Wolves 18-15 to lead by 7 with 6:58 to play. Both sides have 2 team fouls to give. The Wolves have 1 more timeout than the Thunder 3-2. OKC still has a challenge it can utilize, as does Minnesota. Jaden McDaniels, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Dante DiVincenzo, Anthony Edwards, and Rudy Gobert for the Wolves. Against SGA, J-Dub, Lou Dort, Chet Holmgren, and Cason Wallace. Alexander-Walker right wing. Up the right side to Edwards, swooping between the rings. Gets a Gobert pick. Grinding right. Now left into the paint. Kicks in the corner, Alexander-Walker. Catch and shoot 3 is up. No good. And there's an offensive foul called, I believe, on Edwards on the handoff. It is on Anthony Edwards, a moving pick after getting the ball to Alexander-Walker, knocking down Shea. That's the second on Edwards. That's the Wolves' 21st turnover for 20 Thunder points. Dub against full court pressure. Someone needs the help. He gets it into Wallace, barely. Payson deeper in the backcourt to Dub, spinning on Edwards. Across the timeline, just beating the 8 count. 6:25 left. Dub played by Edwards. Shea giving the ball just inside midcourt, 12 to shoot. Sizing up Alexander-Walker, isolated right wing, backing down. Shea steps away, kicks to Holmgren. This is 4-3 straight away. Chet left it short. Wallace the long rebound. Down the lane, Chet to the rim. Sends it down with 2 hands. A raucous assault of the rim by Holmgren, who has 21 and counting. 9 in the quarter, a 6-0 Thunder push. Gives them a 9-point lead at 109-100. Edwards, 6:10 to play. Dancing, back to his Gobert pick, pulls up, fires a 3 straight away. That's good. Big time shot by Edwards. His first made 3 in 5 tries. He has 15 points. 6-point game, 2 possession difference, 6 minutes to play, a world of time. SGA, played by his cousin Alexander Walker in a 1-4 set. Shea grinding right, a step, down the lane, lays it up, no good, knockdown, no whistle. Alexander Walker has the miss, speed dribbling. Challenging Dub, who strips him of the ball. Was it off his body, out of bounds? No, it's off of Dub with 5:43 left. So Gilgeous-Alexander's gotten to the foul line 6 times in this game. The Thunder 13 times, the Wolves 24 times. A ton of contact on that play without a whistle. 5:43 left. Caruso back in, sitting down Wallace. OKC 109, Minnesota 103. The Edwards 3 made it a 6-point game on the last Timberwolves possession. DiVincenzo lobs to Gobert left wing. Up the sideline to Alexander Walker, kicking right corner to DiVincenzo. Wide open, unguarded for 3 hits. A complete breakdown by the Thunder. 109-106, back-to-back Wolves 3s. Make it a 3-point game with 5.5 left. DiVincenzo 4 of 7 on 3s for 18. Gilgeous-Alexander gets a call off the Thunder bench. Caruso screens high right. Shea behind him. And Caruso's called for a moving screen. Thunder led by 9 a moment ago, and they're coming apart since. Edwards an open 3 straight away. Then DiVincenzo sneaking to the corner, unguarded for 3, and the Wolves could tie with a 3 this trip. And out on which they made 43% of their trays, 15 of 35. Edwards on the handle, played by Dort. Gets a McDaniels pick. Rubs off left, Holmgren on him, fires a long angle left 3-pointer, in and out, no good. Caruso tips a rebound, and Shea has it. Gilgeous-Alexander is 7-4 to go with 8 assists and 31 points. Shea up the left side on Alexander Walker. Backs down, left baseline. Low crouching right hand bounce, spins. No maneuverability, keep the dribble alive. Steps away, fires a one-legged fade from 16 feet away. Nothing but net. Gilgeous-Alexander 33 and counting. Under by 5, 111-106. 4:49 left. Alexander Walker looking to get back for the Wolves. He's at the logo, shadowed by Shea. Reversing field back of a Gobert pick. Angling, kicking, Rudy in the lane. Sips right corner, McDaniels wide open. Strokes a 3-pointer that goes. Thunder not within 20 feet. It's 111-109 as Minnesota continues to pummel the Thunder defense from distance. 2-point game with 4:25 left. Gilgeous-Alexander straight away on McDaniels. Sips the ball to Holmgren. Slashing on McDaniels, nearly knocked down. Jump pass to go to Caruso, open. The reverse layup on the back door, up and in. Alex Caruso sneaking inside in double figures with 10. 113-109. Thunder by 4 minutes left. Edwards between the rings. Shifting back of a Gobert pick. Swooping left. Kicks in the corner, Alexander Walker, pump fakes free of Shea. Grinds the baseline, floats it up, blocked by Dort! Shea on the loose ball. Lou comes up huge, a first-team all-defensive player. Gildas-Alexander back, swiped at by not just McDaniels, but Alexander Walker retreats to midcourt with 3:45 left, Thunder by 4. Shea straight away on Gobert. Gildas-Alexander, 8 to shoot. Crossing over, snaking right, steps away, ducks left, in deep. Spins, loses it, shovel feeds to Dub, open. Left side angle 3 on the way, got it! Chichinga Thunder money ball, Dub rises and rips. He's got 5. Shea lost the ball, regathered, and shoveled through the legs of McDaniels to Dub on the left flank for the tray. Jalen Williams, 29. Thunder 116, the Wolves 109. 3:32 left. Minnesota calls a timeout. OKC is making every big play down the stretch on the road. We saw this frequently from them in the regular season, and they've come to play tonight in Game 4. Gildas-Alexander, an outstanding play between the legs of McDaniels on a bounce to Dub on the left flank, and Jalen has a new career playoff high with 5 made trays, 29 points, 3 away from his career playoff high scoring. OKC 116, the Wolves 109 with 3:32 to play. We'll be back. This is Thunder Basketball.
At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience, so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
Tonight's OG&E Power Play of the game, just authored by the All-Star Tandem. Both all-league selections. Shea Gildas-Alexander, a between-the-legs assist for his 9th to J-Dub on the left flank, deep in the shot clock for his 5th three-pointer. OG&E, we energize life, and that tandem coming up with magic with 3:32 to play to extend the Thunder lead to 7. Timberwolves were within 2 a moment ago. Dub, Chet, and Shea 9 points apiece in this 4th. 3:32 left. Alexander Walker handles. Thunder a foul to give. Nikhil near midcourt to Edwards. Swiped at by Caruso. Off the stutter step. Grinding, crossing over Dort on him. Slides baseline, loses the ball. Caruso took it away. Shea off the 22nd Timberwolves turnover off the right side. Guarded by Alexander Walker, mid-post right. Into the paint, steps away, pump fakes, kicks to Dort, left corner Holmgren. Spinning on McDaniels. Whips it right corner, Caruso flat to get it. Shoot in the lane to Shea for a fadeaway 12-foot jumper that rolls off. Loose ball battle for. We have a loose ball foul coming on Holmgren. Will be his 2nd. Chet indicates he was grabbed by McDaniels. Thunder still have a challenge to take if they choose to. 3:01 left, they won't here. Calling back to defend, up 116-109 inside the final 3 minutes. Edwards guarded by Dort, gets a screen from Alexander Walker. Now Shea's on Edwards. Dort fights over. Slot left Alexander Walker straight away to Edwards, 12 to shoot. Dancing, 30 feet away. Veers left, hits McDaniels down the lane, snaking, lays it up on the run, lays it in. 116-111, 2:43 to play. McDaniels, a quiet second half, but he has 17 in the game. Gildas-Alexander, a chance of defense at target center on the handle, straight away. Dub screens, high right. Shea, swooping right. Steps back, crosses over, pulls up, fires. 16-foot jumper blocked by Alexander Walker, and a foul coming on Nikhil. Hit Shea on the arm and hand on release. 2:27 to play. Both teams still have a challenge they can utilize here, and Minnesota may opt to burn it here. We'll see. Shea crossed over Rose and was hit on the right arm and wrist by Alexander Walker. I hope Finch burns it here. I don't think he will, though. SGA 5 of 6 at the line, has 33 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds in the game, and 1 steal. Talk about a response to the tough night Saturday. SGA the MVP, readies for the first, dribbles once, eyes the rim, dips, shoots, rolls in. 117-111 Thunder. This is a critical one. It would extend the lead for the Thunder to 3 possessions. It's 2 possessions right now. Gildas-Alexander with 34, his playoff career high 38. Shea ready with the second, snaps it off, and buries it. OKC 118, Minnesota 111, 2:27 left. Edwards picked up deep in the backcourt by Dort. Ant crossing the timeline, shuttles left, down the lane. Feeds right corner, DiVincenzo wide open for 3, nails it, unguarded. 118-114, that breakdown continues in the Thunder defense. Dub across the timeline, challenged by DiVincenzo. 40 feet away. Dancing on the dribble, 12 to shoot. Shuttles left with a step In deep, elevates, fires across his body, nails a 10-footer. Jalen Williams rising with 31. SGA 35, what an effort. 121-14, 155 to play. DiVincenzo on the dribble weave to McDaniels, giving to Edwards. Dancing, shuttling, angling right double. Bounce feeds to McDaniels. Left corner, Alexander Walker. Catch shoot three is up. In and out, no good. DiVincenzo the rebound. Kicks to McDaniels. Left wing, Alexander Walker challenge. Slides baseline. To the rim, lays it up and lays it in with the left hand. Alexander Walker snaking inside, has 23, building on his playoff career high. 4-point game, 1:30 left. 120-116 Thunder. SGA between the rings. Surveying on the handle. Crossing over, retreating, 10 to shoot. Shea with 1:20 to play. Kicks left wing, Dub open. Snaps off a rainbow three. In there! Chachinga J-Dub authored money ball. Oh, baby! 34 for Dub, a playoff career high. Shea's got 10 assists. Thunder back up 7. Edwards left wing double. Up top, Alexander Walker to McDaniels down the lane. Lays it up on the run and lays it in. 123, 118, 110 left. SGA will cross the timeline with just over a minute left in regulation. Wolves a team foul to give. Shea isolated on his cousin Alexander Walker. Pounding the left-hand dribble at the logo. 10 to shoot. Shea in a 1-4 set. Snaking right. Spins and fades. The angle right 17-foot jumper, no good. Rebound run down by DiVincenzo, 50 seconds. Wolves down 5. Edwards fed. Crossing the timeline on Caruso. Bullies. Kicks left wing to McDaniel. Slicing right on Holmgren. Spins, comes left. Lays it up. Blocked by Holmgren. Oh, what a swat. Shea the loose ball. 35 seconds left. Through traffic. Fouled on a reach-in by Alexander Walker. Chet Holmgren loves coming back to Minneapolis, can you tell? 3 blocks, 21.7 rebounds, and a massive fourth quarter, denying McDaniels on a recovery right-hand rejection of a left-hand layup. 20 on the shot clock, 35.3 on the game clock. Thunder by 5, 123-118. Wolves out of fouls. Far sideline front court, Caruso readying to inbound. Has Dub, SGA, Holmgren, and Dort with him. DiVincenzo providing on-ball pressure. Jostling for position. Has the refs stepping in between. 35.3 to play. Caruso giving the ball, Thunder by 5. Alex looks. Gets it into Shea wide left. Shea reached in on, and McDaniels takes it away. Edwards has it. 30 seconds. Pulls up, fires a long 3 straight away short. High for the rebound. Dort can't get it. McDaniels has it. Fires a left corner 3-pointer that's good. 123-121. 23.1 to play. Shea deep in the backcourt, pestered by Alexander Walker up the sideline. Tripped up, no whistle. Crossing the timeline with 18. Now to the middle. Alexander Walker's got a foul. And he does with 14.5 to play in a 2-point game at 123-121. Well, that was not played well by the Thunder at all. Inbounding up 5, and Shea got stripped by McDaniels. McDaniels then nailed a 3. Shea needs both to separate these two teams by 2 possessions. 7 of 8 foul shooting, has a double-double, 35 points, 10 assists, 8 rebounds. Shadow strokes. Bill Kennedy has not yet given him the ball with 14.5 to play. Shea has it now. Readies, dribbles once, bends his knees, dips, shoots, swishes. Thunder 124, the Timberwolves 121, 14.5 to play. Randall in, DiVincenzo out for rebounding. The Thunder have a foul to give, keep that in mind, and they still have 2 timeouts left, the Wolves with 2 as well. Shea giving the ball for the second. This would extend this lead to 4. Arcs it, looks good, and it is. Gilgeous-Alexander, 37 points, 10 assists, 8 rebounds, timeout Wolves. Thunder 125, Minnesota 121. If they hang on, Oklahoma City will head home with a chance to advance to the NBA Finals in Game 5 on Wednesday at 7:30. A lot of time still left, 4-point game. We'll take time. This is Thunder Basketball.
Taco Bueno is the official taco of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've got a win for your taste buds. We're celebrating every Thunder playoff game with a free taco the day after. That's right, a free taco. Just mention your Thunder taco and enjoy a crispy beef or soft taco on us. No coupon necessary. It's our way of saying thanks for cheering loudly. Celebrate the playoffs the Bueno way. Only at Taco Bueno.
Thunder have been outstanding, executing for the most part in this fourth quarter, nailing 13 of 20 shots, 3 of 6 threes, and all 6 of their free throws. Minnesota has not gone away, though. OKC's led by as many as 11 in the second half. Timberwolves had 14 second chance points in the fourth quarter, staying afloat. delivering a night-high 36-point frame. They've outscored the Thunder by 1 in the fourth, but they trail by 4 with 14.5 to play. Both sides still have, for the Thunder, 2 timeouts with which to work. The Wolves have 1 left still, trailing 125-121. DiVincenzo, Gobert for offensive rebounding, Edwards, Alexander Walker, and McDaniels for the Wolves against Holmgren, Caruso, Dub, Dort, and Cason Wallace. Shea is out. Thunder lead 125-121. They have a foul to give. Alexander Walker to trigger near sideline front court. His team down 4. Here we go, 14.5 left in game 4. Nikhil holding, pass fakes, still holds. Corner left, DiVincenzo drives, lays it up, lays it in. No, it blows the bunny, and Gobert gets a loose ball, flips it in with 9.9 to play. The Thunder burn a timeout. Oklahoma City allowed an easy drive by DiVincenzo and missed a layup. Gobert initially couldn't tip in the miss, but on the second try he did. So it's 125-123 with 9.9 to play. Minnesota got what it needed, pulling within 1 possession on that offensive effort. And while they've made 51% of their shots, Thunder are at 50.5%. Minnesota's made 2 more threes than OKC and 6 more free throws, but the Wolves have turned it over 22 times for 22 Thunder points, and they've allowed 24 second chance points. They've got 30 second chance points themselves. It's been a back and forth battle royale for game 4. And OKC, 2 nights after being embarrassed, losing by 42 in game 3, have brought it throughout the course of game 4 tonight. 37 for Shea with 10 assists, 8 rebounds. Dub has a new playoff career high with 34, and Holmgren 21, showing the way for the Thunder. Caruso 10 off the bench. Wolves are led by Alexander Walker with a new playoff career high 23. DiVincenzo has 21, Edwards 15, Gobert 13. Julius Randle held to 5 points in game 4. Jaden McDaniels has 22 for Minnesota. So now the Thunder must safely inbound the ball with 1 timeout left. They've got a team foul to give. The Wolves are out of fouls as OKC comes with Caruso, Dub, Dort, SGA, and Chet Holmgren against Terrence Shannon for his athleticism. Jaden McDaniels providing on-ball pressure. Anthony Edwards, Nikhil Alexander Walker, and Dante DiVincenzo. 9.9 to play. Thunder by 2. Caruso awaits the ball from official Zach Zarba. Now he has it. Here we go. Alex looking. Shea fights to it. And there's a timeout call. He couldn't come free. Edwards was all over him. So the Thunder burned their final timeout. Now they must inbound successfully. Down by 2 with up by 2 with 125-123 with 9.9 left. Down to cases in Minneapolis. So much at stake. If OKC can effectively get it in and make a couple of free throws, they'd really put the Wolves under the gun, with time becoming a factor. We're not quite there yet, but it is becoming a factor. At 125-123, 9.9 left. Nikhil Alexander Walker, a massive story in this game, the cousin of SGA, not cowering to Shea's shadow in this game with 23 points, including 5 threes. Thunder group down to my right, the Wolves to my left. 7:30 tip time coming up on Wednesday for Game 5. Will this series be even at 2, or will the Thunder be up 3-1 and have a chance to close it out and advance to their second ever NBA Finals? That's what's to be decided here in the final 9.9 seconds of regulation. Thunder come with the same quintet. Holmgren at 7-1, SGA, Dort, Caruso to inbound, and J-Dub against Terrence Shannon, Dante DiVincenzo, Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, and Nikhil Alexander Walker. Thunder at inbound, far sideline front court, leading by 2, 125-123. Not a lot of lead changes in this game, only 6. Thunder have led the vast majority of it, but it's a 2-point game. Wolves play at 5-on-4 inbound. Caruso gets it into Shea, bumped and fouled at midcourt by Shannon with 8.8 to play, so 1.1 off the clock, and SGA goes back to the line. He delivered 2 successful free throws with 14.5 left to extend the lead to 4. He's back at the line now with 8.8 showing. Shea from the stripe, 9 of 10 tonight, has 37 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, given the ball for the first. Snaps it off and buries it. Thunder 126, the Wolves 123. This would separate these two teams by 2 possessions. This is the big one. Shea's tied his playoff career high with 38. He needs a 39th to create that 4-point gap. Gobert in for rebounding. The ball given to Shea for the second. Thunder by 3, 8.8 left. Gildas Alexander dribbles wide, spends his knees, dips, shoots. It's no good. Randle has the missed timeout. Wolves, 8.4 left. The ball was halfway down the cylinder but popped out. So the Wolves could tie this game with a 3, and do the Thunder go to the strategy we saw frequently down the stretch in regulation of the season, and then in the Western semifinals against Denver in this scenario? 8.4 left. Minnesota is a 3 from tying, and the Wolves have made 18 of 41 three-pointers, 44%. DiVincenzo and Alexander Walker made 5 apiece. The Wolves utilized their final timeout. Thunder out of timeouts as well in a 126-123 game. We'll take a quick timeout. This is Thunder basketball.
Fridays don't start till Taco Mayo says so. Meet the new steak fajita empanada, loaded with tender sirloin steak, grilled onions and bell peppers, cheddar jack cheese, and signature Chipotle Ranch, handmade and cooked fresh to order. And every Friday, make an item fajita style and crank up the flavor like never before.
Only Taco Mayo.
It's Fajita Fridays, only at Taco Mayo. Oklahoma owned, Oklahoma proud. Eat local.
Matt Pinto welcoming you back to our raucous Target Center in Minneapolis. What a game this has been. Thunder 126, the Wolves 123 with 8.4 seconds left in regulation. Keep in mind, Minnesota's made 6 of 13 threes in the quarter and 18 threes on the night. Randall is in with Reed, DiVincenzo, Edwards, and Alexander Walker, all three-point threats. Thunder have a foul to give. Shea providing on-ball pressure with Caruso, Dub, Wallace, and Dort. 8.4 left, Thunder by 3. DiVincenzo giving the ball. Here we go. Holding, looking. Still holding. Lobbing to Reed, catching. Fouled immediately by Dort, 7.8 to play. That's the team foul the Thunder had to give. Now do they opt to foul again on catch as they did there? Lugens committing the foul. It's his 5th. Same deployment, 7.8 to play. Thunder by 3, 126-123. DiVincenzo to trigger against Shea, 7-foot wingspan. Dante giving the ball. Looking, 7.8 left. Left wing Reed, fouled immediately by Dort with 7.2. Lewis fouled out. So the Thunder wanted no part of Reed catching and shooting. Hartenstein will check in for Dort. As does Reed here without a timeout opt to make the first and miss the second deliberately for a potential game-tying 2-point follow. We'll see. Minnesota's got 30 second chance points in this game and 19 offensive rebounds. Reed 2 of 2 at the line tonight. A 71% foul shooter in the playoffs. Giving the ball for the first, 7.2 left, Thunder by 3. Nas, the veteran from LSU, spins the ball in front of him. Eyes the rim, cranks it, and sticks it. 126-124. So does he deliberately miss this as Gobert is checked in for rebounding? He'll be on the left side of the lane in the spot closest to the basket. Hartenstein between him and the bucket. Does Reed miss deliberately? We'll see. 2-point game, 7.2 to left. 7.2 seconds left. Neither side has a timeout. Reed giving the ball for the second. Here's the drama. Thunder by 2. Nas wipes off his hand. Eyes the rim, spins the ball. Sends it up. It is good. 1-point game, 126-125. Thunder out of timeouts. Caruso looks to get it in. Does to Shea deep in the backcourt. Shea grabbed by Alexander Walker. 6.1 to play. Wolves out of timeouts, but they still have ample time. Even if Shea makes both, to potentially get off a 3 that would tie. 1-point game at 126-125 Thunder. 6.1 to play. SGA for 2 at the line. 10 of 12 tonight. He's tied his playoff career high with 38. He's at the stripe right now. Right foot slightly in front of the left. 6.1 left in a 2-point game. 126-124 Thunder. SGA. An 89% free thrower in the regular season. Dribbles once, eyes the rim, bends his knees, dips, shoots, swishes. OKC 127, Minnesota 125. Shea gets a hand slap from Dub. Kenrich Williams checks in. Joining Wallace, SGA, Caruso, and Dub. Thunder anticipating needing to get to the perimeter for a potential three-pointer to top. SGA shadow strokes. Zach Zarba's not yet given him the ball with 6.1 to play. Thunder lead by 2. Shea's got 39, a playoff career high. Dribbles once, eyes the rim, snaps it off, and buries it. Thunder by 3, 128-125. DiVincenzo to inbound, no timeouts. Does so deep backcourt, Edwards. Edwards grinding left. Reached in on foul by Caruso with 3.5 to play. And I think there's no question now what the strategy will be, as Edwards will attempt to make the first and miss the second deliberately and attempt to go get that missed shot and tie the game on a follow. Jay Will's going to check in between the two free throws. Gobert is already, now he'll check in as well between foul shots. Edwards from the line is 4 of 5 tonight. During the playoffs, he's not been great at the stripe at 72%. Given the ball for the first, the crowd quiets, bends his knees, dips, shoots, and hits. 128-126 with 3.5 to play. Now we'll see what happens. Gobert in, Reed in on either side of the lane for the Wolves. Jay Will occupies the spot to box out Reed. Hartenstein on the right side of the lane looks to get a body on Gobert as Edwards looks to miss this shot, I've got to believe. 3.5 left. This one dripping with drama, 128-126 Thunder. Randall now occupies the spot closest to Jay Will. Edwards not yet given the ball, 3.5 left, Thunder by 2. Edwards now has it. Dribbles once, sends it up, misses. Loose ball fought for, gathered by Shea, falling down. Lobs it up the right sideline and throws it out of bounds with 1/10 of a second to play. He threw the ball out of bounds, but was it deflected? I think the Wolves deflected that. I think they deflected that. OKC still got a challenge should this ball be deemed Wolves possession. 1/10 of a second left on the clock. They've called it Wolves basketball in a 128-126 game. Shea was literally on his backside, lobbed the ball up the sideline. It went out of bounds with actually 0.3 of a second to play. The question becomes, did Gobert deflect it? I think he did, but that's not the way it was called on the court. They're going to go to replay now. There's actually 0.6 of a second left on the clock as that ball came out of bounds. So this is going to be really interesting. They've determined that that pass was not deflected. So it's going to be Timberwolves ball. They'll inbound with 1/10 of a second left. They're not altering the clock. I'm shocked they haven't gone to replay here. 128-126 Thunder. You can't do anything here other than grab a lob above the rim. That's the only way to score. The ball can be in the cylinder on a lob feed here for a dunk that would tie. But it would be about a 60-foot pass by Randall, who's readying to inbound to the backcourt side of midcourt, far sideline. And now Zach Zarba's going to check the clock. And there's going to be more time restored, I'm almost certain. 1/10 on it right now. Thunder 128, the Wolves 126. And they can't afford a foul here, just automatically. 3/10 put on. They could conceivably catch and shoot. Dub is on Edwards. Edwards would be the primary force here for the Wolves on a 3. Gobert is fronted by Hartenstein under the bucket. Rudy's thinking a lob. Holmgren providing it 7-1 with a 7'5" wingspan. The on-ball pressure against Randall up the right sideline, out of bounds beyond midcourt. Randall giving the ball, Thunder by 2. Lobs it. It's in the air. Gathered by Dub. The Thunder win it. 128-126. They're one win away are the young Thunder, the top seed in the West, from advancing to the NBA Finals. 2 days after a 42-point Game 3 loss, they go up 3 victories to 1 over the Timberwolves. Dub sealed it on an alley-oop lob intended for Gobert that was well short of him on the steal. And the Thunder win Game 4, 128-126 in Minneapolis. And they've got a shot 2 nights from now at Paycom Center to earn their spot to represent the West in the NBA Finals for the second time in their history. What an extraordinarily gutty, digging deep effort by the Oklahoma City Thunder in Minneapolis tonight. They survived 18 made threes by the Wolves, 51% field goal shooting by Minnesota, 30 second chance points by the Timberwolves, and 64 bench points from the home team. OKC gets 40 from Shea, his playoff career high with 10 assists, 9 rebounds, 21 from Holmgren, 34 from Dub, and 10 from Alex Caruso, who puts on the headset to join me. Alex, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, congratulations. It took everything you guys had to rally, recovering from what went on in here Saturday. Take me through the thought process you guys brought to the court tonight and what it took to sustain for the full 48 to win this by 2.
Yeah, I think as a collective, we knew that wasn't us the other night. For whatever reason, we laid an egg, and we wanted to make sure we came out and showed who we truly were. And I think just from the jump, setting the tone, withstanding their runs through the third quarter, second quarter, fourth quarter, just showing that championship mindset that we're trying to play with.
You guys did an extraordinary job curtailing their top 2 weapons. Anthony Edwards gets 13 shots off, scores 16. He's 1 of 7 on threes, and Randall 1 of 7 for 5. How impactful and important was that to this victory?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, they're the head of the snake for their team. When they have good games, they have a really good chance to win. So shout out to Lou, shout out to Dub, and everybody around them making it hard on them all game.
Chet Holmgren comes home with 21 points, 3 blocks, and 7 rebounds. How big was he down the stretch?
Yeah, man, Chet just battled all night. You know, it wasn't perfect at times, but he just kept battling, and he made big plays for us down the stretch. Had a big block at the end, moving his feet, shuffling, a couple dunks, putbacks. He came out to play tonight.
Alex, you've been to the promised land with the Lakers in 2020 in the bubble, winning an NBA championship. What do you see from Shea as a leader that gives you hope maybe this team has what it takes to accomplish the same?
Yeah, man, it's hard to hide greatness. He came out on a mission tonight. You know, whether or not he made shots or not, just competing. You know, he dove on the floor for the loose ball right there at the end of the game. He was just trying to make plays to win all night, and we followed that.
Given the attention he, Dub, and Chet were garnering from the Wolves, you slipped in the back door for 3 big buckets in the fourth quarter. You scored all 10 of your points in the second half. As you view that, how significant is that in a 2-point win?
Yeah, just trying to make plays when they're available. I had a couple good shots in the first half that didn't go in, and I just tried to stay ready because I knew the ball was going to find me. Shout out to Chet and Dub, just being trusted, Shea too. Just staying ready. You know, anytime that they need help, I'm there for them.
Jay, Will, and Kaysen come over to celebrate with you, Alex. One final question for you before we let you get to that. You're a win away from the NBA Finals. You'll host Game 5 at 7:30 on Wednesday. Your thoughts going into a potential clincher?
Yeah, closeout game's the hardest one of the series. We know the type of team that they're capable of being. So for us, it's about getting back, resetting, getting some rest, and making sure that we're ready to go to close it out.
Hell of a Game 4 win tonight. Congrats on this one, Alex. Thanks so much for the visit.
Appreciate it, guys.
Alex Caruso, mammoth off the bench. Every Thunder player called upon was able to contribute as OKC answers the call on the road tonight. 3-3 on the road before this game, and they had struggled to make shots. Not in this game. They knocked down 50.5% from the field, 16 of 37 on threes, 43%. Held their own on the backboard, had 22 assists, forced 23 turnovers for 22 points, and literally did everything they had to ward off the Wolves to win 128-126. This is a memorable Memorial Day for this team as they find a way to work themselves to the brink of advancing to the NBA Finals. They'll have that shot at home at Paycom Center where they're 7-1 in the playoffs Wednesday night at 7:30. Wow. What an effort. What a game. So much drama. Went right down to the final pass by Randall that got picked off by J-Dub and sealed it for the Thunder who win. Dub a playoff career-high 34 points. Shea a playoff career-high 40 as Oklahoma City takes Game 4 128-126 over the Timberwolves. Back with final numbers and final thoughts from the Target Center in Minneapolis. This is Thunder Basketball.
KWPN, more WWLS, The Village, Oklahoma City, proudly serving the great state of Oklahoma. A Cumulus media station.
With just seconds on the clock, I'm chomping at the bit here, Frank. I'm telling you, this is a moment in basketball history to really relish in. Back at the offensive end, Ken Chupp mustereds up all his strength and squeezes down into the paint. He breaks through the screen, posts up with buns out, catches the ball, and order up. And he's called for the double drizzle.
Dude, just get your hot dog and let's get back to our seats. Eat Schwab, the official hot dog of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
What if you could make your energy dollars go further this summer? Switch to OG&E Smart Hours and pay nearly half price for electricity for 19 hours every weekday and all weekend long. So go ahead, bake an extra batch, stream another episode, and make your evenings cooler. Just switch your energy use to the 19 daily Smart Hours to help the grid, the environment, and your wallet. Sign up today to receive nearly half-priced electricity at oge.com/smart hours.
Taco Bueno is the official taco of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've got a win for your taste buds. We're celebrating every Thunder playoff game with a free taco the day after. That's right, a free taco. Just mention your Thunder taco and enjoy a crispy beef or soft taco on us. No coupon necessary. It's our way of saying thanks for cheering loudly. Celebrate the playoffs the Bueno way, only at Taco Bueno.
Whether watching your favorite team play or getting through the day, clear vision is important. For 50 years, the doctors at the nationally ranked Dean McGee Eye Institute have been committed to helping Oklahomans achieve their best possible vision. From regular eye exams to LASIK to cataract surgery, Dean McGee is the one source for all your eye care needs. So let the professional eye care provider of the OKC Thunder help you see more clearly. For an appointment at one of Dean McGee's 5 locations, visit dmei.org. Dean McGee Eye Institute. Vision for life.
Thunder Basketball is sponsored by Devon Energy. Commitment runs deep. And MidFirst Bank, the official bank of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Time to break down the game. This is the Oklahoma City Thunder postgame show, sponsored by Riverwind Casino. Now here's the voice of the Thunder, Matt Pinto, on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
It took an extraordinary full 48-minute effort by the Thunder, but they were equal to every test and challenge the Timberwolves threw at them tonight. And credit Minnesota, very different-looking team at home in games 3 and 4 than what the Thunder observed in the opening 2 games in Oklahoma City. And the Thunder earn a 128-126 remarkable victory tonight in Minneapolis as they got massive performances in the fourth quarter, where the Wolves put up 41 fourth-quarter points, including 16 second-chance points. J-Dub had 14 of his playoff career high 34 in the fourth. SJ 11 of his playoff career high 40 in the fourth quarter. Shea also, for the third time in this playoff run, had a double-double, 40 points, 10 assists. He also had 9 rebounds in the game. Chet Holmgren had 21 points, including 9 in the fourth. Swatted 3 shots, had a steal, 7 rebounds, and 1 assist for the Minneapolis native. Certainly a moment of glory for him as he is receiving congratulations from some fans down Malomie. Both teams shot 50+% from the field. Both made a big cluster of threes. Thunder 16, the Wolves 18. OKC a good job holding their own on the backboard, forced 23 turnovers in this game, 5 each against Edwards and Randall. That tandem was a combined 6 of 19. Check that, 6 of 20 shooting in this game, 1 of 10 on threes for a combined 21 points. Thunder put both between their crosshairs, played them both physically, beat them to spots, and forced them to make tough plays throughout. OKC, you can't commend them enough for what they accomplished on the defensive end. DiVincenzo came up big with 21 off the bench for the Wolves. He made 5 threes. Alexander Walker, new playoff career high 23 on 5 3-pointers, but not enough as OKC fends off the Wolves to win 128-126. 22 generated by Jaden McDaniels was the tops among starters. He also had 4 steals and a block shot in this game. He made 9 of 15 shots. Julius Randle, 1 of 7 shooting, 0 of 3 from 3, had 7 rebounds to go with only 5 points. A game after he lit it up for 24 in that Timberwolves 42-point rout in Game 3. Rudy Gobert played his best game of the series with 13 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and a block. He was +4 tonight. Edwards -3, turned it over 5 times, had 6 assists, 4 rebounds, 16 points scored, got off only 13 shots in this game. A lot like Game 1, he was 1 of 7 from 3, 5 of 7 from the foul line, managed only 16 points on the heels of his 30-point explosion in game number 3. Mike Conley knocked down a couple of key three-pointers, keeping the Wolves afloat early, had 6 points total with 3 assists, 2 rebounds. He was +2 tonight. DiVincenzo, despite 5 of 8 3-point shooting, 7 of 11 overall for 21, and 5 assists with 3 rebounds, and a steal was -7. Naz Reid, 11 points, 6 boards, 2 assists, -5 in the raw plus-minus. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, the cousin of SGA, did all he could in this game off the bench, logged 29 minutes in which he made 9 of 15 shots, 5 of 8 threes, doled out 6 assists, had 4 rebounds, 2 steals, +6 in the raw plus-minus with 23. And Terrence Shannon called on for a second straight game off the bench by Chris Finch. Did the job he was asked to do in 8 minutes. He scored 9 points, 2 of 3 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3, made all 4 of his free throws, had 2 assists. He was even in the raw plus-minus. Wolves got off 11 fewer shots than the Thunder in this game, and that's significant in a 2-point Oklahoma City win. They were so good during the regular season in generating more possessions and shots than their opponent. Significant part of the reason they won 68 regular season games and earned the number 1 seed. Wolves 51% shooting, 43 of 84, 18 of 41 on threes, 43%, 22 of 28 foul shooting, 79%. They won the rebounding battle for the second straight game, 41-36 over the Thunder. That included 19 offensive rebounds, matching the number for the Thunder. 30 Wolves assists for the second straight game. They had 8 steals with 3 block shots, but turned it over 23 times for 22 Thunder points. SGA becomes the 4th player in NBA history to go for 40-plus points, 5-plus rebounds, and 10-plus assists in a Western Conference Finals game as he accumulates a career playoff high 40 in this game, including 12 of 14 free throwing, 13 of 30 shooting from the field, 2 of 7 on threes, grabbed 10, doled out 10 assists with 9 rebounds, 4 of which came offensively. He had 1 steal. He was +5, scoring 40. J-Dub, 34, a new playoff career high, came out unleashing his attack. He has a new career playoff high with 6 made 3-pointers in 9 attempts, 13 of 24 shooting overall, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. 14 of his 34 came in the fourth quarter. Doled out 5 assists, had 3 rebounds with 3 steals, -2 in his 39 minutes. Chet Holmgren came up huge late. 21 points, 3 blocked shots for the first time in the series, grabbed a steal, had 7 rebounds and 1 assist, netting 9 of 14 shots, 2 of 4 threes, and 1 of 2 free throws. Isaiah Hartenstein logged only 16 minutes in this game. Thunder opted to go small often. He had 2 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, a steal, +1. 4 points generated by Lou Dort, but that didn't come close to telling the story of how he impacted this game. He fouled out late, logged 30 minutes, made 1 of 3 threes, 1 of 2 free throws for 4 points, had 4 rebounds, 2 steals, and a block shot, +4. He was the primary reason, along with Caruso and Wallace, that Edwards never got going in this game on 5 of 13 shooting. I mentioned Shea's line. Off the bench, Alex Caruso, our post-game guest, had 2 steals, 2 rebounds, 1 assist. He was +8 with 10 points all in the second half, 4 of 7 shooting, 2 of 5 on threes in 33 minutes of playing time. Kenrich Williams played 12.5 minutes in this game, taking the place of Aaron Wiggins in the rotation, had 5 points, 2 steals, 2 of 3 shooting, 1 of 2 from the field, had 2 rebounds in 12 minutes, +1. 7 generated by Cason Wallace, 3 of 8 shooting, 1 of 5 from 3, had 3 boards, all offensive, 3 assists, 2 steals on the night with 1 block shot. He was even in the raw plus-minus in 28 minutes. Isaiah Joe logged 8 minutes in which he scored 5, 2 of 4 shooting, 1 of 2 from 3, had 1 turnover overall, and Jay Will played 3 seconds of this game late to block out Julius Randle on a deliberate missed foul shot by Anthony Edwards late. The Thunder corralled that. Shea did that as it helped fend off the Wolves. Thunder made 48 of 95 shots, 50.5% in this game, 16 of 37 from 3, 43%. We'd been waiting for them to have a big road three-point shooting effort. They had made only 27% of their trays through 6 on the road entering the night. 16 of 21 foul shooting, 76%. 36 Thunder rebounds, 19 of which came offensively, 22 Thunder assists, 14 steals in this game, 2 apiece by Caruso, Kenrich Williams, and Cason Wallace off the bench. Dort had 2 and J-Dub 3 in this game. Thunder also had 5 block shots, 3 of those courtesy of Minneapolis native Chet Holmgren. 14 Thunder turnovers accounted for 25 Timberwolves points in the paint narrowly to Minnesota, 46-42. Second chance points, big numbers both ways. Minnesota had 30, Thunder with 24. Wolves outran the Thunder 13-5 on the break. 6 lead changes, 2 ties in this game. Thunder by as many as 11 in the third quarter. Wolves by no more than 2. Thunder, after grabbing a 16-15 lead with 6:55 left in the first quarter, never trailed on this night. They were caught at 79 with 4:25 left in the third, but did enough to fend off the Wolves and win Game 4, 128-126. So they've got the opportunity at home to close this series out, up 3-1 on Wednesday. That'll be a 7:30 start at Paycom Center, an opportunity for the Thunder to secure their second ever NBA Finals appearance representing the West as the Western Conference champ. The 7:30 start means a 6 o'clock pregame start time on the flagship station, 98.1 FM, WWLS Sports Channel in Oklahoma City. Network join time will be 7 for the 7:30 tip for pregame coverage then. I want to thank Grant Wenkstern, our on-site engineer. Excellent job by him in these 2 games in Minneapolis. Our statistician, Daniel Matthews, well above and beyond the call, choosing to be in Minneapolis for us. He'll be back with us for Game 5 at home, as he always is on Wednesday night. Awesome job by him. Josh Lee produces Thunder broadcast, assisted by Preston Poole, who was on the board tonight. They're the best in the business, and they're a big part of the reason we deliver the product we do on the Thunder Radio Network. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as we did, bringing it to you. A tremendous Memorial Day victory for the Thunder, one that's memorable, has them on the brink of winning the West and getting to the NBA Finals for the second time ever. 128-126 the final again from the Target Center in Minneapolis. Thunder hang on to win by 2. This is Matt Pinto bidding you a good night from downtown Minneapolis. Our postgame show gets rolling with Gideon and Matt next. Stay tuned for that. This is Thunder Basketball.
Big wins are blooming across Riverwind Casino. And the jackpots have never been sweeter.
Go all in on your favorite table games.
Hedge your bets on the biggest wins and unbeatable entertainment.
Use your wild card for the best perks and the top rewards.
And play for your share of the $100,000 Lucky May Days giveaway. Win with the best.
And we'll see you at Riverwind.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Fridays don't start till Taco Mayo says so. Meet the new steak fajita empanada, loaded with tender sirloin steak, grilled onions and bell peppers, cheddar jack cheese, and signature Chipotle Ranch, handmade and cooked fresh to order. And every Friday, make an item fajita style and crank up the flavor like never before. It's Fajita Fridays, only at Taco Mayo. Oklahoma owned, Oklahoma proud. Eat local.
If you've been injured in a car accident and need the concierge medical care you deserve, then you need Impact MD Accident Care. We'll get you back to the life you had before the accident with no out-of-pocket expense to you. And with 6 locations across OKC and statewide, there's bound to be an Impact MD near you. Call us anytime 24/7 at 405-483-3075 or visit ImpactMD.com. Impact MD is a proud partner of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Welcome back to the Oklahoma City Thunder postgame show. Gideon Hamilton and Matt Ravis inside our network studios. Oklahoma City takes a commanding 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. And we're about to hear from Mark Daignault. I'm sure he will come on right in the middle of my question or right at the beginning of your answer.
As is tradition.
Look, both teams made everything tonight, back and forth. So what makes the difference? It's the things that you can control, and that for Minnesota was turning the ball over too much, and for Oklahoma City, it was those offensive rebounds earlier in the game. I know Minnesota had some late to kind of close the gap, and some of that is fortune, but the way that I saw the Thunder going after loose balls in this game, they made a lot of their own luck there, and those offensive rebounds, those were the things that got them that 9-point lead in the fourth quarter that ended up making the difference. Those are the things that you can control.
Minnesota got great games from Nickeil Alexander-Walker too, and Dante DiVincenzo, and you know, when like those guys are hitting, Dante hit 5 threes, Nickeil Alexander-Walker hit 5 threes. Those guys are just playing out of their minds, and those are performances where you need to really capitalize. So there's going to be a lot of things that Minnesota blames the game on tonight, but exactly right. Those controllables, because the offensive rebounds and the turnovers allowed the Thunder to take 11 more shots in this game. And so they had the possession advantage. Just an incredible game, though, Gideon, because it felt like punch, counterpunch, and we'll get back to that. But Mark Daignault is at the Minnesota Timberwolves arena right now addressing the media.
Guys, in terms of playing the game and not the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a 48-minute game. It was really physical. There's a lot of contact allowed on the perimeter, on the glass. It was just a brawl from the jump. That was the first 5 to 7 minutes of that game was unbelievably physical, and the guys just battled up and had to withstand a lot of runs by Minnesota. Give their role guys credit. The shot making was ridiculous. So for us to overcome that on the road the way we did was a great team win.
Mark, how much of that close, the poise involved, did you sense was maybe a product of some of the games you've already played in this postseason?
The what involved? I'm sorry?
The close and just the poise involved.
Yeah, I thought we did a good job of moving the scoreboard late in the game. Good situations, down the stretch there in the possession game. So I thought the guys did a great job just taking a possession at a time, stacking them up, and running through the game.
And it felt like, Dub, Shea, Chet all had their turn at making big plays. Just what'd you see as far as the way they played off each other?
Those guys were all great. I mean, Dub, the Tony set early, and then the shot making late was huge. Chet was a monster. Played majority 5 all night and battled up. Shea obviously was brilliant. And all the guys, I thought Kaysen gave us a great lift. Caruso gave us a great lift. I thought Dort's tone early in the game defensively was particularly important in that one. So everybody that went in the game, gave us a huge contribution in that game.
What stood out to you about J-Dub's scoring tonight in particular?
I mean, he's still learning. He's a young player still, and he has these, these are rich experiences for him. And last game, they did a good job on him. They got him, forced him right, kept him on his right hand. Thought he fought that a little bit. He's trying to fight to his left hand, and tonight he just kind of took what they gave him and still found his cracks. He was still able to get in both directions, but he just was in control most of the night. I mean, he never seemed sped up. He never seemed like they were dictating anything, and that's what the great offensive players can do. And just a great adjustment by him tonight in the game. I thought he was outstanding offensively.
Mark, you guys have won in a lot of different ways this postseason, but to come off a historic loss the way you did, to have Chet, SGA, Jalen combine for 95 points, what did you learn about this young group now, one win away, to come back and win that way?
I learned nothing. This is they're easy to bet on. This team's easy to bet on. We had a very normal couple days leading into it, very normal shoot around today, and there's just kind of a sense, an internal sense that we were going to come out and it would be a much different game, just tonally, and it was. So didn't learn anything about the resilience or the perseverance, but we're still growing. These are all new experiences for us. It's the first time we've been up 2-0 this late in the season, first time we've been up 2-1 this late in the season, and now it's the first time we've been up 3-1, and we have to handle that correctly. But from a resilience standpoint, this is the last group of guys you need to worry about.
And yet this is, one of the youngest groups in the league, and the maturity that they're displaying, to your point, now up 3-1, knowing what the next step is and knowing what that means. It's a childhood dream for so many. I don't think advice is what you have to give these guys, but what's the message that they give each other and you give them?
We have to approach the next 48 hours the same way we approached the last 48 hours and just get back to our baseline. That's our deal. The gaps between the games for us, we try to make as consistent as possible. The guys do a great job of that. And we just need to focus on winning possessions in Game 5, and not try to win the game, not try to focus on anything else, just get ourselves very present, still improve. There's a lot of things we can improve on from that game. I thought we took a huge stride forward offensively, but defensively they gave us some problems tonight, obviously. So we got to learn those lessons and keep getting better. That's how you navigate a series.
Mark, the last few possessions were kind of chaotic, but at the same time, how do you think your guys handled that? And also, we saw the fouling up three obviously go awry. This was sort of the redemption game for that. What do you think?
Nice job. Get your shots in. Yeah, I thought the execution down the stretch was really good. I mean, that was a possession game. That's what you invite when you do that. We had fouls to give. We had to get the ball in bounds. Timeout management, lineup management, the rebound at the end, all that stuff. So the guys did a great job. Those are situations that we've been in before, that we work on regularly. We handled them very well. We didn't execute as well as we could have in the game you're referring to. Just like any other game, we strip the emotion, take the lessons, apply them forward, and tonight we executed really well.
You mentioned Minnesota's role players. Nikhil obviously hit huge shots, was guarding Shea down the stretch. I know you're not thinking about it from just those guys' story and them sort of growing up together, but what did you think of Nikhil's game and just those two guys going at it?
And he was amazing. The game he put together, DiVincenzo, McDaniels, it felt like those guys didn't miss, and some of those were breakdowns on our part. I mean, they were really clean on some of those. So some of that stuff we can address and make it a little harder on those guys. They did a really good job attacking offensively. I thought both teams tonight had their way offensively. So we got to learn from that, but you got to give those guys credit. They delivered. They stepped into those shots and really, shot it ridiculously efficiently. So for us to be able to escape with a road win when the other team's bench and role players shoot like that is fortunate for us.
Anybody else? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Coach, and at the end, on the second free throw, what was the conversation between your bench and I guess the players? Were you expecting that? Where were you guys kind of at that point?
For him to miss that free throw?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were expecting that with they're out of timeouts and that's short of a clock. That's a situation we work on. We've been in that. We had that in the Clipper game. We had that in one of the Memphis playoff games after we fouled up three in those ones. So. We have a plan in those situations, and the guys executed it. Shea got a great loose ball there, and we executed every part of the end of the game really well tonight.
Mark, people say that you can't fake desperation. What will it take for this team in sort of in a closeout game against a team with their back up against the wall in Minnesota?
Yeah, I think we've seen that the last 2 games from Minnesota, and we're expecting nothing less in terms of the force and the physicality and the energy that they're going to come and play with. They've established that these last 2 games. I didn't think they were much different tonight. They were really, really ready to play. That was a high level start to the game. Both teams were ready to rock. I thought the difference tonight was we leveled up with them, whereas in Game 3 we didn't. But, we're expecting their best punch again in Game 5, and we have to throw ours if we want to win the game.
Mark, obviously, Hardenstein didn't play a lot. That's usually one of the guys that sets a physical tone for this team. What comes to mind when you think of the ways that the other guys came out and maybe set a physical tone?
Yeah, we're going to need Hart. He's really impactful for us. We took a look at some different things defensively tonight by downsizing, and we thought that would give us some offensive fluidity as well, which it did. But you know how these series go, and every game is different. That wasn't the plan going in, was to play that small the entire game. But with the way the game was unfolding and the way we were able to get some of our stuff into the game with the smaller lineups, we decided to stick with it. So Game 5 will be different. It'll be different minutes, different rotations. It'll unfold as a different game, and he's a really important player for us, obviously, with his physicality, his defense, his offensive physicality as a screener or rebounder. So we need him.
For Minnesota, Randall had just 7 shots and Edwards had 13. What did you like about just how you guys limited their opportunities tonight?
Yeah, we did a good job on those guys. I thought Dort, like I said early in the game on Edwards, was really, really on it. He set a great tone and established a level of energy and activity with him that was important. We really made him work for the ball and really made him work for his shots. Same with Randall. I thought the physicality on him was outstanding. We had our chest on him early. We had the crowd around him. And then, those guys did a pretty good job of moving it. Like as quiet of a night as it might have looked like they generated a lot of creation for that team, and those guys made shots, so it wasn't like a shutdown. Like they took what we gave them, and those guys delivered. There's things we can improve on to try to take, not take everything away, but make it a little bit harder in the secondary parts of those plays. But I thought our initial tone on those 2 players was really important.
Mark, going back to Jalen Williams, back in training camp, a point of emphasis was to increase his 3-point volume. He was so good at the rim and in the mid-range last season. How rewarding is it to see in a big-time moment like tonight for that increase in volume and the work that he put into that come to fruition for you?
Yeah, he's planted those seeds. The thing I'm impressed with about him, though, is his ability to learn from his experiences very quickly is impressive. And so he had some games in the Denver series that he wasn't great offensively. He just looks at it in a very intentional way, and he improves. And then same thing, they really were loaded up off of him, and he got himself to windows. He got himself open shots. Shea did a good job of finding him. But I just think his carryover and his growth from game to game is exciting because he's, like I said, he's still a young player, as great of a player as he is.
Thank you, Coach.
Yep, thanks.
There you go, Mark Daignault. After a 128-126 well-earned win, the Thunder fended off a pack of angry Timberwolves, and they escaped the Target Center with a 3-1 lead, 1 win away from an NBA Finals berth. Matt and Gideon here on the Thunder postgame show, and we would love to hear what you thought. Lots of thoughts after that game, I'm sure. Get them in, 405-900-9957. You can call or text that number. Again, that's 405-900-9957. We'll feature those calls and texts coming up next. This is Thunder Basketball.
Stevie Nicks. One special night, October 15th, Paycom Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Stevie Nicks. Live at Paycom Center.
At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
Beats and Bites Festival is back again at Riverwind Casino. where good grooves and great food are on tap all summer long. Kicking off on June 14th with Josh Turner.
Would you go with me?
And Edwin McCain. Along with crave-worthy eats from local food trucks, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets online or at the box office for just $10. Only at Riverwind Casino.
Why don't we just dance?
Taco Bueno is the official taco of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've got a win for your taste buds. We're celebrating every Thunder playoff game with a free taco the day after. That's right, a free taco. Just mention your Thunder taco and enjoy a crispy beef or soft taco on us. No coupon necessary. It's our way of saying thanks for cheering loudly. Celebrate the playoffs the Bueno way. Only at Taco Bueno.
Concert information.
I got stolen by the grave.
Crowder Grace and Glory Tour. Featuring Crowder. Sunday night, October 26th in Oklahoma City at Paycom Center.
Looks like somebody prayed.
With special guest Passion Music, Louis Giglio, plus Carrie Job Carnes and Cody Carnes. Tickets and info available at awakeningfoundation.com. Crowder Grace and Glory Tour. Presented by the Awakening Foundation, a nonprofit organization.
With Mazzio's Mix and Maz, it's easy to get the things you love for the price you like. Choose from medium one-topping pizzas, 8-piece boneless chicken wings, loaded cheese dippers, fresh chef salad, and the delicious brookie dessert. Pay just $7.99 each when you buy 2 or more. Pizza, chicken wings, salad, cheese dippers, and dessert. Mix and Maz your way to your favorite flavor combo today. Just $7.99 each at participating locations and for a limited time only. Order now at Mazzios.com.
Dive into the excitement where the spirit of Thunder basketball meets classic diner delights at Boomerang Diner. On Mondays, start off the week with a winning deal. Grab a mouth-watering burger for half the price. On Fridays, feast on all-you-can-eat fish and make your Fridays truly memorable. And no matter the quarter, it's always breakfast time at Boomerang. Pancakes, eggs, and more, served all day, every day. Fuel up like a champ today. Boomerang Diner. It all starts here.
Stevie Nicks. One special night, October 15th, Paycom Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Stevie Nicks. Live at Paycom Center.
Big wins are blooming across Riverwind Casino.
And the jackpots have never been sweeter.
Go all in on your favorite table games.
Hedge your bets on the biggest wins and unbeatable entertainment. Use your wild card for the best perks and the top rewards.
And play for your share of the $100,000 Lucky May Days giveaway.
Win with the best.
And we'll see you at Riverwind.
Fridays don't start till Taco Mayo says so.
Only Taco Mayo.
Meet the new steak fajita empanada, loaded with tender sirloin steak, grilled onions and bell peppers, cheddar jack cheese, and signature Chipotle Ranch, handmade and cooked fresh to order. And every Friday, make an item fajita style and crank up the flavor like never before.
Only Taco Mayo.
It's Fajita Fridays, only at Taco Mayo. Oklahoma owned, Oklahoma proud. Eat local.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
KWPN, more WWLS, The Village, Oklahoma City, proudly serving the great state of Oklahoma. A Cumulus media station. This is the Thunder Recap on WWLS, The Sports Animal. Sponsored by Lively Beer Works Tap Room. Now here's Gideon Hamilton and Matt Ravis on 98.1 FM. WWLS, The Sports Animal.
Hey, welcome into the Lively Beer Works Tap Room Thunder Recap, 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal. Let's take you back to Minnesota and hear from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Every night, he's a really good basketball player, great feel, great skill, it's only a matter of time before he blows. And yeah, just being out there on this stage, going against each other for what it felt like half the game tonight was super fun. He got the better of me sometimes. I got the better of him. Stuff we've dreamt about for our whole lives, and it's crazy that it's come to fruition. So it's super cool.
Shay, they say you can't fake desperation. What will it take for this team to sort of match the urgency of the Wolves in Game 5?
We have to want it more than them. We have to want to win the game more than they want to win the game. We have to focus on the things that are going to help us win the game and understand the mindset of our opponent above all.
Shay, just going back to the question before, I mean, your dad's sitting by, his sister Nikhil's mom. What has this time just been like for your family?
Super fun. It's hard because like you're so into it and you can't just zoom out and watch it and soak it all up. But when it's all said and done, we'll definitely have plenty of stories about it. Like I said, we've dreamt about this for so long, and for it to be here and the way it's here is amazing, and it's hard to even put into words. But it's super fun for the family for sure.
I know you don't necessarily put a lot of stock into the chance, but what do you think of the free throw merchant, whatever you want to call it, label, accusation?
Like the way I see it is like our fans, they're gonna do whatever they can do to help their team win and knock me off my game, being the head of the snake of our team. And that's their job. That's what creates home court advantage. That's what creates a fan base. That's what creates energy in the building. And they want the Timberwolves to win. They don't want the Oklahoma City Thunder to win. So I expect nothing else. And in terms of the label, I don't care. I never cared. I said this before. I've shot more free throws in a season than I did this season. I think because we're on the top of everyone's radar, it's a little bit more noticeable, and now people care about it. But I kind of see it as a compliment.
Anybody else?
All right, that was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with some thoughts after Oklahoma City's Game 4 victory over Minnesota. 128-126 was the final score. Phone lines are open for you, 405-900-9957, 405-900-WWLS. That's our lucky star line. Or you can text in if you don't want to call or can't call in. Same number, 405-900-9957. That's our Johnny's Kitchen and Bar Text Nation line. All right, let's go ahead and start things off as we got several people hanging on hold right now, and we'll begin with Chuck. You're on the Thunder Recap, Chuck. Go ahead.
Thank you, Gideon. Thank you, Matt. I really don't have a lot of words. Lynn says, thunder up, thunder up, thunder up. But I'm just very proud of them. I mean, they made the plays they had to, and they hung on the end. But my neighbor, Barry, and Jennifer are big Thunder fans, too. So I dedicate this win to them on the end of our street, and I think they're in the driver's seat, and there have been several steps along the way, but of course it could change, and we have a big game in the finals, but I think this may turn out to be the ultimate game in Thunder history. Tonight I have to be very careful because I'm getting excited, but I have to watch my old ticker, my old heart, and I have to breathe deeply, but this is a special night for me, and I'm going to see it all the way, and I will talk to you Wednesday. Appreciate you both and everybody. Thanks.
All right, thanks for the call, Chuck. It's great to hear from you. Eric is up next. Eric, we appreciate you hanging on. You're on the Thunder Recap. Go ahead.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Good. Eric? How are you?
Not too bad. Got a question. I can't remember what quarter, if it was the start of the third or start of the fourth quarter, but Hartenstein didn't come out with the starters. It was Caruso instead. Is that something you guys think Mark will do going forward, even in this series, or if we play the Pacers or the Knicks? And maybe I don't watch it close enough. Is that something he's done in the past, or was that kind of a new thing when he did that tonight?
Mark has definitely done that in the past. I don't know about this series. Getting into the Caruso start.
I want to say he did.
I want to say that too.
Yeah.
I feel like he did.
Might have been last game.
That was the right thing to do, though. The single big, small lineups are the way to go in this series. Those lineups have performed a lot better than both bigs on the floor. And so took off Hartenstein, put on Caruso. That was the right move. Thanks, Eric.
All right. Up next, we have DJ. You're on the Thunder Recap. DJ, go right ahead.
Man, let me set the tone for the night.
Let's go.
Congratulations to the Oklahoma City Thunder for an emphatic win in the enemy territory. Listen, we set up for this championship, and we need to congratulate this win. This was an emphatic win. They gave everything they got, and they need to have some good energy to come back to Oklahoma City, and I want to set it off on the show. But I just want to critique Mark Dagnall because they didn't ask him a specific question.
Okay.
When he challenged, when Jalen Williams challenged that block,
right,
and he was emphatic about it, and Mark Dagnall would not, and they went down and almost lost their energy behind it. But Jalen Williams looked beyond that and came out with a thunderous victory. Listen, they need to call in and thank the Thunder because, listen, I'm a proud Thunder player, and tonight they showed the grit, the courage, the fight, the integrity, and I'm going to say it again the second time on the air, little Ant-Man.
Now, hold up. Now you're Thunder player? Say Thunder player, DJ? You leave us? Oh, there was one last gasp.
Is it DJ White? That's my question.
It's the only DJ I could think of ever played for the Thunder. So I didn't say former Thunder.
Interviewed DJ dozens of times, and it wasn't reminiscent of those moments.
Now, the challenge was interesting because the play he was talking about, I think the Thunder would have won that challenge when I think it was Dub, like he identified, had stripped the ball from Rudy Gobert, looked to be clean. They didn't challenge that. Then they go down and challenge a call in the fourth quarter where Chet Holmgren gets called on foul on Julius Randle. And the thing about that challenge is although the Thunder won it, Minnesota still got possession. So the impact for that challenge wasn't as big. But at that point, it just, I think if you could keep a guy off the free throw line, you've used the challenge at that point in time. So by that means, it was successful. You can go back and hindsight those things. I wish they would have challenged the original play we were talking about, but ultimately didn't make the difference.
The first one, I thought Jalen signified for the challenge, and then Kaysen came over and said, I hit him on the elbow.
At his elbow, yeah.
And then Jalen said, no, hold off on the challenge. So I think that's why they didn't do that one.
And I was just going to say real quick, for people who don't know, like usually it's a conjunction of like some players are obviously trusted more than others. I think you have a reputation, but then there's also guys in the back line of the bench who are in real time watching the instant replay of that play. So they don't just trust the players on those.
All right, let's head back to the phones. And Phil is up next. Phil, you're on the Thunder Recap. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to bring the same energy as DJ. But,
all right. Few will.
I mean, if we're going to talk Stevie Nicks, I mean, sure, I could bring that energy. But kidding. I'm really excited about tonight. I really like the way they played. I mean, geez, the game against Wolves in Game 3 was just heartbreaking and hard to watch. But the way they responded was awesome, and you just had to get one. That's all that matters. You get one, and now you have a chance to close it out. So. I'm trusting Dagnall. I know it's tough. Those moments are tough to. I was with my friend. We were talking about the review aspect. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this. I'm not a big fan of this one guy, but he did bring up a good point. Do you think at some point they need to when for example, like you're out of a timeout, and if a player says timeout, right? They get penalized for that, for not having a timeout. Mm-hmm. Do you think when the challenge is done, like you've lost your challenge, and a player does a little twirly with their finger and goes, review, and you don't have a review, do you guys think that maybe they should that should be penalized? They should get free throws.
Like, so you assess a technical foul because they're doing the review sign, essentially?
Yeah.
I think it has to actually come from the coach in order for that to happen.
I know, but it's
because sometimes Phil, they will not be doing that because they want the play challenged, like the result of the play. They'll want it reviewed for like flagrant purposes. Yeah. So
I know
it could be that. So I know you know that.
Know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's an interesting question. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, I think something they should at least discuss, but. Anyway, I'm excited. Let's just hope they can play better defense, rebound, and just go get the win in OKC. So
hey, Phil, I want to tell you something real quick. Did you know it's Stevie Nicks' birthday today?
Are you kidding me?
No,
I did not.
I thought you might have brought that up, so I wanted to let you know.
She's 90. She's 95 years old.
She's
Phil.
eternally 33.
She is 95 years old today.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
She is 77 today.
Perfect. DJ Augustine, another DJ. I didn't think.
Oh yeah, that's right.
DJ White, current GM of the Blue.
Yeah, DJ comes to all the games. I see him around there all the time. Yeah. Like 6'9". DJ was a good player.
Huge,
Got traded to Charlotte, I want to say, from Oklahoma City and played there for a little bit. That was when they were still the Bobcats.
Wanted to point out something about the game real quick. Every run felt like it was answered. I feel like there was a billion run killers. Did you feel the same way? And by both teams tonight, it was like both teams hit shots that they needed to when you just felt like one or the other was going to go on a run. Obviously, the Thunder did that more so, but that was kind of incredible.
Yeah,
there was a run there where it felt like it was like make, just punch, counter punch, punch, counter punch.
Oh yeah, there was a ton of back and forth, but Oklahoma City got up by 9, and then they got up by 7, and that's where that's where I felt like it was insurmountable.
The crazy thing is like it felt like all first half they were itching to get it out to 10, couldn't do it, got up to 9 several points, and then as soon as the Thunder opened it up to 11 in the second half, then you give up like a 7-0 run and it goes back down to 4. So it was kind of a seesaw affair. And although the Thunder got it done, like Shea missing that free throw late, just some of the the fact that the final minute of that game took forever was agonizing in some ways.
Yeah, the thing, did the Wolves ever lead after the first, little bit of the game?
I don't think so.
They tied it.
I don't
And
think
so this was like you're playing the accordion, but you're playing it really, really fast, but you're always playing it. And that's kind of what it was like for Oklahoma City.
6 lead changes, 2 ties in this game. So biggest Timberwolves lead was 2, though.
Yeah. All right, phone lines open for you, 405-900-9957, 405-900, WWLS. Let's find out who the hardest working player of tonight's game was.
The hardest working player of the game. Sponsored by Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance. From livestock to equipment, they have you covered. Visit okfbinsurance.com to find an agent near you.
Who you got, Matt?
I mean, there's so many guys you could recognize because there's a lot of hard work being put out there. But typically, I try to give it to a guy whose box score just doesn't jump out at you, but outperform the box score, and that was typified by Alex Caruso tonight, I thought.
Yeah, Alex knocked down a couple of shots. He also had an offensive rebound, couple of steals.
Diving on the floor.
Bench had 6 steals by themselves, 14 steals in this game. That's a ton of live ball turnovers for a playoff game. You had 3 guys that had at least 4 offensive rebounds in this game with Chet, Isaiah Hartenstein, despite the fact he only played 16 minutes, and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander also had 4.
Here's one more reason why it was Caruso tonight. 33 minutes, 27 seconds. That is the most Alex Caruso has played in a game this season.
All right. When we come back, we will continue to take your phone calls, 405-900-9957, 405-900-WWLS. And we have a bunch of you on hold. We'll get to you when we return. We'll also start to read some of your text messages as well. Thunder up 3-1 in the Western Conference Finals. They can advance to the NBA Finals with the victory coming up on Wednesday. You're listening to the Lively Beerworks Tap Room Thunder Recap.
You don't need to use an oversized AI model for everything, just like you don't need to use an axe to slice a cake. Find out how smaller models can deliver the right results and help cut AI costs up to 90% at IBM.com. The AI built for business. IBM.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative is making a difference in every corner of Oklahoma, working to prevent teen tobacco and vape use, fueling our minds and bodies through health education, and empowering the next generation of leaders. Why? Because we are the future of Oklahoma. The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative, investing in Oklahoma. Learn more at tsethealthyyouth.com. Brought to you by the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust.
The difference maker in tonight's game, sponsored by Air Comfort Solutions. Visit aircomfortsolutions.net on WWLS, the sports animal.
Hey, welcome back to the Lively Beerworks Taproom Thunder Recap, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the sports animal. Gideon Hamilton, Matt Ravis here with you. About to take more of your phone calls. Matt, before we do that, who was the difference maker in tonight's game?
I mean, obviously, Shea was spectacular tonight with 40 points. Chet made a huge impact on this game and made some big threes. But from the beginning, I love the attitude that J-Dub brought tonight in 24 field goals attempts to me, just like continuing to shoot, but also made 6 threes in this game, 5 assists. I just feel like some of the frustration and inconsistency he had earlier in this postseason starting to pay off now. Also had 3 steals.
All right, let's go ahead and head back to the phones. Q is up next. You're on the Thunder. Brandon is up next. You're on the Thunder Recap. Go ahead.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Brandon.
Okay. So, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Great.
How do y'all feel, and this is the first time that I've probably ever listened to Matt Pinto on the radio, because normally I watch it, but I went old school and I listened to the whole thing.
Yeah.
What's your take on the refs versus home court versus away?
Oh, I think the officiating in this series has been pretty decent. Nothing has really stood out as egregious. You know, tonight it was obvious they were going to let them play a little bit, and Matt, you and I both kind of prefer that in the playoffs. You
Absolutely.
know, kind of letting them go and be physical.
Yeah,
I do. I agree. I agree with that.
Brandon, I do think the numbers will tell you, I think there's reasons for this, but I think the numbers will tell you that there's a little bit of a bias. And when I say bias, I don't mean like the officials are actually biased just by the numbers, that there are some more fouls that get called on the away team than the home team. But typically in any one given game, I don't think it's enough that it's going to make the difference, you know?
Yes, I agree. I just wanted to call and chat for a minute. I agree with y'all.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the phone call, Brandon.
Yeah. All right. And up next, we have Deuce. You're on the Thunder Recap. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up,
Love
Deuce?
the show. I wanted to start out by saying thanks to all the servicemen and women out there. You know, today's Memorial Day. So
Absolutely.
Give a great shout out. You know, I respect and their families. But
yes, sir.
Moving on. If you'd told me that Edwards and Randall would have 21 points combined.
Yes.
If this game comes down to free throws, man, I would have thought you'd lost your mind. I was on the edge of my seat. What a game. I think it kind of goes maybe show us how big that Denver series was, that maybe we've learned now as a team to start winning those tough games and close games, because they showed a lot of grit tonight. And like you said, it was a slugfest there for a while, back and forth. But I'm so proud of the team tonight. All of them. I mean, and our big three were
yeah,
huge
you should be.
tonight. Huge games.
Yeah, no, you should be proud.
What did you guys think about the Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
No,
you off.
go ahead.
I was going to ask, so what do you think about the Doris Burke and the whole free throw? I'm so, I get so tired of hearing that. I just feel like, he led the league in drives. And when to be, I feel like, drawing fouls is an IQ thing. I don't understand why, we're not applauding him for being so intellectually, superior out there on the court and drawing fouls, because I think that's half of it too.
Of
now,
course.
He didn't shoot as many tonight, either, but I couldn't believe she was joining in and saying that whole free throw merge.
So
I think that's very unfair to his MVP.
Yeah, thanks, Deuce. Appreciate it. I was going to say this is probably going to make people mad at me, actually, Gideon, but there was one time in the game tonight where she called him a free throw merchant. Here's my theory on this. I don't think Doris Burke knows that free throw merchant for a lot of people has a negative connotation, because the time in which she mentioned it was when Rudy Gobert puts his arm on Shea, gets him on the chest, gets him on the arm, and Shea, typically when somebody does that, he's going to rise up and shoot, because he knows at that point you're in a compromising position. And so I literally thought Doris Burke was just describing the foul. I didn't think she's saying it was not a foul. And then Richard Jefferson goes off on the narrative and calls it wrong and false. And then Doris Burke said, I agree. So to me, it wasn't Doris Burke saying Shea is a bad player. I just literally think she doesn't understand that free throw merchant is a negative thing.
It just means being able to manipulate the game in a way to where you get to the free throw line a lot. And you look at what has happened in this series, it's incredibly, and really the last third of the season, it's been incredibly important for him to get to the free throw line. The games where he doesn't, they've had some issues, and the games where he gets there a lot, they've performed really, really well. And I don't think that's any coincidence either. And so, a lot of this is for Shea and Luka and the guys that are able to get to the line quite a bit. It's a skill being able to decelerate, know where your body is as opposed to theirs. And Harden is like this too. That's why Sam Presti called James Harden a basketball genius, is because he is able to use you and your technique and your position against you in a way to help him and his team. All these guys do that.
Jokic last series, he's so good at drawing fouls on the floor. So again, people are probably going to be mad at me because I saw the brigade against Doris. I mean, people are ready to go with torches and pitchforks. She just needs to stop using the phrase free throw merchant, because that's just going to draw everybody's ire. But I literally thought she was saying Gobert fouled Shea, and then she agreed when Richard Jefferson went against the narrative. She said, I agree. So maybe save your ire for somebody else. Now, is she saying it poorly? Should she be amplifying, every little thing that gets said on Twitter? Absolutely not. God, that'd be a scary world, Gideon, if we did we amplified every little thing that we saw on Twitter. So she could be better. I'm certainly not saying that she should bring that up. But anyway, I want to stick up for Doris because I've always liked Doris Burke.
All right, let's head back to the phones, and Joe is up next. You're on the Thunder Recap, Joe.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, man. Hey, so it's obvious that the Thunder are going to go small ball. But it's also obvious that we're not the best team at boxing out and getting rebounds.
Right.
Could you see the Timberwolves maybe having Randall and Nas maybe press the paint a little bit more for the next game? I've seen Nas drive. He's not doing much this series, but those two guys, when they're going downhill, they're pretty unstoppable. Do you think Chris is going to kind of mix that in against the Thunder next time?
Oh, I think they probably want to invite Julius to be more aggressive with the ball in this series because most of his effectiveness has been as a standstill, catch and shoot type of threat here. So he makes so many mistakes when he starts to dribble that I think there's a happy medium somewhere where you want to try to crowd him and be in his airspace so he can't shoot. But at the same point, you want to try to get Julius Randle to drive because really, really bad things are going to happen for Minnesota. Reed has a nice floater game, and he does have a nice spin to get to a hook. He's had that for 4 or 5 years
Beautiful
now.
reverse
But
finish,
he's just not probably going to do it a lot. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I would. As far as what he was saying about the small ball and giving up rebounds, was definitely a thing in the fourth quarter, and that's where you just need to be buttoned up and put a body on a body, and you're going to give up some rebounds, but they got out rebounded 9-3 in the offensive rebounds in the fourth quarter. The Thunder did.
All right, Colton is up next. You're on the Thunder recap. Colton, go ahead.
Is that me?
Yeah, we got you.
It's Holton with an H.
My bad.
Oh, right on. Thank you, Holton. What's up?
I think everybody should embrace this free throw merchant. He showed everybody he's not a free throw merchant. He nailed all his shots. That under, like when he was looking at J-Dub between his legs and he threw him the ball, he nailed it.
That was such a cool play too. And he held his pivot foot. So yeah, I appreciate the call, Holton. I liked Shay's answer. He just said, I don't let that bother me. And he doesn't appear to.
Took it as a compliment.
Yeah,
is what he said.
Absolutely. So, people try to tear you down with it. They might as well use it as something to empower yourself.
Yep. All right. And let's find out who provided quality service in tonight's game.
Who delivered quality service in tonight's game? Driven by Randy Bowen Chevy GMC in Chandler, where the buying experience is different by design.
All right, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 10 assists against 5 turnovers in this game for Oklahoma City.
Merchant.
He had almost half of the team's assists in this game. A lot of things for the Thunder were created either off of putbacks or off of isolation in tonight's game. For Minnesota, second consecutive game where they had 30 assists, so most of their shots were off of ball movement. The unfortunate thing for them, 21 turnovers. And for the third time in this season, 23 as total team turnovers because they had a couple of shot clock violations in there as well, and 9 extra trips down the floor for Oklahoma City. That was everything.
A little bit worried that the merchant terminology is going to take over everything. Like, are we going to be phone call merchants if we take too many phone calls? Or text message merchants? I'm still stuck on that.
All right, let's before we get to our text line, let's head back to the phones. Alex is up next. Alex, you're on the Thunder recap. Go ahead.
How you doing tonight, guys?
Doing good, Alex. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Well, I can officially confirm Loud City Live is definitely the place to be for road games. It was very fun once again. The atmosphere was absolutely electric, even better than the first time since the Thunder actually gave them things to cheer about tonight. It was so loud in there, you wouldn't have even known that the playoff game wasn't there, because I guess if you're going to go there not to even watch the players play live, that you must really be super fans to be there. It was a great environment. All my seat neighbors were excellent. And shout out to my niece again, because I think I'm officially converting her into a full-fledged Thunder fan. So I'm very happy about that.
Nice. Love to hear that.
Shifting over to the actual game, what do you think it means that Aaron Wiggins got a DNP CD tonight? Because that was kind of surprising to me.
Oh, there were just some other guys that they wanted to go with. Caruso and Kaysen were really, really heavy. Jay Will didn't play either. Kenrich they went with for a little bit in this game. So I think because the game was, I mean, Hartenstein barely played. So I think the fact that this game was so important, I didn't think they wanted to play around with pushing buttons. And the other thing is they didn't have to. If they wanted to push some defensive ones, then they could.
But elsewhere, probably. Yeah.
Both teams had a big gap toward the end of the second quarter where they didn't make any shots, and then the rest of the game they made everything they hit. And so typically when Mark is searching for something, it's because of something like that, and there was nothing to look for.
Only thing I'll add to that is Isaiah Joe played 8.5 minutes tonight. There's a timeout that got called late in that game because it was like possession after possession. The Wolves were just hunting him out. I mean, just like hunting him out. And I don't know if Dagnall felt like Wiggins, that could be the same thing with him. But it's clear that he prefers to play Joe over Wiggins if he has to play one of them.
I completely agree with that. On the very last possession of the game, when it looked like the Wolves were only going to have 0.1 left on the clock, and you should have heard the cheers in there when everyone realized that meant the Thunder were going to win the game, since that wasn't enough time to get off a three. And then the collective sighs and angst when they put additional time back on, which was barely enough to get off a three. It was so exciting.
How about the Minnesota fan who went and grabbed that ball out of bounds. That was interesting. A lot of people were comparing him to Steve Bartman at that point in time.
Yes, very interesting. And I think the fans have been getting a little out of control at the actual games this year.
All right, we appreciate the call, Alex. 405-900-9957, 405-900-WWLS. That's our number to text in on our Johnny's Kitchen and Bar Text Nation line. And we're about to read some of those here in our next segment coming up here in just a little bit. But a reminder for you, if you want to watch the Thunder game, can't get a ticket to the game on Wednesday, then the Lively Beer Works Tap Room is a great option for you, right, Matt?
Church of Thunder, that's exactly right. And they've started working with Curbside Chronicle, a great organization here in Oklahoma City. I know a lot of people know when printing out these limited edition bandanas, only one place you can get them, and you're going to want to be having those with you for good luck purposes, obviously. Church of Thunder, Lively Beer Works, and we will be back there here on Wednesday.
That might be a good look for our own producer, Preston Poole. It would look a lot better than the headwear that he has on right now.
What's the issue with his headwear? Don't like the
rival F1 driver.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't understand what it was. It's F1.
The war wages on, and I don't see
Is
it
that a microaggression? I think
ending
we took
anytime
training
soon
on that. I don't think you're supposed to do that, Preston.
We'll come back. We'll read your text when we come back. Thunder defeat the Wolves tonight, 128-126, to take a 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. You're listening to the Lively Beer Works Tap Room Thunder Recap.
Oklahoma!
We want to see ya at Kalidi Kia.
Hey, Corey, the Kia K4s are so hot. They're flying off the lot.
Yeah, Subi, they're skibbity.
Skibbity?
Yeah, Subi, haven't you seen them? They're Giot.
Giot?
Subi, ask your daughter Selma.
Oh, I get it. You mean it's got a big back?
Oh, you do get it. Good job, Subi.
Corey, nobody beats Kalidi Kia.
Subi,
no cap.
Hey, parents, if you don't understand any of this, ask your kids.
We're making friends for life.
That's it. This room is cursed. Everyone, basement.
Dad's superstitions have kind of been on point since we became gagillionaires with AT&T.
That's a foul. All right, to the attic.
Good thing our connection reaches everywhere.
These refs! Come on, kids. Backyard. We're building a shed.
Oh, not again.
Live like a gagillionaire. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi and stream the game in any room. AT&T Extended Wi-Fi coverage service plan required. Limited availability. Visit att.com/all-fi to check eligibility.
There's an award-winning pool builder in town that isn't afraid of a big or little challenge. Aquascape Pools is who I'm talking about, and they do it right. Aquascape Pools stands by their quality product and are with you every step of the way, from the early stages of design to the very first splash. Aquascape Pools is the leader in outdoor living. I should know they built my pool. Call 478-POOL or visit their brand new showroom at Britton and Eastern. Whether it's elegant pools, BBQ grills, pergolas, outdoor kitchens, fireplaces, or fire pits, they can help with it all. Aquascape Pools, outdoor living is our passion.
Get Memorial Day savings now at the Home Depot with free delivery and up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $450 off select appliances like Whirlpool. Store dinners and keep your coolers iced for sports practice with the large storage and ice capacity of a Whirlpool refrigerator from the Home Depot. Celebrate Memorial Day with savings on select appliances right now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid May 15th through June 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Who cashed out big?
Money to Chicken Thunder Money Ball.
Sponsored by Lucky Star Casino, home of the most winners and the biggest payouts. Now on the Oklahoma City Thunder Radio Network.
Hey, back here on the Thunder Recap, brought to you by Lively Beer Works Tap Room. Gideon Hamilton, Matt Ravis on The Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, the Sports Animal app. Who cashed out in this game tonight? Donte DiVincenzo, Nickeil Alexander-Walker hit 5 apiece, but it was J-Dub, Jalen Williams, who hit 6, the most of anybody in this game. Dub was 7 of 15 from 2-point range, but significantly better from 3 tonight for whatever reason. Also had 3 steals in this one. The Wolves bench had 12 of their 18 3-point hits, and after teams enduring some struggles from 3 at various points throughout this series, both teams were lighting it up tonight. All right, let's go ahead and head to our text messages. We've got some questions and comments about the game and the series. Matt Ravis, what do we have?
3-point merchant. Jim says our starters 101 versus Minnesota starters 62. Their bench 64 in 12 of 20 from three, us 27. Jim thinks the officiating was imbalanced, but the 23 turnovers for Minnesota cooked them. In all caps, the finals are coming. So we got some business to take care of. Captain Terry says, yet another good grind-out road win. OKC continues to show they can win games in various ways. A lot of texts like this one. A lot of people who wanted to text in their blood pressure numbers and things like that. A lot of people were on the edges of their seats throughout this game. A lot of people did not like Doris Burke's comments earlier. We addressed that a little bit earlier. I'm sure there will be plenty of that on this station throughout the week. From Liam, if you're in Minnesota, you feel like you had to win that game. 13 made threes from the supporting cast. Also, remember, we've been 3-1 in a WCF before too. Trust me, I think a lot of people are thinking about that, even if they don't want to verbalize that.
That was a different caliber of team.
There's nobody on the Timberwolves who scares you the way that Steph Curry, or for that matter, Klay Thompson does. Now, Ant-Man is tremendous. I still think with his development curve, Gideon, and I know he's inconsistent, but he's 23 and the best player on the team in his playoffs. Tyler says that Chet was at his best tonight in this. I think what Tyler means is that was his best in the postseason. He let the game come to him. What were the Thunder doing that was allowing DiVincenzo to be open so repeatedly?
They've left those guys open all series long, and they've just finally started to hit threes over the last couple of games. That's now combined 46%. That's on the high side for them. But if you leave those guys open, those guys are good enough to where they're going to knock down shots. And Oklahoma City had another 1 of 7 from Anthony Edwards in this game. His were a little bit more tightly contested in this one, but they've been giving up those shots all series long, and they just missed every single one of them in the first 2 games, and they've hit them in the last 2.
They do want to allow those. I don't think, is there a difference between being like open though and wide open? Like somebody needs to at least be closing out, no? Or like there was one time I noticed Dort just like DiVincenzo like relocated and Dort just lost him, just fell asleep. Mm-hmm. So I maybe you need to button that up a little bit, but I do totally agree. I mean, they've done that not just this series, but going back to last postseason. How many corner threes did they allow Dallas and PJ Washington?
Yep.
Kyle says, great win tonight. Love the hustle. Now let's bring it game 5 and close it at home. A couple people asking about the fan interference and like, is there any repercussion for that? Like it's not baseball. I don't know what you can do on that, that when Shea was throwing it out of bounds at the end there.
Yeah. Especially with the fans that are so close. Could hit the official also, things like that happen.
Cheryl says, that was the longest last 2 minutes in history. Holding my breath. It was nuts. If you can hold your breath for 2 straight minutes, that's pretty impressive. Let's see here. Out of the 405, some people feel like Shea lost his guy on the perimeter a couple times on defense. That led to those open threes. Would have to go back and watch to see what was the cause and effect on those. Thunder Max says, I feel like I'm watching this team grow up right in front of our eyes. By the way, let me say this real quickly, too. We have so many texts. We can't possibly read all of these. People calling us text merchants at this point in time. And that's not a joke. That's serious. But we're going to try to read as many as possible. People echoing Alex that Loud City Live was amazing.
Oh, great.
Love this text. Wanted to read this. My 12-year-old daughter was living and dying with every single shot, yelling at the fans, booing Shea on TV. Now outside practicing her shade shots while I call you and listen with my headlights on. Was 20 during the 2012 run. Nothing could top that, I thought. Well, I think it's been topped. 5 more. Let's go, Thunder Up. I've heard a lot of stories like that about little kids getting into it, and that makes me extremely happy. A couple more here, Gideon. Also, Dub helping Dante DiVincenzo up at the end was also top class. And these guys they got a lot of respect for each other, even if they get angry at each other sometimes. How many offensive rebounds did the Thunder grab tonight, and how many second chance points?
Second chance I don't have in front of me.
Second chance was 30-24 Timberwolves.
Okay, but a lot of those were late.
Fourth
this
quarter
one
was like 9-3 in terms of offensive rebounds. So fourth quarter, Timberwolves had 16-6 points in the paint. Yeah, so 16 of their, or that's point paints. I'm sorry,
and points off turnovers tonight was pretty close, but the Wolves had. Each team had 2 turnovers in the first segment of the game, and the Wolves had 3s off of both of those. So in the meantime, Oklahoma City was able to clean up off of the rest. And look, the first quarter was very important in this game because Minnesota shot it incredibly well, and Oklahoma City was threatening to push it out to a double-digit lead just because they had so many more possessions than their opponent. They had 12 more field goal attempts at halftime, and that ended up being, at the end of the night, right around that neighborhood with a pretty negligible difference on free throws. So when you have that many more possessions in a close game, there's a reason why we talk about that prior to games. Certainly, execution is a big part of that, but you can execute well by not turning the ball over either.
If you, if you're giving up offensive rebounds on top of that, it's killer. By the way, I psyched myself out on the second chance points. It was 16-6 in the fourth quarter. Let's get to a couple more here, Gideon, before we wrap this up. Some people asking questions that we don't need to deal with until after this season. We'll leave those for the offseason. How about the high IQ play from Shea in the last seconds of the game to throw the ball? I thought that was a smart move to run the clock down.
Yep. First saw that from Magic, did that in a playoff game. I think was their 84 run, maybe. But that's always made sense to me. Now it can backfire. Michael Ruffin, who played at Tulsa, threw the ball straight up in the air one time, hoping to run the clock out, and Morris Peterson caught it and hit a three. That was just a random regular season game about 20 years ago, but sometimes that can jump back and bite you. But it's always made sense to me that if there's like a second left to go, just throw the ball as high as you possibly can.
Initially, they ruled 0.1, right? But then they went back and looked at it and put 0.3 on the clock. I didn't understand how they got to 0.3, though, because I was thinking 0.6 or 0.1. It can't be 0.3. Is there something I'm misunderstanding about the rule? I might regret saying that later. But anyway, out of the 405, can't believe that we are close to going back to the finals. Thinking about Alex Sabrinas to Samash Christian. It's really hard as a Thunder fan to realize that we got to do this, in the words of the texter. Last one I'll read, Gideon. What have you guys said something about you haven't really noticed the officiating? That's exactly what they want. Officially Rick. Like a janitor. You don't want to notice that they're there.
There you go. Our man Rick is a referee himself and has been for many, many years.
How many times has he heard call it both ways in his lifetime?
Over, under, 50,000.
I mean, over. Gotta be. 50,000 a night, probably.
Yeah. Appreciate that text, Rick, and thanks so much for listening, and
Appreciate
thank all of you for listening and interacting with the show. I'll put it to you like this for Wednesday.
Okay.
And I think this will probably tell you what I think is going to happen. I've got over-under on Timberwolves ejections at 2.5.
You think some frustration could be coming out?
Yeah, because I think it'll be apparent what the result is going to be, and I think guys probably either won't want to be a part of that or will want to get out of there early or express, some thoughts about what has happened the rest of the series. So that's kind of the way that I think Game 5 is going to go.
When I'm getting beat badly in NBA 2K, sometimes I just reach over for that power button. That could be the equivalent of that.
Yeah.
I don't want to see anything ugly happen, though. I don't want.
No. I don't anticipate that. I just think some guys are gonna want to get out of there because I think I think tonight was probably about as good as they can shoot on a consecutive basis, and I just think some shots won't be going down. Oklahoma City will win the possession game again, and things will kind of become apparent there in the second half. Hopefully you guys will join us for that show on Wednesday. A big thank you to Josh Lee and Preston Poole for all their hard work, Matt Ravis for doing an awesome job as well. Matt Ravis will be on tomorrow morning at 9 for The Drive, and so there will obviously be more Thunder discussion. Matt will preview that game with the Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks as they have their game 4 coming up tomorrow. A lot to talk about tomorrow on the Sports Animal, so be sure to stay tuned. For the guys, I'm Gideon Hamilton. You've been listening to the Lively Beerworks Tap Room, Thunder Recap, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal. Game Wednesday, 7:30. 6 o'clock for us on the Metal Store Thunder Forecast, and we hope you will join us then. Have a great night, everyone.
Okay. We want to see ya Echolity Kia.
Hey, Corey, the Kia K4s are so hot. They're flying off the lot.
Yeah, Sabi, they're skibbity.
Skibbity?
Yeah, Sabi, haven't you seen them? They're Giot.
Giot?
Sabi, ask your daughter Selma.
Oh, I get it. You mean it's got a big back?
Oh, you do get it. Good job, Sabi.
Corey, nobody beats Kalidi Kia.
Sabi,
no cap.
Hey, parents, if you don't understand any of this, ask your kids.
We're making friends for life.
There's an award-winning pool builder in town that isn't afraid of a big or little challenge. Aquascape Pools is who I'm talking about, and they do it right. Aquascape Pools stands by their quality product and are with you every step of the way, from the early stages of design to the very first splash. Aquascape Pools is the leader in outdoor living. I should know, they built my pool. Call 478-POOL or visit their brand new showroom at Britton and Eastern. Whether it's elegant pools, BBQ grills, pergolas, outdoor kitchens, fireplaces, or fire pits, they can help with it all. Aquascape Pools, outdoor living is our passion.
Summer is calling and Macy's is answering with outdoor living essentials to help you create unforgettable memories in your own backyard. Think great outdoor furniture deals like the 9-piece Bristol teakwood set, now $23.99. And even better, we'll deliver it, set it up, and whisk away all that packaging too. It's that easy to make home your favorite summer destination. But hurry in, Macy's Memorial Day sale is going on now. Savings off sale and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Furniture delivery fees may also apply.
When your knees say no. When your hip has other plans. When your shoulder cries out or your back is out of line. When you ask, why am I in so much pain? You'll find answers at University of Michigan Health Sparrow Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Our highly skilled team is here with leading-edge medicine and the latest treatment options close to home when you need them. Make an appointment to find your Michigan answer at uofmhealthsparrow.org/ortho now.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore a seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
Diabetes care made easy. US Med delivers CGMs and supplies right to your door.
With US Med, I'm in control, living life on my terms.
Visit usmed.com/easy or call 888-713-1557 today.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative is making a difference in every corner of Oklahoma, working to prevent teen tobacco and vape use, fueling our minds and bodies through health education, and empowering the next generation of leaders. Why? Because we are the future of Oklahoma. The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative, investing in Oklahoma. Learn more at tsethealthyyouth.com. Brought to you by the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust.
Catch the world of WinStar's hottest shows like Def Leppard, Los Tigres del Norte, and Tim McGraw. Visit winstar.com today to purchase tickets and view upcoming acts.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore a seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
Summer is calling and Macy's is answering with outdoor living essentials to help you create unforgettable memories in your own backyard. Think great outdoor furniture deals like the 9-piece Bristol teakwood set, now $23.99. And even better, we'll deliver it, set it up, and whisk away all that packaging too. It's that easy to make home your favorite summer destination. But hurry in, Macy's Memorial Day sale is going on now. Savings off sale and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Furniture delivery fees may also apply.
At Sovereign Bank, community isn't just a part of what we do, it's who we are. As the largest tribally owned community bank in the nation, we're proud to invest in the people and places that matter most. Our focus is on empowering growth and prosperity in our communities. Visit banksovereign.com today or call 833-782-6500. Sovereign Bank, empowering you with the freedom to dream. Sovereign Bank is a member FDIC bank and equal housing lender.
School is almost out for summer, and the last thing you want in your home is sickness. Get summer ready and book your child's next appointment with Variety Care. Same-day appointments available for sick and routine checkups. We've even got openings for mom and dad, too. Variety Care at 405-632-6688. That's same-day appointments for kids with Variety Care at 405-632-6688.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. You're here to sell more today than yesterday. You're here to win. Lucky for you, Shopify built the best converting checkout on the planet. Like the just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. That's the good stuff right there. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/win.
Get this. Adults with financial literacy skills have 82% more wealth than those who don't. From swimming lessons to piano classes, us parents invest in so many things to enrich our kids' lives. But are we investing in their future financial success? With Greenlight, you can teach your kids financial literacy skills like earning, saving, and investing. And this investment costs less than that after-school treat. Start prioritizing their financial education and future today with a risk-free trial at greenlight.com/try now. Greenlight.com/try now.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
At Sovereign Bank, exceptional service isn't just a promise, it's our standard. We combine personal care with professional expertise to deliver tailored financial solutions to you. From your first savings to business loans, we're here to provide clarity and guidance every step of the way. Call 833-782-6500 or visit banksovereign.com today. Sovereign Bank, empowering you with the freedom to dream. Sovereign Bank is a member FDIC bank and an equal housing lender.
Summer is calling, and Macy's is answering with outdoor living essentials to help you create unforgettable memories in your own backyard. Think great outdoor furniture deals like the 9-piece Bristol teakwood set, now $23.99. And even better, we'll deliver it, set it up, and whisk away all that packaging too. It's that easy to make home your favorite summer destination. But hurry in, Macy's Memorial Day sale is going on now. Savings off sale and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Furniture delivery fees may also apply.
I'm Kiana, and I leveled up my business with Shopify. Once I figured out that Shopify was a thing, I never turned back. I can create a site with my eyes closed. Shopify thinks ahead of us, and it thinks about the customer more than anything. Every day I'm thinking about some other new business, but Shopify is doing it to me because it's so easy to use. It's like I can't stop. I'm addicted.
Start your free trial at shopify.com.
Making a big purchase should come with confidence, not confusion. CarGurus helps you cut through the noise. Because when it comes to your big deal, you deserve the best deal. It's no wonder similar web estimated traffic data shows CarGurus is the #1 most visited car shopping site. Buy or sell your next car today with CarGurus at cargurus.com. Go to cargurus.com to make sure your big deal is the best deal. That's CarGurus.com. cargurus.com.
School is almost out for summer, and the last thing you want in your home is sickness. Get summer ready and book your child's next appointment with Variety Care. Same-day appointments available for sick and routine checkups. We've even got openings for mom and dad, too. Variety Care at 405-632-6688. That's same-day appointments for kids with Variety Care at 405-632-6688.
For November. Hey, you know what? Crystal Ball here. We're going to be talking Memorial Day about the fact that the Knicks and the Pacers are facing one another, and they're going head to head here. But the Pacers are up by 2, but the Knicks are going to be the little brother that just is relentless and not giving up here. But they've dethroned the Celtics, and now they're trying to come back from that. What would your thoughts be, Matt?
I would just, even to your point about beating the Celtics, now that was a little different, and there were some circumstances that happened, but still, I mean, the Knicks outplayed them in that series. And then to be here, I'll tell you this, actually, here's my thoughts, because I'll tell you, Victoria, one of my preseason predictions, I thought the Knicks were going to be the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. I did. I was such a believer.
What?
Yeah, I thought over the Cavs, over the Celtics.
How?
I bought hard on that Karl Anthony Towns
Who
trade.
paid you?
I wish. Trust me, my bank account would love that.
It was the Jalen Brunson. It was the Brunson $100 million.
Yeah, it would have been nice if he'd have done that, or maybe Tibbs or one of those guys. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Like, I was really a believer, and I thought that was going to kind of unlock.
I get that
a part of the Knicks, and obviously that did not happen.
Yeah.
To this point, though, and that's the thing. It's funny you mentioned like Memorial Day. Here I sit, and I see what they did on Sunday, and I see finally Cat, and a lot of people saying like, yeah, that was his premier game in a Knicks uniform to this point, and maybe I'm finally getting my payoff. I might be 7 months late to that story or to that party, but maybe this is finally the payoff of that Knicks team that I thought I was going to see.
Well, and I think also you get someone like Jalen Brunson who takes a $113 million pay cut to get his team dialed in. You can't rule him out at that point. Like, at that point, you're like, all right, he's got 113 million reasons why we should probably be not sleeping on the Knicks at this point in time. But then when they had the Celtics, everyone was like, well, this was fun, and then they dethroned them. And then I think that honestly hurt them, though, going into this Pacers series.
Sure.
Having the 2 games in which they lost. The Knicks are really good as the come-behind kids. They're really good at the we have something to prove, chip on our shoulder type of team. That even when you're playing in a game, when they're behind, like that game, when they had, I think they were almost down by 20 going into the half, a whole new team showed up. A composure showed up. Cat went off in the 4th. Like, it was a situation where you're like, oh, this is nice, and this looks familiar, and I have a little deja vu here. And I think that is where the Knicks team that and want to believe is there shines. I just think it got a little muddied the first two games.
I agree. Well, it all does start and sometimes end with Jalen Brunson. Do want to hear him about his off-day presser because there was so much conversation about some of the changes that Tom Thibodeau made in that Game 3 to get the win for the Knicks and how maybe it was Josh Hart who came up with that idea. But here's an interesting one from Jalen Brunson on the belief that Tom Thibodeau is kind of stuck in his ways.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely unfair. But people are entitled to their opinion. People are entitled to say or think whatever they want. For the most part, as a team, as an organization, there's always going to be a lot of noise, positive or negative. And so it's all about what we think, all about what we do, all about the work we put in and day out, and trusting, obviously, our journey. And so regardless of what people say, we're always going to have each other's backs.
That was Jalen Brunson having his coaches back there talking about Tom Thibodeau with some of the changes. Game night right here on ESPN Radio. I'm Matt Fontana. She's Victoria Harlan. There was something there. What'd you hear from Jalen Brunson you thought was interesting?
I just found how we were on a journey here, right?
Yeah.
It goes from, how he's set in his ways and all that stuff. But, we're all in this together. We all follow this. Like, it was like we went to 2 different continents in those comments. And I think that is something that has been a factor here, if you will, is the accountability side of things and the miscommunication side of things, that it seems like they're not communicating or they're not all on the same team, and people blame, Tibbs, or people are talking about Brunson, or people are talking about, Cat, and it's like, well, no, but if you're all together and as a team essentially and communicating as such, everything's fine. And that's what happened that worked in their favor the other night. But then you go have Brunson saying, how he's set in his ways. And then he turns around and says, yeah, but we all got each other's backs. It's like, well, I'm sorry. You kind of just contradicted yourself right there.
And it paid off for Tibbs. It's easy for like Jalen Brunson to sit there and say, we got his back because it worked. And again, whether it was Josh Hart that came up with it or whoever made the decision for Mitchell Robinson to get the start or not, it's a little different and a little easier, for Jalen Brunson to say, oh, I got his back because it worked out, and it was very clearly an important part of that. Let's hear from Tibbs real quick. Here he is, Tom Thibodeau, head coach of the Knicks, when he was asked about the confidence that he has about his team coming back late in the fourth quarter.
Well, I just think that the way the league is now with the pace and the three-point shooting, you can make up ground a lot faster. And, obviously you prefer to play, with a lead, but you see it all the time. Teams go on runs and they're hard to stop. And so you can never let your guard down, and you have to strive to play for 48 minutes. And we understand that. So I think that's probably the biggest thing.
There was Tom Thibodeau talking about his team having the confidence to come back late, and we've seen that a lot in these playoffs, too. I don't know if you want to make a habit of that, per se, but it's also something where you have guys that can shoot threes, and you've got Jalen Brunson, who's a very dynamic scorer, and that's going to make for an interesting end of the game. And speaking of that, NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch conference finals action tonight as the Pacers host the Knicks. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed. All right, Victoria, quick. Call your shot. Game 4, Knicks-Pacers. Knicks even it up. Pacers go up 3-1.
Knicks even it out.
I agree with you. Now, Justin and I both said Oklahoma City, too, so we're riding high off of that one, but I agree with you. I like the Knicks as well.
Yeah, I'm going Knicks.
Love
all
it.
The way.
Love it. Sports Center all night with Jay Reynolds coming your way next. This has been Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
Hey, it's Rochelle Smallman, and coming up Tuesday, I'll tell you all the small things I learned from a full weekend of sports at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. It's on Sportsman 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Okay. We want to see ya at Kalidi Kia.
Hey, Corey, the Kia K4s are so hot. They're flying off the lot.
Yeah, Sabi, they're skibbity. Skibbity? Yeah, Sabi, haven't you seen them? They're Giot.
Giot?
Sabi, ask your daughter Selma.
Oh, I get it. You mean it's got a big back?
Oh, you do get it. Good job, Sabi.
Corey, nobody beats Kalidi Kia.
Sabi, no cap.
Hey, parents, if you don't understand any of this, ask your kids.
We're making friends for life.
School is almost out for summer, and the last thing you want in your home is sickness. Get summer ready and book your child's next appointment with Variety Care. Same-day appointments available for sick and routine checkups. We've even got openings for mom and dad, too. Variety Care at 405-632-6688. That's same-day appointments for kids with Variety Care at 405-632-6688.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Sovereign Bank is here to empower your financial journey. Whether you're starting a business or buying a home, we offer the tools, guidance, and support you need. Every step forward is a step closer to your dreams, and Sovereign Bank is with you all the way. Visit sovereignbank.com today or call 833-782-6500. Sovereign Bank, empowering you with the freedom to dream. Sovereign Bank is a member FDIC bank and equal housing lender.
Sponsored by Parrish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City, the sports animal, a Cumulus.
Coming up on Sports Center all night.
It's a Game 4 showdown on the hardwood in the Western Conference Finals.
Both teams shooting over 59%. Here's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Step back three. Good. Right over Rudy Gobert.
The Hurricanes look to avoid the sweep in the East Final of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Now he'll backhand one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven!
Is Aaron Rodgers destined to be a Steeler?
I don't even think he's your best option at quarterback right now. Yeah. I think Kirk Cousins, I think it's a perfect marriage more than like hedging everything for Rodgers to come here and jobs on the line, that this is a quarterback that's going to get you to the playoffs and actually win you a game in the postseason.
Plus, Memorial Day at the ballpark.
And here's Tyler Stevenson, swings at the first pitch and launches it. High, deep, gone, bye-bye, home run, Tyler Stevenson.
Sometimes you say a prayer, sometimes you shotgun a beer. It's kind of like our team.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Long weekend, sure, but will we see a long series? Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80, Western Conference Final, Thunder. 2 wins at home to open up the season. Then Minnesota embarrasses OKC in Game 3 of the series. Monday, Game 4. And this one, a little closer. Thunder at home on Memorial Day. Did lead by 11 at one point, but by the third.
Down 3, pass DiVincenzo for the tie. Bags the 3 from the left corner. Timeout OKC as Minnesota's come all the way back from down 11.
Wolves come back and tie it. Thunder with an answer.
SGA out to Caruso on the left. Finds Shea up top. 3:15 to go in the third. Clock winding down to 6. Cousin Alexander Walker covering. Takes him to the elbow. Passes out. Caruso 3. It's good from the left for Alex Caruso. Here's Holmgren spinning down the lane. Sheds Naz Reid and jams it home. 7 straight Thunder points and a 7-point lead.
Finish in a quarter. How many times have we talked about it?
That was kind of a theme in the second half. Wolves make a run at home. OKC answers.
SGA now attacks the 7-footer. Gets him on skates. Turns. Ball loose. Gets it outside. J-Dub for 3. It's in with 3.5 minutes to go. Timeout Minnesota. Even with SGA nearly defended right to the nub, able to find Jalen Williams for the hit. 4-point game. Thunder lead and the ball. We're under a minute and a half to go in Game 4. SGA pass to the left. J-Dub 3. Good! Jalen Williams, 34 points tonight. He and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander have teamed up for 74. 123-116 Thunder.
Wolves would not go quietly. Down 2. They had the ball, less than a second on the clock, so they did have a chance.
Randall sends it in. It's intercepted by Jalen Williams. The clock goes off. And the Oklahoma City Thunder have stolen a game at Minnesota and have taken a 3-1 lead headed home for Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals.
Thunder up 3-1. They finish a 128-126 win. They're a win away from their first NBA Finals appearance since 2012. That was the year they lost in 5 to Miami. Thunder 16-2 this season when coming off a loss. 4-0 in the postseason. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the Thunder in Game 4. Led OKC in points with 40, rebounds with 9, and with assists with 10. So what was done differently after that Game 3 blowout loss?
Honestly, just tried to get lost in the game.
like I tried not to worry too much about scoring or making plays or whatever it was. I tried to just like lose myself in the competition, be aggressive, pick my spots, and doing so really helped. Let the game just come, and I think as a group we did that really well, and it was the main reason why we got the W. We just like went out there and competed and played hard, and everything else just fell where it did.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 40 points. Jalen Williams, a playoff career-high 34. Thunder, 65% shooting in the fourth quarter. You heard the game here on ESPN Radio. Mark Kestisher, PJ Carlissimo had the call for us. Back to Minneapolis. Mark?
Jay, best game of the series so far. Didn't go the way the Minnesota Timberwolves had hoped. They trailed by 11 early in the third. PJ, they came back many times, but Oklahoma City seemed to always have the answer, whether it was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 40, Jalen Williams with 34, and Chet Holmgren, 21, and his third block was a tremendous one down the stretch.
Yeah, it really was. And again, 4 offensive rebounds leading the way. There were a number of Oklahoma City Thunder that had 4 offensive rebounds. 19 offensive rebounds for the Thunder. They forced 23 turnovers. The combination of those two, the insane amount of offensive rebounds and turnovers, meant that they got 95 field goal attempts up to only 84
this
for Minnesota.
Team is a game away
it was just
from
too
putting
much
this
for
series
Minnesota
to bed and
overcome,
moving on.
particularly on a
You
night
have
when
to be careful
the
not to think ahead
OKC
to the
game
next round at
plan,
this
they
point.
really limited Julius Randle.
Oh, yeah, it's
1 for
really
7
important not to
from
get
the
caught up
field,
in thinking
0 for
about
3.
the
There's
next
going to be some
round.
chirping for
We
sure.
just got to focus on the
played
next
very
game.
little in the fourth
This
quarter,
is especially key in the
how
playoffs where a
much
single
do you
game
want
can
him to
mean
play when he's
everything.
1 for 7
We
from
feel
the
pretty
field,
confident
0
about
for
our
3
chances in
from the
Game 6,
three-point
but
line.
nothing's decided until we get on the court.
Was not
And
productive tonight.
as a leader on
Anthony
this
Edwards,
team,
they did an
it's
excellent
my job to make
OKC,
sure that the team doesn't
defending
lose sight
him.
of that.
5 for 13 from the field, 1 for 7 from the three-point line. The Minnesota bench was magnificent. Dante DiVincenzo looked like last year's playoff Dante DiVincenzo, 21 points. He and Nickeil Alexander-Walker were both 5 for 8 from the three-point line. Nickeil Alexander-Walker got 23. How about those two combined for 44 points? Naz Reid with 11 points and an excellent floor game. And don't forget Terrence Shannon Jr. again. He chipped in 9 points. So you couldn't ask for more for the Minnesota bench. Unfortunately, you could ask more for your best 2 players.
Absolutely. And they'll have one more chance. They're down to their last loss. Oklahoma City's been a tough place to play for everybody this year. Minnesota hung tough. It was 2/3 quarters that was their undoing in the first 2 games of the series. Minnesota's got a tall task ahead of them on Wednesday night.
Minnesota is 10-5 in the playoffs in the last 2 years. They've got the most playoff wins of any team in the playoffs the last 2 years. 10-5 on the road in the playoffs. That 11th is going to be tough to come by.
Oklahoma City, a chance to reach the NBA Finals if they can win on their home floor on Wednesday. Minnesota needs a win to get it back to Minneapolis. Need a better effort from Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle, who combined 6 field goals and 10 turnovers. Oklahoma City got 40 from the MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they go up 3-1 by beating the Timberwolves 128-126 in Minnesota. Now for PJ Carlissimo, I'm Mark Kestisher right here on your home for the NBA Finals, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Let's go back to our pal, Jay Reynolds, in the studio.
All right, Mark, Timberwolves' 3-game home win streak comes to an end. Their first home loss since Game 1 against Golden State. Anthony Edwards, 16 points, his second fewest in a game this postseason, and his fewest in a loss.
Did they do anything different to you to keep you scoring up?
Yeah, it seemed like they went back to how they was playing game 1 and 2, just in the gap, super heavy. And no matter what, my guys was making shots, they still was in the gap.
And just the turnovers that they create, just what are you kind of seeing from that respect that made it harder to take care of the ball tonight than versus Game 3?
You just can't play with the ball around them. Like, everybody on the team is handsy. Yeah, just can't play with it. Gotta, like Coach said, gotta pick one way and go, and then once they show you the heavy gap, get off of it.
Anthony Edwards held to 16 points. Julius Randle, 5 points. Timberwolves fall at home to the Thunder by 2. OKC with the 128-126 when they hang on for the victory on the road to take a 3-1 series lead. ESPN analyst Michael Malone.
You have to give credit where credit is due. OKC's defense